Good evening. Hello. Happy Election Day. We'd like to welcome you to our special coverage of the 2025 federal election.
We got that election feeling going. It's exciting.
Right.
343 seats up for grabs right across the country. 172 seats needed to form a majority. 7 of those seats right here on Vancouver Island. And if the polls are correct, and they sometimes are, this is going to be a very tight race.
Without further ado, let's take a look at the full map of Vancouver Island. 6 ridings went orange for the NDP in 2021. 1 seat was green, of course, co-leader for the Green Party, Elizabeth May.
Yeah, top to bottom, here's your island riding, starting on North Island, then Courtenay, Alberni, Nanaimo, Ladysmith, Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke, Victoria, and of course, Saanich-Gulf Islands. Take all the color off those maps. They are now all up for grabs.
And won't we have a good time tonight finding out which color they will become? We have teams all across Vancouver Island tonight, and we will have, of course, the very last-minute results for you as they come in for every race. We'll be following the important and interesting storylines here, and there will be plenty. A number of races really too close to call at this point.
This is my favorite shot of the entire election. A little bit awkward, but they're all sitting there nodding. We certainly have your island covered. We're also going to show you some of the key races across the province and the country. It's going to be an interesting and exciting night. I cannot wait, Stacey.
You betcha. We have Scott Fee back at the results wall for us this evening. He's tracking some of the early results coming in. Now, we know it's early, very early, but my tally is 3 of our experts versus you say that BC is going to actually matter tonight.
We do matter.
We do matter, and it is important. BC matters, the island matters, and you're going to be very busy, and you're going to be here all night dealing with the results, especially here on the island. I still believe, my hunch is that this race is still going to come down to the GTA, area codes 905 and 416, I believe is where this is going to matter. And there are going to be indications, too. We're going to see earlier in Quebec whether or not the Liberals, for instance, are going to see some inroads in our nation that they hadn't seen in a long time. Just looking quickly at our country, let's talk about the popular vote as well. We can bring up, it's still early. I appreciate that we are seeing very little to no numbers right now. Sorry, that's a BC popular vote. I was going to talk about Canada's popular vote. As you see right now, early. But what matters here in this number, despite Carney ahead by 51 to 41 to Poilievre, it's not so much how many votes, it's kind of where the votes are that will determine who becomes the next government. Because I'm going to be a little bit retro 90s tonight, I apologize in advance, but if you look back to 1993, Kim Campbell can tell you very much what it means to gain over 2 million votes to the Reform parties, over 2 million votes. It was like 2.1 to 2.5. Preston Manning walks away with 50 plus seats, 54, I think. Kim Campbell walked away with 2. So it doesn't matter so much how many votes, it's where those are. And tonight it's going to be Ontario and Quebec. Let's look at some of the numbers that are coming in right now. These are the Maritime seat counts. Back in 2015, under Justin Trudeau, the Maritimes, the Atlantic provinces were swept by the Liberals. So you are seeing some inroads right now by the Conservatives, which may slow some of this pace down, which may make the race tighter. Maybe the West will matter in the end. But in about 25 minutes or so, it's going to be chaotic. You're going to see this bar below me here, that's below all of us, start to add up in a real hurry as we see Quebec, Ontario, and the other provinces start to roll in. And that really is going to be the game changer. And I'll show you in Quebec, there is one riding we're looking at. My French is terrible, but Trois-Rivières. We're looking at this riding right now because this generally has been the Bloc Québécois consistently for years and years has won this riding. They've been hit hard by the current climate with the tariffs right now, so that is going to be one of the #1 issues in this riding. If Carney, if the Liberals can break through here, you may see that Quebec thought that the Bloc isn't going to be as strong as they've been in the past. And if the Liberals, which are sitting at dissolution around 33 seats, if they can increase that by 10, and Quebec is now becoming part of the playing field, which it hasn't been since going back to Jean Chrétien era. We have not seen both of the major parties, the Conservatives or the Liberals, be able to make much inroad. But tonight it's on the map. So we'll see if this dictates how the rest of the evening plays out, and that's what we'll be watching tonight, as well, of course, Ontario, which will be a battle right to the end for sure. Guys?
I love it. And your French was pretty good there, Scott. Just like Mark Carney's, right? It was just right passable.
Amazing. All right, Scott, we'll check back in with you in a little while. Meantime, we have two wonderful panelists joining us here in the studio tonight. We have former Conservative MP Gary Lunn on my right. Gary, thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate you sharing your expertise tonight. Yeah, it will be. It'll be a lot of fun.
And of course, we have former BC Green Party leader Sonia First to Now, not Sonia First to Know, because that's a big conversation piece. So I want to get it out of the way right away. First to Now.
Although tonight,
okay,
it would always be fun to be the first to know. So, yeah.
I love it. First to Now.
Delighted to be here. And
Thank you.
Sonia First to Know.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Well, you know, I'm so interested to hear what your take is. How do you think things are going to play out tonight, Gary?
Well, it's so hard to tell. Like this election's been like none other. Like, I mean, the rise of the Liberal Party over a matter of weeks, none of us would even imagine that. The Conservatives have actually pretty much held their vote. I mean, we expected it to drop once Trudeau was gone. I mean, people weren't really voting for Conservatives. They were parking their votes somewhere not for Justin Trudeau. Fair or unfair, but that's what they're doing. So they're still around 38, 39. And at their peak, they were somewhere 47, 48. So they maybe have dropped 8 points. So it's going to be a long night, I think. Vancouver Island, as you said earlier in your prequel, they're all up for grabs. Yeah. I mean, it's going to be very exciting. I think we could be sitting here into the wee hours. So
I think we could too.
And we will. Yeah, I'm fascinated. So many storylines, as you mentioned, Gary and Sonia. I'm interested in some of the storylines you're going to be watching because, of course, there's Elizabeth May and the Greens on the South Island, but so many big stories. What are you keeping an eye on?
Yeah, for sure. There are a potential 4 Green seats across the country, so I'm very interested in that. But to Scott's point about, you know, you can come up with a very small difference in actual votes, and that can translate to a huge difference in seats. I think the story of every election is fundamentally, how are we doing our elections, and are they actually serving our democracy, and are they serving our citizens well? Are people getting what they voted for? And I think that conversation has to be one that we don't stop having.
Yeah, it's fascinating. I know in the Carleton riding that Pierre Poilievre is, I think 90 people signed up to vote in protest of how we do elections, right? So certainly interesting.
All right, I think we should go to Rob Shaw now. He's got some special guests with him at Old Boy Studios in Vancouver. Rob, tell us what you guys are keeping an eye on tonight.
Well, Stacey, Paul, just reintroduce the panel here, and then we'll get into some of the kind of early ridings that we are going to be looking at, because you're going to get flooded, as Scott mentioned. You know, in 25 minutes, you've got the Ontario and the Quebec results coming in, and then after the polls close at 7 o'clock in BC, you're going to get a whole bunch of different ridings. So we're going to talk a bit about the ones you might want to watch as kind of bellwethers for what might be happening tonight. But I want to reintroduce the panel here. We have Aisha Etsy, the BC Conservative Party President. Thank you for being here tonight. Jeff Ferrier from Political Capital, NDP strategist from Framepoint Public Affairs. Jeff, thanks for joining us. And we have Nicole Brassard, who is the Vice Chair of the Federal Liberal Party of Canada in BC. Nicole, thanks for coming. Thanks to all of you for being here, helping us make sense of kind of wild election nights. Aisha, I want to start with you. What riding are you kind of keeping an eye on tonight that, if goes a certain way, it might tell us a bit of the story of the election tonight?
Yeah, so I think Delta is a bellwether riding, because you've got the Liberals and the Conservative Party pretty much in a dead heat there. Maybe Liberals with a slight edge, but 2 really strong candidates in Jill McKnight for the Liberals and Jessie Sahota for the Conservatives. So that's going to be one to watch tonight for sure. And
Pierre Poilievre just had one of his last rallies in Delta. A lot of emphasis on Jessie Sahota. I know the party's pretty excited about him as a candidate. Jeff also flirted as a pro wrestler, so I know that you would like to hear that as well.
But, well, if I were in Delta, I'd have to give him a thought. Okay. Maybe vote for him, but, you know.
What's your
probably
riding?
Not. My riding is Courtney Alberni, Mid-Island in Vancouver Island. Gord Johns is the member of parliament there. He had 42% of the vote in 2021, 17-point margin over the Conservatives. You know, he's a strong local MP, community roots, works great with First Nations, and he's delivered for the riding. And he's campaigning on an economic focus, so GST off essentials, grocery gouging. If he holds, it's good news for the NDP and perhaps a harbinger of holding on in another seat. If he doesn't, then the blue wave that Aisha was talking about earlier in the broadcast may well be on its way.
Mm-hmm. There'll be some other NDP ridings we'll talk a bit about later tonight that you can look at as well to sort of see the state of whether those national polling numbers translate into actual ridings here. Nicole, what's your riding?
Sure, thanks, Rob. I'm a little bit biased because this is my home riding, but Port Moody Coquitlam. It's usually a three-way race, but the Liberals haven't held that seat since 1998 and did not have a shot at holding the seat as of March. But tables have turned, and right now the Liberal candidate Zoe Royer is up on Paul Lambert. So not by much. It's still a three-way race. Benita Zarillo is the current incumbent and a fairly strong one at that. So this will be a bit of the story of the night. I think as we look across British Columbia, how that NDP vote has maybe collapsed a little bit, and that has allowed the Liberals and the Conservatives to pick up in places they wouldn't normally. So.
Yeah, well, I would look at just a couple of the sort of interior northern ridings. There are 10 ridings outside of Metro Vancouver and the lower mainland. 8 are currently held by the Conservatives. They want to win 2 others. There's Skeena Bulkley Valley, where former BC Liberal BC United MLA Ellis Ross is running for the Conservatives against NDP incumbent Taylor Bachrach. So that's a look. If the Conservatives can win that riding, they will be very happy. They will be on their way to picking up some seats from the NDP in important parts of the province. There's one in Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay as well, which was redistributed this election, and those new boundaries benefit the Conservatives as well. So we want to see if the Conservatives have a kind of path here. They're going to be wanting to pick up both of those ridings and then hold the rest of the interior ridings. Kelowna, another one that we'll come back to and talk a bit later tonight, because that's a riding where the Liberals are mounting a bit of a challenge. They hope to take that away from the Conservatives. So just some, I know, Stacey and Paul, that it's going to be numbers overload pretty soon, but you can write some of those down. Okay. Keep track of them, and they might tell you a little bit about the trajectory that we're seeing tonight.
Carry the 2. Perfect. Sounds good. Thank you, Rob. We'll check in with Rob Shaw throughout the night.
All right, so we have one more guest to introduce to you, and that is Keith Martin, who was the last Liberal to be elected here on Vancouver Island. He is in Washington, D.C. as the Executive Director of Consortium of Universities for Global Health. Keith, thank you so much for being with us this evening. You have an interesting perspective being a Canadian living in Washington, D.C. with all of this business going on. Is there really anything else to talk about other than Donald Trump and his impact on this election?
There is, Stacey. It's great to join you and Paul. And it's fascinating being a Canadian here because I'm literally a kilometer from the White House is where my office is. So it's been amazing being a Canadian here. And I can tell you a lot of Americans, interestingly enough, are very interested in what's happening in our country because they're wondering how we're going to react because there's a lot of concern here about what the President Trump has been doing. So I think that from an issue perspective, of course, Mr. Trump, his assault on our country, his assault on our leaders, his disrespect for us as a nation is really, of course, the big issue, the tariffs, we being him coveting us as a 51st state, are all part of the issue that has unified us across the country. And I think it'll be interesting how it plays out, as we see the election results come in. I think, if you ask the question, what I would be looking at initially is what's happening outside the GTA in Toronto, because that's been a very strong area for Conservatives, and it'll be interesting to see where the vote goes there, as we're seeing, of course, what will happen in Quebec. And on the island, of course, what happens in Victoria, as well as in my riding of Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke, will be interesting to see where the NDP vote goes, because I think that's going to determine how the vote's going to play out between the contest between the Conservatives and the Liberals. So
yeah, it is. That's a fascinating race, Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke, for sure. And again, you've got multiple people running who could win this race. I'm interested just on the Trump conversation, Keith. And you mentioned you're living down there, and we certainly know how Donald Trump feels about everything. But how do Americans that you talk to, how do they feel about how he's treating people in this country and this country overall?
Well, that's a fascinating question, Paul, because what I have learned over time, there's quite a few things. One is this country is far more complicated than what we ever assumed. We've seen the fractures deepen within this country. It's not in any way, shape, or form a monolithic structure, so that you've got actually very broad pockets where the Republican parts of this country and the Democratic parts, they receive entirely different messages. And it's fascinating to be in the Republican parts of this country and listen to narratives that are vastly different from what happens in Democratic areas. So you're literally in a country of solitudes. So a lot of people I mix with are very disturbed. In fact, in Capitol Hill, a lot of even Republicans don't like what President Trump is doing, but they're scared.
Of course.
They're actually scared for their own lives and they're scared for their families. And that's an exceptionally disturbing scenario, because what's happening here is actually an undermining of the very pillars and foundations of this country, and things that we could never have imagined and has never happened in our lives. A lot of Americans don't know about that. Some do, and those that do are very, very concerned, very worried, very fearful for the future of their country. And as I said, a lot of elected officials, even on the GOP side, are worried about their own personal safety.
Yeah,
that's frightening.
Talks about what's at stake tonight. Indeed. Thanks so much, Keith. We'll be checking in with Keith Martin throughout the course of the evening.
Yes, thank you, Keith. And we are, of course, keeping an eye on all 7 ridings here on Vancouver Island. Let's take a look at Victoria.
Oh, yeah.
Since 2006, it has been an NDP stronghold.
Yes, that covers the BC capital, but also the municipality of Oak Bay, the southeastern portion of Saanich, and of course the University of Victoria.
NDP incumbent Laurel Collins will be challenged by Will Greaves from the Liberal Party. David Anderson, the last Liberal to win this particular riding. Angus Ross looking to improve on a 4th place finish in 2021. Michael Doherty representing the Greens. And then we've got some other candidates as well. Steve Filipoff as an independent, David Moore from the PPC, Mary Morneau for the Christian Heritage Party, and Cody Fraser for the Parti Rhinoceros.
I always like how you say that. Parti Rhinoceros. Also the Rhinoceros Party. Let's go to Mary Griffin, who is still outside a polling station, I believe, tonight, joining us from the South Island. Yes, umbrella down, microphone up. Mary, tell us what you're thinking.
Well, that's right. The rain is coming down, but it hasn't dampened the enthusiasm for people coming to vote here at Shoreline School. You can see over my right shoulder, there's some people in the gym now. There's slight lineups to get in, but people are in and out in a couple of minutes. And it's really interesting. I think it was you, Paul, that said this is going to go down to the wire tonight. And everyone we talk to, you get a different perspective on who they think is going to win this riding. And I know you have all had conversations about what you think the outcome is going to be. And I think it's going to be down to the wire tonight.
Wire, I like that. Down to the wire. I think Gary Limate actually said down to the wire, but I'll take credit for that. That's what politicians do sometimes. All right, thanks, Mary. We'll check in with Mary a little bit later.
All right, now I want to talk about the NDP. So Laurel Collins, the NDP 6 of 7 ridings here, but the NDP is in real trouble here in this election. Leader Jagmeet Singh has said, basically, I have no intention of being prime minister. What we want to do is get enough NDP MPs there that we can actually make a difference like we have in the past. But you know what? There are people that are looking at the NDP saying, well, you've been voting with the Liberals for the last 3 years. Why all of a sudden should we vote for you and not the Liberals? What do you think about the NDP and their potential for a pretty catastrophic outcome in this election, Gary?
Yeah, so I think it goes even deeper than that. Jagmeet Singh hitched his wagon not only to the Liberals, but to Justin Trudeau. All of his successes that he talks about, people were upset with Justin Trudeau, and that's well known and widely accepted. And Jagmeet Singh is talking about all the successes he made with Justin Trudeau, not with anybody else. So I don't think that's helped him. And let's face it, our political system, you're running to govern, not to form coalitions necessarily. And it happens, for sure it happens. But, people are now saying, well, why don't I just vote for somebody else? Why don't I vote for the Liberals? The NDP voters are. And I think that's exactly what's happening. So, I have no idea what kind of numbers is going to happen. But obviously, and the polls are polls, and, they're one indication, but, they're usually reasonably close. And all the polls suggest that the NDP is in serious trouble. And Vancouver Island has been a fortress for the NDP for over a decade, and they're up for grabs now. I really think that, I'm not sure we're going to see an NDP seat on the island. There could maybe one, but we could have, and we're at the end of the line for Canada. So I think the NDP is going to be telling in this election.
6 of 7 seats as of going into today that the NDP held on Vancouver Island. Jagmeet Singh's seat very much up for debate as well. I'm fascinated to get your take on this, Sandra, because this is something that you've also sort of lived in a provincial side, right?
Yeah, I have quite a different perspective from Gary. I think that in our system, as flawed as it is, the smaller parties can play an incredibly important role. We've seen that with the NDP federally, push for dental care, push for pharmacare, reminded the Liberals of the kind of commitment to everyday people and the needs of Canadians. And I think similar to what the Greens have done here in BC, you're not running to govern when you're a smaller party. You're running to influence the government, to ensure that the government's remembering to put the public at the center of their decision making and policy making. And so I think it's really important. And to Keith's point about, what do you say, the country of solitudes in the United States, when you have just a two-party system, it really does create these deepening solitudes. And so, you know, regardless of what happens tonight, I think Canadians should remain committed to having a multitude of voices in our parliaments, in our legislatures, and to making sure we don't slide into a country of solitudes, into a two-party system.
I'm interested what you thought of the campaign, and a lot of people who are driving around Victoria would have seen the signs that said, vote for the NDP to steal votes from the Conservatives. What do you think of that tactic as a policy?
I'm going to be talking about our electoral system a lot tonight.
Yes, that's right.
You know, if we had a proportional system where the percentage of votes was reflected in the number of seats, we wouldn't have this fear that drives so much of elections now. I can't vote for the party I want to vote for because I'm afraid of the party that I don't like will get in, so I'll compromise and vote for the party I don't really like, but I like them a bit more than I dislike. You know, this is the kind of calculation. I think people in BC and across Canada have really had to make this calculation a lot in this election in particular. And ultimately, we have to keep coming back to, is our electoral system giving us the options that we want, giving us the outcomes that we deserve? And oftentimes, I would say the answer is no.
We do a checkpoint poll on our newscast every night, and it is far from scientific, but this past week we asked people if they were voting for a different party this year than they typically vote for. And 55% said no, but 45%, almost half of the people that we polled, said that they were voting for a different party this time than they typically do. And I think there's a lot of reasons for that, and a big one is south of the border in the White House right now. All right, let's move on to the Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke riding, where the boundaries were redrawn in 2013 from the former Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke electoral district that Keith Martin knows very well.
That's right. Now, this is another diverse and expansive riding. It spans from Jordan River to Metchosin, View Royal, Colwood, Esquimalt, and of course parts of Saanich as well.
Now, Randall Garrison held this seat for the NDP for the last 10 years. He has retired. So we've got Sooke Mayor Maya Tate looking to hold the orange for this riding.
Former Alberta NDP MLA Stephanie McLean, she's certainly looking to turn it. Grant Cool will have something to say about that with the Conservatives, along with 20-year-old Ben Homer Dixon for the BC Greens. Again, probably someone who knows he's not going to win, but has a message he wants to get across.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's a geography student at the University of Victoria. He's very keen to make his presence felt and support the passions that he has, which are environmental preservation, a lot of other things that the Green Party stands for. Here we've got a lot of other representatives from smaller parties here, but I want to bring in Keith Martin. I mean, as I mentioned, this is a riding that you're very familiar with. This is where you acted as MP for many years. I want to talk about a bit about voting for the party versus the candidate here. We've got a Liberal candidate that is first time running in this riding. She's from Alberta, an Alberta MLA, and this is my riding as well. And just anecdotally, there are a lot of people who have voted NDP for their entire voting lives, and now they're looking at the Liberal candidate here because they're voting for the party rather than for the candidate. What's your take on that, and how important and prevalent do you think that is?
I think it speaks to the type of decision making, Stacey, that is happening across the country. And my former riding, that voting behavior, people are looking at that calculus when they're going to the table. They're asking the question, who is the best leader who's going to be able to navigate these complex environments? Who's the best person to stand up to President Trump, who can navigate our economy during a time of great uncertainty? And I think people know that Mr. Singh, with respect to him, is not the person to do that. And then they're going to come up with the calculus. Is it going to be Mr. Poilievre or Prime Minister Carney? And I think that they're going to vote towards Prime Minister Carney for multiple reasons based on his history, his experience, navigating two complicated crises in 2008 and in Brexit when he was the head of the Bank of England. And so I think that the voters are going to look at who's the best person who's going to be able to steer our country through very difficult times. And that'll be going to the mind of the NDP voter as those who voted for other parties.
Yeah, fascinating for sure. I mean, he brought up Stephanie McLean there. Thank you very much, Keith. We'll continue to check in with Keith throughout the evening. Bring us Stephanie McLean. She was NDP MLA in Alberta, now running for the Liberals here in this riding. So that's going to be a very, very tight one to watch. Let's switch over to Cowichan-Malahat-Langford. Now, this riding was officially created back in 2013. It includes communities from Langford to Lake Cowichan and, of course, the notorious Malahat Highway. It has been held by the NDP for the past decade, but the other parties, they hope changes in the air tonight stays.
Absolutely. So we've got incumbent Alistair McGregor here in 43% of the vote in 2021. We've got Jeff Kibble, though, looking to cut into that number this time around for sure.
Liberal Blair Herbert certainly trying to make some noise as well. And then Kathleen Code from the Green Party also on the ballot in the Cowichan-Malahat-Langford riding. Now, the Conservative candidate for the riding is gathering supporters for a watch party at the Weston Bear Mountain. When we checked in on it last time, it was just Jordan Cunningham hanging out at Bear Mountain on his own. Pretty swanky. Have people started to arrive, Jordan?
Guys, thank you. No, is the short answer. 6:30, people start streaming, and there's plenty of wine though. Just off, we're not going to touch that. We are just really keyed into what's going on here tonight. It is going to be a sea of blue running through this room. Certainly, challenge to dress for this guy anyway. Blue is off the table, as is all the other colors of the major parties. So I'm here in my most boring suit. And that's perhaps appropriate, because today was all about turnout, tonight all about results, which is, of course, the most black and white of information. And as far as the Conservative candidates go on the South Island, they are in contention, if not favored, in 3 of 4 ridings. That's if you believe those prognosticators, the prediction sites that we've all been keeping tabs on. Plenty of room for error there. And you mentioned Alistair McGregor, the 3-time incumbent in this riding. The only pre-prediction that he really buys into are the doors that he knocks on himself, and he's been doing plenty of that, as has Jeff Kibble, the gentleman we'll speak to in the next hour. So all of this really hearsay at this point until 7 o'clock when the polls close and we start getting that trickle of information. And guys, yeah, for the time being, it's just me in a boring suit in a fairly empty room. Lots of chairs, and I'm hoping the fiscal conservatism goes out the window as far as the menu tonight. The snacks, I think, are going to be great, but that's a me thing. We'll have plenty of everybody things coming up next hour.
You look fantastic, Jordan. Don't worry about that, but we'll continue to check in with Jordan throughout the course of the night. We are just coming up on 6:30. I do want to mention that is we're going to start seeing a lot of numbers come in after 6:30. That's when the polls close out on some of the eastern provinces, Ontario, Quebec, and then I think the Alberta as well, right?
Even the prairie provinces, because they have staggered the poll closing times for those provinces. So the only one left after 6:30 open is BC here. So as Paul mentioned, the numbers should be coming in fast and furious in just a few moments' time. And of course, we will keep you updated on the latest. And you can always watch the scroll at the bottom of your screen as well. Right now, though, let's head to Swans in downtown Victoria. That's where South Island NDP candidates are gathering tonight. Chattis Leo is there covering the NDP action for us. Chattis.
Yes, Stacey. Well, they haven't arrived yet, but like you said, we are here at the Swans Pub. We are expecting some of those South Island candidates. So Laura Collins, we're hoping is here, as well as Maya Tate, and as well as Colin Plant. But one candidate who won't be planted here this evening, as far as we know, is Alistair McGregor from the Cowichan Malahat riding as well, too. But that being said, we are expecting they will go on the podium, hopefully say some speeches of some sort. Whether it goes one way or the other, we don't know. We're hoping to see them. If we can get them from the camera, we will do our best as well, too. If not, I'm sure there's going to be lots of people here. We're expecting about 200 people, possibly more, to be here at the Swans Pub, all supporting the NDP and hoping that they can hold some of those seats here on the South Island, which a lot of them have been held here for quite some time, so we are going to see how that turns out. In the meantime, as promised, we're going to go through some mocktails. So the first one is a Moscow Mule. It seems to be missing something, but we're going to enjoy it in the meantime, and Ollie's got himself one too. So again, Swans Pub, waiting for them to show up. We're hoping after 7 o'clock, we're going to see some orange pop in here, and we'll keep you updated as we come along.
Thanks so much, Chattis. We'll check back in with you a little bit later. Interesting when you think about BC and the voting numbers. In 2021, we're looking at about a three-way split between the NDP, the Liberals, Conservative, and of course the one Green. I mean, one of the reasons it's interesting to watch, and we may be watching BC's results into the wee hours of the morning, is it could be split pretty much 50-50. And we'll see how that weighs in with the Conservatives and Liberals at the end of the night. Do we want to take a look at the Saanich-Gulf Islands? Let's do it. Let's do it.
Sure.
The past 14 years.
I love this riding.
I do too. It's been the Green Party of Canada's. Yes, you do, Gary. Yes,
you know what we all
this
love
is the best riding of the night
Best
for our
riding
panelists here. Oh my gosh, of course. So it's been Elizabeth May's seat for the last number of years, and it was Elizabeth who defeated you, Gary, back in 2011. And it's another toss-up this time around.
Yeah, about 1,500 people in this riding. The riding has been around since 1988, from Galliano through Salt Spring down to Saanich, the area known for its oceanside beauty and its environmentally conscious voters, many of whom are retirees, but it's getting younger as well in that region.
Yes, and we're all wondering if the environment vote will be trumped by the trade war and issues of sovereignty this time around, and we will find out. Of course, Elizabeth May, renowned for her work ethic. She's been running for the 5th time, and we're all wondering if Conservative Cathy Onstead, who is on her heels, will manage to take her down. Lots of Conservative success here. Gary, tell us about this riding of yours and how complicated and interesting it is. Greens and Conservatives been going back and forth with the exception of Lynn Hunter for a little while there.
Yeah, I was there 5 elections, but honestly, every one of I won with sometimes less than 40% of the vote because of the vote splits, because there were strong showings from the other parties, the NDP and the Liberals. I remember, I believe it was 2008, the Liberals were within 1%.
They were, yeah.
Yeah, so it's, so how all those vote splits works and how the issues, I'm not convinced. I mean, I will agree with Keith. Keith talked about the Trump factor, and one thing he did say is how it's united everybody in this country.
It certainly has.
Regardless of political stripe, regardless of where you are, whether you're from Quebec and you're a separatist, or we all banded together. We all think this guy is maybe certifiable or something, but not in a good way. But that seems to be waning the last week or 10 days. He seems to have created more chaos and troubles in his own country with the markets, the bond markets, and these are very deep conversations. But so I'm not sure that is going to be as strong on the ballot question as it might have been 2 weeks ago. So that could actually also have an impact. Yeah. I think people are starting to think about jobs, the economy, the environment. All of these things are starting to creep back up. I can't afford a home.
Right.
The young people and the young voters are speaking loudly this time, and we want to be there. So it's really going to be a horse race. I mean, I don't think, I wouldn't bet any money on it. And that's a good thing. You know, democracy is a wonderful thing.
It really is.
So we have to respect that, and we'll see where it comes out. Obviously, I'm cheering for the Conservatives, but I also am a realist too, and I know it's going to be very close.
Well, and I want to talk about how close it's going to be, because you and I were talking about this off air. It is really looking like a bit of a two-candidate race. You never know, but a lot of that is boots on the ground and fists on doors, right?
It is, and I have some, very clear sense of how many boots have been on the ground for the Greens in that riding and how hard that team has been working. And I this is a special riding in Canada. It's a riding that's represented both federally and provincially by Greens. And in the provincial election, we had a handover from Adam Olsen, the two-term Green MLA, to Rob Botterill, and so the successful election of a new Green. And so, of course, for Greens, this riding is very much the beginning of it all. Elizabeth really led the way on being the first Green elected in Canada and showing that it's possible, and then showing what it means to have a Green representative, hardworking, dedicated to the community, and really focused on collaboration across party lines. You have to when there's only one or two of you. But because that gets results, and she's really demonstrated that she's gotten results for her community. So it's obviously a riding that's very close to our hearts as Greens. And we'll be watching it very closely tonight.
It's a fascinating race, and I shouldn't say it's just two candidates, because Colin Plant is a fantastic candidate. He's a teacher. He's very much in the know. He's in a very tough race, and so is David Beckham with the Liberals. I mean, there's your four candidates right there. All of them are going to be in tight because Elizabeth May is just so strong. Kathy Ounstead so well connected in that community as well. So it's going to be a fascinating race to watch.
Has spoken very well.
He's
done a great job in this campaign.
Yes, of course, chair of the CRD board,
exactly.
long-time
very accomplished
Saanich councillor.
Absolutely.
My former social studies teacher. Thanks, Colin.
And I think it's a really great example of when you have these tighter races, you actually get really high-quality candidates.
You do.
You get, in a lot of ways, really high-quality debate and conversation. And this is something we should be striving for in all of our races, is to see that caliber of candidate and the effort that goes into winning over the community.
Yeah. Let's go live to that riding. I want to go to Church and State, and that's where the lovely and talented Corey Sidaway is standing by. And how are the Greens feeling out there tonight, Corey? Give us a sense.
There is hope in the air. I just spoke to one of the volunteers that was outdoor knocking right to the bitter end. She said her feet were hurting. She'd been on her feet for so long. But you can kind of hear it maybe behind me. It's a light atmosphere here right now. But, it's really, like we said earlier in the program, it's the story of survival tonight. This is the worst that the Green Party has done in the federal polls during Elizabeth May's tenure, which she's been around since for 4 consecutive terms, or for the last 14 years. And in the most recent federal election, she took home about 37% of the federal vote. There's a lot of talk about this election, about strategic voting, specifically in the Saanich-Gulf Islands. Will the progressive voters pool their votes in the Greens, or might it go to the Liberals with that new candidate, David Beckham, who is an environmentalist, environmental consultant rather, who could pull some of that environmental vote over, or will it be the Ounstead? Will she be ousted by Ounstead? The Conservative candidate, we'll just have to see. We know that Elizabeth May is in the building. She walked through with her husband just about 10 minutes ago. And there's people, starting to file in here, have a few drinks and gorgeous platters of food. But we'll have to see how this really rolls out as the polls close.
You know what, Corey, I got to say, there's a lot of great locations to be at tonight, but Church and State Winery out in Paradise, I feel like you won that lottery a little bit.
Can I just say, they served us steak and risotto. I don't want to point it out, rub it in, but that's what we got, me and Mark right here. We're well fed.
Okay, all right.
Thumbs up from Mark on the camera there, too.
Mark. Amazing, and this is definitely going to be one to watch. Of course, traditionally very high voter turnout. Last election, it was more than 70% voter turnout, always traditionally one of the best in Canada at advanced polling. So a very engaged community, very invested in these results. So we're hoping for big numbers once again.
And might I say, Stacey, really quickly, our team does a great job of building the graphics and everything. The David Beckham graphic It took us about 15 searches to finally get his face because every other Google picture is David Beckham playing soccer. So thank you to our team for eventually finding that picture of David Beckham.
All right. Well, we're talking numbers, and Scott Fee has some numbers as we pass the 6:30 mark and see some more of these polls closing. Scott, take it away.
It's early. It's still very, very early, but we're going to start seeing some of those trends develop. An interesting one, I won't get into too much details here, but out in the Maritimes where we saw the Liberals and the Tories making some inroads there, it was where the NDP placed in some of those ridings that may spell out the story for the rest of the nation. Where they were in second, they're now in third. So that's just a small indication of what we're seeing, and maybe that story will play out. I still believe that at the end of the day out west that we are going to be looking at what kind of voice Vancouver Island's going to have in government. And certainly there are people here in our studio tonight that can talk about what it means to be in government versus being in the opposition. I know, Sonia, a little bit different because you were a power broker at the time being in your party, but with Gary and Keith being MPs, the difference there, and will we see that on the island, which we haven't seen in a long time. I still think this is why that we're going to be looking at the West being left out in terms of the decision being made. At these amount of seats being in Ontario, 122 and 78 in Quebec, and whether or not any of the main state parties, whether the Conservatives or the Liberals, can make inroads here, and whether in the GTA that the Liberals can hang on to some of those seats. So let's take a look at what's happening in Ontario right now. I'll click out, I promise, Nikki, who's controlling our graphics right now. Milton East, Halton Hills South. Now, we don't have any numbers yet, but this is going to be one to watch because this riding is brand new. So this came to be in 2025 for this election. So we'll see what happens here. There isn't a lot of main names here, certainly for us. Parham Gill, though, happened to be a cabinet minister under Doug Ford. So he has some name recognition there. So we'll see which way the direction goes for that. Let's take a look at, for fun, the bellwether, Burlington. This has been predicting, or has not predicted, but rather have voted for an MP in government for the past 40 years. Since 1984, this riding has hit the target every single time. Still early, so as we see those numbers come up on your board there with 37 for the Liberals, and my eyesight's failing me, but I think it says 28. Right now, it's still early. These are the big ones that we're waiting for. Then, for fun, we'll go to Quebec and we'll look at Trois-Rivières and see, okay, so this is a story that is developing in terms of what this means for Mark Carney and the Liberals. If they can pull this off. This has been a consistent Bloc Québécois riding. This is a tariff hit riding, very sensitive to the ongoing tensions right now with the United States. And the Bloc, not only is it not in second, it's trailing third to the Conservatives. And right now, it's early, only 10 polls out of the 269 reporting, but 359, a healthy lead right now. This could indicate what the Liberals may do. And if they can go from, I think it's 33 seats right now, if they can gain 10 in Quebec, I'm telling you, this thing will be called by the time around the GTA when we start getting healthier numbers out of there. Back to you guys.
All right. Well, it makes me wonder then why the leaders spent so much time in British Columbia, Scott, and time on Vancouver Island if it wasn't going to matter. But I guess we'll find out more as the night plays out.
It might have had something to do with the blossoms.
Yeah, I mean, we had the best weather. They can have their bellwether. We've had the best weather, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. How important do you think it is for the leaders to be a presence in some of the ridings in some of the provinces that are up for grabs, Gary?
Yeah, I mean, some of these ridings are going to get down to less than 1%.
Yeah.
And when they're that close, it does make the difference. You know, and the same thing with the local candidates. I've always wanted to believe local candidates, even if you're a cabinet minister, you might influence about 5%. You know, it really gets down to supporting the party, their platforms, the leaders. But in the ridings, all of them on Vancouver Island, all of that extra work is going to make a difference. And so, so when the leader shows up, especially at the end, and they go into the ridings, and they're very strategic in where they go, especially the last week, 10 days of the campaign. They're trying to push some of those ridings that are in neck and neck over the top. Because it does make a difference. When they get great coverage, they're there, they're talking to the people on the ground, and so I think it can have an impact, especially if you have to move the needle less than 1%, it's going to make a difference.
Right.
Sonia, what message are you sending? And I know is at a provincial level, but when you are going into the election and election day, What message?
Every opportunity to participate in these forums, to connect with voters, to show what they stand for, to explain why they're running. All of these things really matter. One of those amazing volunteers that Keith mentions in my first campaign, Laura Kopech, she used to say, how you do one thing is how you do everything. And so if you're running for office and you're saying, oh, I'll be accountable, I'll be transparent, you need to be that way from the get-go. And the campaign is where you're doing your job interview. You're showing what kind of representative you intend to be. And ideally, it's a representative who is available and showing up and responding to the issues and concerns of the communities that they want to represent.
Yeah, you know, a lot of it about, I want to talk a bit more about messaging tonight, and perhaps Rob Shaw can take on that and the messaging that we've been experiencing from the Liberals, from Pierre Poilievre and from Mark Carney as well. A little bit more of a shifty kind of message from the Conservative side, where Mark Carney's has maybe been a little bit more consistent. Rob, what's your take and your panelists on the messaging that we've been experiencing from the leaders this time around?
Yeah, that's one way to look at it, but the other way is that this is a Liberal government that basically ran against itself on some of its major policies. The carbon tax, for example, the capital gains increase. Those are two kind of shifts in messaging we saw from them at the last minute. That sort of was an interesting way for the government to kind of change some of that messaging. I wanted to talk, and the panel's going to come up here, on the two T's of this campaign: timing and Trump, both of which played big roles in, I think, sort of setting some of the tone and providing certain advantages in this campaign. Jeff, we're going to start with you about this. Donald Trump. If there's no Donald Trump, what kind of election are we in that alternate universe?
Well, folks have been saying that there's no Team Orange presence in this election, and I have to disagree. The Team Orange of Donald Trump is right at the center of everything that's happening in this campaign. Look, the Liberals scrubbed the Trudeau brand. They chose a leader who, in the public's eye, is uniquely qualified to take on Donald Trump. They're tapping into voter fears about sovereignty in our economy. And who would have thought a few months ago that the Liberals would be close to 70 seats and the Conservatives at 48? You have Poilievre, who had this really impressive rise in support in the past 2 years that kind of mirrored the rise in the cost of living in inflation. But he's failed to pivot on Trump. He's focused on old issues, and he's kind of looking like a runner who, at the end of that Times columnist run, starts to give the fist pump and act like they've won with 200 meters out. Then someone runs by them at the last second. And
you talking about me?
I'm talking. I'm talking about Mark Carney.
Oh, okay, all right. Sorry. Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, it's not that those issues aren't important. That the issues that Poilievre zoomed in on addictions and on street disorder and on taxation. It's just that Trump seemed to kind of overwhelm them, suck the oxygen out of the room in his ability to talk about.
Yeah, it's like fear is beating anger. I think that's what's happening in the campaign.
Nicole, like, the idea of timing is also an interesting part of this, because the scheduled election was actually this October. Mark Carney wins the leadership race, goes with that early election. Seems like a very smart decision. How does timing kind of set the Liberals up for some success here?
Yeah, definitely. I think we had a very busy leadership, and while we could have taken a pause and been a lot less tired, especially tonight, we would have been a lot less successful. And so I think just running straight into the campaign made a lot of sense. It was also, our team was very much ready to go. Most of the people that were a part of Mark Carney's leadership are also on the campaign team, and that consistency has boded well for us. The field managers were already ready, up and ready. We had tour teams ready to go. Everybody had already engaged our volunteer base as well and brought those people into the tent and started expanding on our networks because of a really fun leadership. And so waiting wouldn't have benefited anybody, and we were all ready at the end of that anyways to go, and so here we are.
And it certainly helped with the idea that Mark Carney was a change from the previous leader, because he was able to kind of leap out that way. If he'd stayed in office until October, he would be running on part of his own record too, as well.
Yeah, definitely. You get painted with the brush of a past administration, past cabinet ministers as well, and so to do an entire refresh and a new cabinet appointment, smaller cabinet, almost immediately was a huge win for us and allowed us to move forward and tackle the issues that I think Canadians cared about, which was the the Trump tariffs and affordability and all the things that we really needed to focus on as a country. It's been an interesting election because you've seen Mr. Carney fly back and forth across Canada and engage with voters, but also have to take time out of the campaign to go deal with Trump and be the Prime Minister for a couple of days and represent us in Ottawa. So it's been a tumultuous campaign for sure.
Yeah, Aisha, the polls changing so abruptly in the election from this 20-point Conservative lead and then tightening back down with Carney and kind of Liberals taking a bit of a rise with Trump, that the timing in Trump just sort of utterly changed the dynamic of what we were seeing.
Yeah, it completely changed because, two of the major platform pieces are we're going to change and the carbon tax, and both of those issues almost got taken off the table because even Carney is arguably a change and that's how he's been promoting himself as such. But timing is everything in politics, and once Trump entered the narrative, you saw Liberals, even started to rise before Justin Trudeau stepped down. And there's a reason why Carney called an election right away, and there's a reason why he made the campaign as short as possible, because he wanted to take advantage of these poll numbers. And even from the beginning of the campaign until today, we have seen that steady decline in the Liberals. So probably smart call on his part for sure. But, Trump garners a lot of fear, as we've mentioned, and I think that the Conservatives took a risk in not addressing that more head on. This morning with Trump, another tweet. You saw Pierre come out and try to, push back one more time, maybe a little bit too late. But I would have liked to see a little bit more of an aggressive stance by the Conservatives on Trump because fear is a very powerful motivator. I think it's a mistake to ignore it and to not try to harness that to your advantage if you can.
And by not being as aggressive on it, he allowed some of his opponents to paint him as kind of, more sympathetic or fearful of alienating part of the base that might support Trump. So he kind of got painted by his opponents a little bit there.
Exactly. It's a very fine line to balance there, but, you're from the polls, you're behind. It's time to swing for the fences, and it's time to address what is on most people's minds, and Trump keeps making sure he's at the top of everyone's mind. So you have to be addressing those, and we'll see if it was enough.
Yeah.
Real quick on timing. Yeah. Can you imagine if the NDP had pulled the plug in November? How different the results would be tonight? We'd probably be looking at a Conservative majority and NDP official opposition. Right. So wow, the timing, you're absolutely right. Timing is everything in politics.
And I think Jagmeet Singh said he had no regrets about hanging on for that little extra time too.
Well,
so
he feels he's achieved some gains for Canadians, and sometimes you sacrifice electoral success for making gains for Canadians.
Yeah. Paul and Stacey, to go back to the discussion you were having also about all candidates forums. I know in the last provincial election and again in this election, you hear from strategists who talk a little bit about how they don't feel with such a high advanced voting turnout that those all candidates debates make much of a difference, that they feel like some of the all candidates debates are filled with people who've already made up their mind about how they're going to vote. And then in the age of social media clips where everything can go viral, something gets taken out of context. For some people who are already ahead in the polls, the strategists tell them there's no upside to going to this. You might say something stupid and embarrass your leader and get taken in that short little clip that goes viral. So you hear all of that from strategists as they argue against those all candidates debates. And I just want to add here that because you have Gary Lunn there, you're talking about Saanich-Gulf Islands, perhaps talk about the overpasses, the roundabouts that he brought, and whether everyone still loves the roundabouts, delivering for the riding, 3 roundabouts at a time.
We love the roundabouts so much. We spend extra time in them when
that's
they're
right.
around and around.
Every
and around.
time by accident. Yeah.
The story on the roundabout, I don't think we're on the air, are we?
Oh, yeah, we should go for it. Yeah.
The story in the roundabout in the 2011 election, BC Highways opened it 1 week into the federal campaign without telling anyone. We just drove up and said, oh, this is open. And there was an RCMP car on each side sorting out cars that have piled in. There's an accident every 2 or 3 minutes on each side. I went door knocking up in Dean Park, which I would get 80%. Slam, 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 slam. It became Gary's roundabout.
Oh, boy.
I kept telling him, I'm not a highways engineer. This is BC Highways. But it's one of those things that happen.
You know what?
But thanks, Rob, for reminding me.
Yeah, very good. And Rob talked about clips that people might take to go viral. I think I said there was 15,000 people living in Saanich, North Island. I apologize. 115,000 is the correct answer there. So
Well, there
don't
you
clip
go.
it.
Okay. And the other interesting thing about that is the fact that the parties all released their platforms pretty much after or during advanced voting. So that's an indication that policy this time around isn't as important as maybe some other factors. Let me take a look now at the riding of Courtenay-Alberni. This has been another NDP stronghold since the riding was created in 2015, but Conservatives, again, hoping to flip this one blue as well.
Yeah, they certainly are. This is another very large riding, more than 15,000 people in it, in fact. The population growing significantly since the last election in 2021. The riding stretches from Courtenay to Tofino, Lanceville. It includes Port Alberni, Qualicum, and part of Nanaimo as well.
Let's take a look at the candidates here. Gord Johns held that seat since 2015, looking for his fourth consecutive win tonight. But Conservative Chris McNichol thinks he'll win because he's not a career politician, and he is the voice of real people.
Yeah, that resonates with a lot of voters for sure. Brian Cameron and the Liberals also getting a lot of support. Brian's a long family legacy in politics, and longtime political organizer Chris Markovich is hoping to flip the riding from orange to green.
All right, well, we're on the topic. Let's move down to Nanaimo Ladysmith, where the polls suggest this one, again, is historically a tight race. Four-way race. The NDP won the seat in 2021 via very slim margin, taking it from former Green MP Paul Manley.
Yeah, and both in the race again. Now, geographically, this riding stretches south of Ladysmith to North Nanaimo's Hammond Bay Road. It has a population of about 135,000 people, with most of those people concentrated in the Harbor City.
Let's take a look at the candidates here. Lisa Marie Barron won in 2021. She earned 28.8% of the vote to the Conservatives' Tamara Cronus at 27.1%. Now, what makes this riding special, too, is that we have the same candidates we did in 2021. So they're going at it again here. We've got lawyer and business owner Tamara Cronus there for the Conservatives. They feel they've got a great shot once again. And we talked about Paul Manley, former MP, and he's currently a Nanaimo City Councillor, back in the race, while the Liberals are running Michelle Corfield, who is an Indigenous entrepreneur who's held several roles with Nanaimo Port Authority and has Mark Carney's sister working on her campaign.
Yes, she does. Geez, there's going to be a test at the end. 7:01, polls are officially closed here in British Columbia, so we're going to start getting some results trickling in, albeit very slowly. But we were talking about the riding. Let's go live to that riding. Sky Ryan is covering that race tonight, and Sky, four-way race in that riding. What are you hearing?
Down here, sir. And it is going to come down to every vote, Paul, and we still actually have some stragglers that are trying to get in and being turned away. Everybody that is inside, and people have been running, trying to make the deadline. Everybody that's inside, which includes about 60 people, their votes will be cast. So those polls will be maybe even a little slower to come in. This is a four-way race because all four candidates have run against each other before with different results. Of course, the Conservatives are expected to be the favorites in this riding. Projections are leading that they have quite a lead over the Green Party, the Liberals, and the NDP. The NDP, though, she really insists that the polls are wrong or the projections were wrong before. She won it last time. Paul Manley has also gained a lot of profile as a councillor on the city of Nanaimo. So this is going to be a very interesting race. What I really hear from a lot of people is what the reason they're turning out, and I've spoken to several people who freely admitted they've never voted before and they're well into their years of voting, but just haven't. But they felt compelled to be here tonight, and that's telling you just how these issues are resonating with people. Not necessarily the tariffs, but here on the ground. We have a growing community where the index, the severity of crime is way up. We also have some street disorder and homelessness that is so visible and so heartbreaking, and an opioid crisis. And people are really starting to feel unsafe in some of the communities that they once brought their children to, and where you would maybe even run in the middle of the morning to by yourself. Now people are grouping up. And I think that's really resonating with people. And of course, that is leading to that crime and tough on crime message that the Conservatives have been pitching. So what we're going to see tonight really could come down to the 60 or 70 people inside. And we'll bring those results to you as soon as we can.
All right, Sky, thank you so much. And even during your chat there, we saw people turned away at the door and those voting signs coming down. So who knows if those folks that didn't make it quite in time, missing their vote, might have an impact in this one. Thanks, Sky. We'll see you soon.
It's kind of heartbreaking to see those people
No,
go
it really
there.
was.
Say,
It really was. Like, oh, I just made it.
Also, it was pretty fascinating to see how quickly they could tear down that the election signs were gone, everything. They're like, we got to go watch CHEK News coverage,
There
right?
you
So
go.
fair enough. Let's throw things over to Scott Fee. He's keeping an eye on the results. Scott, it's 7:04. Can you tell us everything already?
Yeah, we've
perfect.
got
Let's
it
go.
all figured out so far. Well, you can see from the numbers there on the bottom of the screen that Liberal lead is expanding. Not to say the Conservatives still strong, still in healthy numbers, and it's still incredibly early. But let's take a look at some of the big numbers out there. This is the national popular vote right now. Again, we just had our polls close out here out west, but you're starting to see that is significant right now at 50%. That's not a small number for the Liberals, and you're seeing the NDP dropping significantly, and that is playing a story here, and so is the Bloc. And you'll see in the seat change that we're about to show you what is actually happening in terms of the additions that the parties are making. This huge jump here for a seat change for the Liberals at plus 17 is fully coming at the expense of the Bloc. Those 78 seats in Quebec where the Liberals and the Conservatives are trying to make inroads. Remember back in the day how difficult it was for the Conservatives, for instance, to try and, not going back to Mulroney, but in modern times, in Gary's time, trying to get Harper to try and break through Quebec was really, really challenging. And then when the Bloc Québécois fully took over, the Liberals couldn't get in there. It has been a battleground, or not much of a battleground, for years. That has changed tonight. So let's take a look at some of the numbers that are playing out west. You have Leduc, Wetaskiwin. I just wanted to give the NDP a nod here because their name is on the board. They have a number 1, and this is where this number is coming through. Only 3 polls reporting a significant lead, but some early starts. So does that play out west? Is there a trend there? Does that mean anything? Who knows? But that's why you're seeing that 1 up on your board right now. This is back to that riding, the newly riding that came in this year. Milton East, Halton Hills South, back in Ontario. Parham Gill leading. Again, it's very, very early, but just showing you some signs of those Ontario votes. And Burlington, which has been the bellwether since 1984, currently has the Liberals out in lead early. One poll. But these numbers are going to start coming in real quick here. And you're seeing that number there again with the Liberals sitting at 110 projected or elected. So it's still early. Those are both healthy numbers for both parties. But for certainly with the popular vote leaning towards the Liberals and the seat change that is occurring, we may start seeing that trend as the evening progresses. Guys?
Thank you,
Thank you. And of course, we're watching that NDP number. Gary, you mentioned that they need 12 seats to retain that
Party
official
status. Yes.
party status. That's something that people have been wondering if the NDP were going to achieve this time around. Certainly, Leader Jagmeet Singh's own riding is in question. So keeping our eye on that orange bar at the bottom of your screen as well. The whole country is watching with the potential for our ridings here on Vancouver Island to have an impact on the dynamics of our next government. Let's take a look at the North Island-Powell River riding.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting race to watch. The largest riding geographically on Vancouver Island, extending to the mainland. It includes communities like Comox, East Courtenay, Campbell River, Powell River, Port McNeill, and Port Harvey.
The NDP held this seat since 2015 when the boundaries were redrawn, but this riding could see a major shakeup this year. We've got Tennille Johnson, who's leading the way for the NDP after Rachel Blaney not running this time around.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the top 4 candidates here. As you mentioned, Rachel Blaney, she's represented the riding since 2015, not running. So Tennille Johnson hoping to take that orange torch and really go there. But of course, Aaron Gunn is a big name that a lot of people are talking about.
Yeah, and he's been the center of some controversy in this campaign. We have a number of First Nations chief, local mayors, and other community leaders actually signing a letter sent to the Conservative Party asking for him to be removed as a candidate. The reason is that he made a statement, or he believed that residential schools were not an instrument of genocide, and that caused a lot of problems. However, However, he's got a huge following on social media and is considered to be a front runner here. So what's your take, Gary, on this riding and the idea of overcoming this controversy for the Conservative candidate here?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously, I don't know any people in the party that would support that view. I mean, what happened in the residential schools was not okay. I was there when Stephen Harper apologized to the First Nations and the leaders and the chiefs on the floor of the House of Commons. And so, but you know, and I didn't actually see exactly what he did or the statement, but you can't make excuses. When things like that happen, you just have to unequivocally apologize and don't try to excuse your way out of it, and hopefully you can survive it. Again, he's still on the ballot, and he apparently is leading in the polls. So we'll have to wait and see what the end of the night comes. But you know, those views are not acceptable from anybody today, in my viewpoint.
What kind of conversation would Pierre Poilievre have with a candidate like Aaron Gunn over these controversial comments? Because he is doing so well in the polls. What kind of conversation is had behind closed doors?
I'm sure he would have addressed it similar as I would have, just as I would have said. So that would have been made very, very clear to him that this is not acceptable. And again, I don't know, it doesn't sound like it was something that was taken out of context. So when there's that many people, like when you get chiefs and mayors from many municipalities. But having said that, it's, you know, if he overcomes it, and obviously it's not acceptable, I think, you know, we'll see what happens. But I don't imagine the leadership of the party, they would have been very, very clear. I personally believe when someone crosses the line, and I don't know what happened here, so I'm not commenting on this specifically, but when you cross the line, I don't care if you're in the safest seat in the country. You have to show leadership, and they have to go. Like, you have to show the rest of the Canadians that this isn't acceptable under any circumstances. So again, I don't know exactly what happened in this riding, but clearly the party chose to keep him in the race.
Sonia, what does it tell you that he's leading in the polls, even in spite of comments like that?
Yeah, I mean, I think I draw parallels to the provincial election, and there were some candidates in the provincial Conservative Party, and we saw how that played out after the election with Dallas Brody being ejected from the Conservative caucus. There is a huge burden on the party leaders and on the parties themselves to take on the responsibility of vetting candidates, and when candidates demonstrate, as Gary points out, that they are holding views that really don't align with the party's values or with the values of Canadians writ large. Leading the polls or not leading in the polls, the party has a responsibility to the public. And our political parties in Canada have traditionally played a very important role of determining who gets onto ballots and who gets removed from ballots. And I think it's a conversation that we have to keep having, similar to the electoral conversation, is that balance between a popular candidate and also the responsibility that political parties have to the public.
Yeah, there was a video that came out in the last couple of days where it was an Indigenous elder, and pardon me, I don't know that elder's name, but basically confronting Aaron Gunn about that. And he said, I still believe everything that was in the Truth and Reconciliation report. And that was his line. But it's interesting because the NDP candidate, Tenniel Johnson, is of Wewikai First Nation. So it's certainly something to watch through the course of this evening. But yeah, he made a lot of headlines, Aaron Gunn, and if he gets elected, I'm sure he'll continue to make a lot of headlines.
Yeah.
And I think particularly with reconciliation and the rights of Indigenous peoples, this is something that our political leadership really needs to recognize, that we can't afford to politicize.
No.
That we have a responsibility as a nation and as people to not only recognize the terrible impact that residential schools and colonialism had on Indigenous peoples, the genocide that occurred in residential schools, but that we cannot then let this issue become a political issue. there are some things that should not be allowed to be used in those ways. And that's, again, that's a question of political leadership from our parties and from the leaders of those parties.
Wow. Well said. Yeah.
All right, we're just hearing some
bit of breaking news.
Amazing breaking news. Amazing in that, wow, it's happened early, but the CBC is declaring a Liberal government. Right now, they have not declared whether it's a minority or a majority, but that's what they're saying. And so it's the perfect time then to check in with Mary Griffin, who is who is at Liberal headquarters at the Scottish Community Centre in View Royal. Mary.
Stacey, we were here when the CBC made that projection. There was a round of applause because, you know, the room is still filling up with a lot of red supporters of the Liberal Party. I've managed to ask a few people what was their reaction to that. One person said he thought it was a little premature. 3 other people said they were very happy. But, you know, you can get a sense after covering enough elections what everybody is feeling in the room. And it's cautious optimism at this point. It's still early in the night. But David Anderson, the former MP, Liberal MP to hold the riding of Victoria, the last Liberal MP to hold the seat for the Liberal Party, just arrived a moment ago. We'll be talking to him shortly. But, you know, you can really start to feel things are cooking at Liberal HQ tonight.
Mary, thank you very much. Mary, we'll continue to check in with Mary Griffin through the course of the evening. She's in View Royal. I want to bring in Keith Martin again in Washington, D.C., of course, a former Liberal MP joining us now. And Keith, what is your immediate reaction to CBC reporting that the Liberals will form government? We don't know minority or majority yet, but they will form government again.
Well, Paul, certainly better than a different type of announcement.
Fair enough.
For sure. But no, I mean, that's obviously very, very encouraging to all of us who are Liberals. But it is early, and we'll see how it plays out. And I think, you know, as was said earlier in the broadcast, for us on Vancouver Island, we want a seat at the table. We want a seat in government. And, you know, Gary knows this well, having been a cabinet minister, it matters. And so let's see, you know, what turns up on our island. I hope we have government representation, and I hope we have cabinet representation, and that'll be great for our island, because I know whoever does that will work for everybody, regardless of their political stripe.
So it looks like we're racing for 172, I think, is the number we need for a majority government. We can see that the Liberals have 134 at this point. And I wanted to talk about marketing and campaigning a little bit here. I have a 17-year-old daughter, and she said that Mark Carney did an excellent job of reaching her through TikTok, through social media, far, far better than the other candidates did. And we talked about engagement as well. And my daughter's contemporaries who were able to vote for the first time really wanted to vote. They have so much invested in what's happening, and they're so aware of what's going on, maybe more so than any time before. So we'll wait and see what the demographics are like of voter turnout. But I'm really interested in what you think. Let's start with you, Keith, in Washington. What you think about the job that parties have done in reaching young voters, reaching diverse voters, and how they're going about doing that.
You know, Stacey, one thing that just blew me away, I had no idea that Mark Carney's team was so adept at social media. Instagram, Twitter, the quality of what they were doing, how they were doing it. It looked like it was made in Hollywood, quite frankly, for a lot of it. And I mean that in a very positive way. I had no, you know, for a banker, you expect bankers to be pretty dry, but Mark Carney's not just your regular banker or governor of a central bank. One of the things he was known for is that he was a guy with a lot more. And I think that he's obviously attracted a really outstanding team of people who are able to really use social media to great advantage. He was able to tell his views through very powerful stories and images. And maybe that, Stacey, is what your daughter saw, because that's what I saw, and I was completely floored by it. I'm going, I've got a lot to learn from this, from how they're doing this. I want to know who was their team, because it was really superb.
Yeah, Keith, just before we bring in the other panelists here, I think a lot of conservative supporters are going to be wondering what changes. So we've had this government in power for so long. What's going to change? Different leader, but same government. What changes in your eyes?
Well, it's not the same government. It is a different leader. We have a different environment. in terms of what's happening here in the United States. And so it boils down to what something I think voters across the country have actually stood out. Who's the best person to deal with President Trump? Who's the best person to navigate a different relationship with our largest trading partner? Who is the best person to navigate with other leaders in other parts of the world, because we've had to do that? And who's the best person to be able to deal with our internal challenges and articulate and deal with the issues that affect our country from coast to coast? And so I think to Prime Minister Carney's credit, he's actually operated in that way, dealing with issues on productivity and others by working with premiers, being able to break down barriers to trade. So I think one of the pleasant surprises, because it is a question, right, of whoever is becoming a leader, how are they going to be able to deal with our very fractured internal politics within our country? Who's going to deal well with the premiers? And I think Mr. Carney has done a really stellar job in that regard. So and I think that's been personally just a really pleasant surprise, and shows his skills, his political chops that he's actually been demonstrating since he became PM.
I want to thank you, Keith. I want to bring you in, Gary, here and talk. 6 months ago, we would be having a much different conversation. 6 months ago, Poilievre had it locked up, lock, stock, and barrel. And then there's the Trump factor. Mark Carney comes in. We've got a short 37-day campaign, and it's all flipped on its ear. Where was the misstep in your mind with Poilievre and his campaign?
Well, I'm not sure if they pivoted as early enough to becoming prime ministerial. You know, he was still in the official opposition leader mode. So, I mean, but to his credit, he stuck to his message. It's about change, because there's a lot of people in the country, and myself being one of them, that don't believe. You know, Mark Carney came in, and people didn't like Justin Trudeau. Fair enough. I expected overnight to see a 10, maybe 15% shift. But I didn't expect to see the collapse of the NDP, as dramatic as it was. But then he just kept going and going and going, like right through the campaign, and just not slowing down. And so, but I'm still one of the opinion, it's the same team, it's the same cabinet ministers, you know.
For now.
Yeah,
going into the
we'll see how much change. But I mean, he's by and large, you know, obviously there's always some turnover, and you're going to get some new MPs. But you know, he's the Liberal Party. I mean, I don't know where this is all going to go. Like, their fundamental plank was the carbon tax. You know, we heard every cabinet minister for 10 years trumpet that carbon tax. It's gone. And then every time there's another announcement, like the capital gains tax, gone. So I'm just not convinced one person can turn the Titanic. You know, it's, but time will tell. I mean, we see through the polls. I mean, I fully expect to see some type of Liberal government tonight. You know, because you can't deny the, you know, they're there. That's, you know, but, and you know, we'll find out in another year or so.
Well, it was interesting. I mean, I interviewed Pierre Poilievre about 6 months ago, came on our podcast, and at that point, he was leading in the polls by tons, and he was coming in here very confident, but it was that almost combative tone, like you say, like he is definitely the opposition, and that's what made him popular, but he maybe took too long to get prime ministerial, because he got there eventually,
he eventually got there in the campaign, but I think he needed to start there a lot sooner. And I think they're probably aware of that too, his campaign team.
Okay, we're not going to make this a Liberal love-in, trust us. There's going to be lots of other storylines to cover right now, but I do want to go back to View Royal and Mary Griffin. She's standing by with a very special guest. Mary.
Thanks very much, Paul. Well, I'm standing here with David Anderson, who is the last Liberal MP to hold the riding of Victoria. Mr. Anderson, what do you think is going to happen tonight?
Well, I think it looks like a Liberal victory and a Liberal majority government, which is probably a good thing given the problems we face at the moment. So it looks pretty much what's been predicted all along in the last 2 weeks.
What do you think of the campaign?
The campaign was remarkable in the sense that the changes the swings are very large and unusually large, very unusual. But the people who were supporting change were first looking to these Conservatives, and then they simply realized that the change wasn't going to come from there, and that Mr. Poilievre was not the leader they wanted to see representing Canada. So it was definitely the retirement of Mr. Trudeau, the leadership bid of Mr. Carney, and the rejection of the Tory leader that were the major features of the campaign.
Now, it's still early. What do you think is going to be the outcome? The Liberals are ahead. They've been declared that they're going to form government.
Liberals are ahead, but what I don't know yet is the number of prairie seats, rural prairie seats in particular, and how they voted. If they've already voted and they're already included in the numbers of the Conservatives, then the Conservatives have real trouble. But if they have yet to be counted and yet to be included in the seat total, then they can hang on to the thread of hope that it'll be a minority government.
And what do you think of the Victoria riding? It's very close. It's been predicted that it's another one of the island battlefields.
It is indeed, and quite rightly, because Victoria voters or Greater Victoria voters are more inclined to look to the candidate than people elsewhere. And the candidate that we have is excellent. The other candidates are excellent too, but we definitely think we've got the edge on candidacy, and that's going to make a big difference.
Vancouver Island often plays a role in the outcome of the federal election. Do you think it's going to be any different tonight?
No, it could well be that Vancouver Island providing the last votes that make a majority government. And I certainly hope that's the case, because we tend to be shunted to the sidelines when we're not part of the governing caucus in Ottawa.
And any last thoughts on the night?
Well, it's a happy night for Liberals. We've done considerably better regardless of win or lose, but we're going to win with win. So we're pretty happy about the results so far. We're also happy about the results in the polling being more or less accurate up to now. If that trend continues, which it should, we'll see changes on Vancouver Island.
David Anderson, the last Liberal MP to hold this seat of Victoria.
2006.
2006. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Co-commentator there.
Oh, amazing. Yeah, I was at David Anderson's office in 2006. He seems much happier today than he was on last night.
Very well said. Okay, so as of right now, CBC saying it is going to be a Liberal win. Majority, minority, we don't know. What I do know is I'm going to turn things back over to Mr. Rob Shaw, hanging out at Oh Boy Studios in Vancouver. And are we surprised these results are coming in this quickly and it's been decided this early?
Well, it's certainly one of the best case scenarios for the federal Liberals. Some of the trend lines that we were speculating off of the top, a kind of a collapse in the NDP vote. Certainly the Bloc losing, in preliminary counts here, more than 10 seats. The Liberals doing very well in Quebec, and some of those numbers playing into those calculations. All the networks now have declared a Liberal government. We just don't know if it is a majority at more than 172 seats, or a minority, which would require some sort of cooperation with whichever parties might be left here. Jeff, I want to bring you in the math that's required to kind of do this at this point for the Conservatives to come back and win. It seems quite extraordinary.
It does. So the Liberals are 14 seats away from matching their result in the last campaign, 26 away from majority. I ran some math. And Nicole, I'm sorry, but British Columbia is really important because the Conservatives would have to win every remaining seat. We did the math a few minutes ago, so it may have changed. They'd have to win, if these numbers on the screen hold, they would have to win every single remaining seat to form a majority government. As you said, it's a collapse of the NDP and the Bloc, and it just shows us that local diligence can't compensate when the ballot question shuts you out of the equation.
That's right, an overwhelming ballot question. Nicole, a victory for the Liberals.
Feeling pretty good, yeah.
Yeah. What do you think? We talked about trend lines. What do you think is contributing to this?
Yeah, it's certainly that collapse, and we've seen that. We've heard a lot about the polls aren't the results, like don't trust the polls, and the polls in this case turned out better for the Liberals than I think anybody imagined. Here in BC even, we're seeing a 10-point split in what's coming in here in Elections Canada, about 49% for the Liberals and 39% for the Conservatives. So that's even far over and above what was previously predicted, which might see an even larger increase in seat count than we were thinking about. 1920 might push up towards like the 2023 mark. So yeah, this is very exciting for us.
So
tonight.
BC does sort of matter-ish? Not really.
The takeaway is the takeaway every time. Yeah, we kind of matter.
Oh, we thought we were going to be so important. We thought we were going to be so important, and we're not. Aisha.
That's what the Liberals think. They think that BC only kind of matters. Next 4 years, look out.
It's still, when the BC results come in, Aisha, it's still early. We're still going to be watching for some battleground ridings. There's still going to be a lot of movement, a lot of splits. The province could still be very interesting, even if the national results seem like they're already kind of settled here.
Yeah, I think BC is still going to be very interesting to watch. This did turn into a two-party race. The collapse of the NDP, I'm sorry, Jeff, it looks that way, and the Bloc was not good for the Conservatives. They may come to rue the day that they went so hard on Justin Trudeau and Jagmeet Singh. So, yeah, unfortunately, BC sort of matters. I guess we'll see majority, minority here to come, but the NDP will be really interesting to watch now.
If it's not a majority Liberal government, who is left to negotiate with for a minority? We have the Bloc. Would the Liberals have to partner with the Bloc, I guess? I mean, at this point, I think a majority is within their grasp, Nicole, and then that would be a moot question. But otherwise, if the NDP cease to exist and the Greens cease to exist, almost there's no one left to partner with.
No, really, we'll be negotiating with ourselves because we're going to have such a large caucus at the end of this too, and such diverse views from across the country. A lot of new MPs. I think that's what it will come down to, making sure that our cabinet is regionally representative. We've got voices from across the country at the table, but that's really what it's going to come down to. And when we're looking in BC and we're talking about what happened with the numbers and how everything shook out and the changes and the differences in the polls, I think that really comes down to the field team and our ground game. The Liberals, like we were talking before, had this already going well before the election. And even though the Conservatives were calling for the election for 2 years prior, didn't quite get it off the ground in the same way. And so I'm going to give a shout out to our field teams today for really working hard, getting those ballots in the box and making sure that this percentage increase was even greater than predicted.
I think, Jeff, it's 12 seats. Is 12 seats of party status at in Parliament? I think the NDP would probably be hoping to salvage a few here to get official party status, maybe?
Sure, it's good to see some orange on the boards. 6 seats. We'll see if that holds. It would be good to have party status. I think the NDP in this last parliament showed the utility of having the NDP there to stand up for working people. Brought us pharmacare, childcare, dental care. Parliament works better when there are new Democrats there, but you know, the voters are always here. We're going to go into the election tropes. The voters are always right, and we'll see what comes tonight for the NDP. One thing I found fascinating about the Liberals' surge is that a lot of that's in Quebec, and it's from it's Quebec sovereigntists who are going to the Liberals because they believe in Canada over Trump. And it's just fascinating to see that. And I will also point out the Conservatives are they're 1 seat away from their result in the last campaign. So they're picking up seats. They're going to have a stronger opposition caucus there. And more seats to come in British Columbia. And we'll see how this all shakes out.
It really will be down to just those two parties, it looks like, Aisha. And I mean, I'm certainly probably a bitterly disappointing roller coaster ride for Pierre Poilievre. Looked for a lot of the last couple of years like he was the prime minister in waiting. Just get to that election and get to that majority conservative government, and it does not materialize here.
Yeah, it disintegrated before everyone's eyes. So it just goes to show the polls in Canada are quite accurate. Listen to them. If they're telling you that you are missing the mark on the ballot question, then you likely are. And it's time to start addressing that more aggressively. And that will be the main focus of their postmortem, I have no doubt. And there'll be a lot of reflection. And yeah, I mean, I have to give it to Mr. Poilievre. He, has worked tremendously hard for a number of years. I've gone to a number of rallies over those years, and the amount of people that he, stays and shakes everyone's hand. So it's a lot of hard work that vanished in a couple months, and there'll be a lot of reflection. And I think, the warning bells were going off, and people, we heard it from inside this Conservative tent. There was some infighting about, what are they going to focus on? They need to change the tone. And they decided not to do that. They thought, we have enough time to get back to the affordability issues, and maybe Trump won't become as big of a, issue for people. But he inserts himself, and you have to expect that from him. And yeah, the Conservatives obviously just didn't address that strongly enough.
We will, Stacey and Paul, still be very interested in Battleground BC because of some of the unique properties of the province, some of that Green vote, some of that historically strong New Democrat support. If they're going to survive anywhere, ridings like Vancouver East and Vancouver Kingsway, still possible, although it's not looking good, but it is still possible. So we'll see how those numbers come in. Take a look at them later.
Yeah, and I like this. We sort of matter. I think we should get T-shirts made for Stacey and Scott. That sounds great. Thanks,
sort
Rob.
of matter. Yeah, and just for some perspective here, 2021, the Liberals had 160 seats, Conservatives 119. They've already surpassed that. The Conservatives did with the popular vote in 2021. The Bloc had 32, the NDP 25, and of course the Greens had 2 in the 2021 election. For more on the numbers, let's head back to the results wall. Scott Fee. Scott.
And as you've been seeing play out throughout the night, certainly back east, the Liberals, we were talking earlier, Stacey, you were mentioning about the leaders coming out to BC quite a bit. Mark Carney, though, was late to BC. He came out much later and spent less time out here. He spent more time introducing himself to the GTA, which is where it's paying off for him there and in Quebec tonight. But let's take a look again at the popular national vote right now. Significant for the Liberals at 46.8% over the Conservatives. But let's take a look at BC. As those numbers really early, but let's start taking a look around and start looking at some of the numbers that are coming in that we can see. We can jump over to one of the more interesting ridings in Abbotsford South Langley. This is going to be a great story if you're a dork like me in terms of watching how this is going to play out. So we don't have any polls right now, but the one you're going to want to watch is most political watchers in our province will know Mike DeYoung, who was ready to step in and become the Conservative candidate in this riding. He was blocked by the party, but then backed by the former MP Ed Fast. And now Mike is running as an independent. 30 years he's been a political career. Many people know him. He's held high-profile roles in our province, well-liked in his riding, and I would say politically well-liked. We'll see what that does, because this should be a shoo-in for the Conservatives, and they need it tonight. But does that block it? Here's another one we want to look at. South Surrey, White Rock, right on the border, of course, so really feeling what's happening south of us, happening right on the doorstep of White Rock and South Surrey. This has been won by the Conservatives the last 2 times. Early, 1 poll, but the Liberals are out in front. So we are going to see some of that story play out. So Stacey, you're right, BC sort of matters tonight. So this could be whether or not this is a pathway to majority or not, or whether the Conservatives can get back in this. Kelowna is going to be another fascinating one to watch. The biggest city in BC's interior. Right now, you've got Stephen Fuhr. People may or may not remember him. He won back in 2015. He didn't run again. Now he's back. A lot of time and energy is spent here. We've got a horse race between the Conservatives and the Liberal. Again, Kelowna, outside of the Justin Trudeau wave, has typically been a Conservative stronghold provincially and federally. And tonight, it's going to be a race right to the end, only 5 polls reporting. So those are just some of the races. Those numbers are coming in. And of course, you guys will be covering Vancouver Island, which will be tight right down to the very last minute.
It's going to be very exciting. Thanks so much, Scott. Those numbers are pretty interesting to see where they at, especially compared to the last election in 2021. And Garrett, I'd love to get your insight on what you think of those numbers and where the Conservatives have started lost some ground, but then also gained some ground from last election.
You know, when it gets back to our, the last 2 federal elections, the Conservative Party won the popular vote, but they didn't win the seats. It's, how efficient. And generally, the Conservative vote isn't as efficient. But we're even behind in the popular vote right now. So it's, you know, but we are at 39.5% of the vote. All 5 of my elections, that would have won you a majority government if you had. So, but it's really the collapse of the other 2 parties. You know, it's when you start getting close to 40%, you know, that's historic in previous campaigns, but it's not holding true today. So, you know, Mark Carney, I mean, they're up at what, 50%, something close to that, 46%. So it's we'll see where it all goes. I don't know how they, you know, I think you'll see, you know, the leader of the Conservative Party, Pierre, I think he's going to stick around. I think he, you know.
Well, you've already talked about him relishing that role of being opposition, right? Can he lean into that again? And will he have the support of his own party is the question.
I think so. I mean, I think he's run a pretty solid campaign, honestly. Like he's, you know, it's easy to be critical. It's easy to be Monday night quarterback.
Right.
But he stuck to his message. He stayed on his script. You know, we want change. It's about the economy. It's about jobs. It's about housing. You know, and those issues in Canada matter. And, you know, it was so effective. You saw the Liberals making similar announcements.
Right.
You know,
that's what Carney came in and made a lot of those policy changes, right?
Policy changes on the fly. So, you know, we'll see what happens. But it's, I think he did a good job on the campaign. I'm not the one, everybody thinks he should have just piled on and I'm the best to deal with Donald Trump. I think, you know what, any of the leaders, the whole country was standing united on this issue. We weren't going to take a backseat to Donald Trump on this. And any leader would have had this solid backing of the entire country from every political party, every single person. We're not going to be taking his disrespect, you know, this 50s first state nonsense. And lately we haven't heard much from him. I think he's created bigger problems for himself.
With some market explosions.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, so we'll see what happens.
Now, Sonia, I wanted to ask you, I've heard it said during this campaign that Canadian voters didn't have the luxury of voting for the NDP or the Green Party this year. It was just taking a stand against Trump and the trade wars was just too important. What's your take on that?
Yeah, and this is the problem, again, with our system, is that it's considered a luxury to vote with your values and your principles. Right. And I think for a lot of people, that's a really distressing experience to not be able to put your support behind the party or the person that you believe in the most out of, again, that place of fear. The burden, I think, out of this election lands very heavily on the Liberals and on Mark Carney to show Canadians that he is different and to actually look at some of the reasons why Trudeau and his government became so unpopular. And I think things like centralization of power in the Prime Minister's office, not empowering the MPs in the cabinet, and not staying in touch with what people's concerns are and what they're experiencing. And so this is going to be a real test. And I think I'm wanting to see if Mark Carney can, you know, really deliver on what he has been promising in this campaign, which is he's not Justin Trudeau. He's not going to repeat the same mistakes as the Liberal government that has been in power for the last 10 years. People will be paying attention. And I think, again, the conversation around the luxury of voting for who you want, there's a lot of people who feel very passionate about the need for electoral reform in this country. And even looking at ways to strengthen our democracy, given the threat of Trump, given what we're seeing literally in real time, the collapse of the U.S. democracy, we have to take strengthening our democracy and strengthening our systems and institutions incredibly seriously right now. And I want to see that from this Liberal government, whether it's a majority or a minority.
Yeah, I think a lot of people will say that's what they want to say. I want to bring in Keith Martin because I can see him over there and I can see he's itching. He wants to get a word in here because we're talking about the Liberal Party. He's got a few things to say, no doubt. But Keith, I'm interested on where you think, one, the Liberals went right, but also where the Conservatives maybe lost some ground, because you've been paying attention to this entire back and forth, this entire election campaign. What jumped out to you as sort of the pivotal moment, and was it changing from Justin Trudeau to Mark Carney?
That's part of it, but I think Prime Minister Carney had really defined his leadership very early on. And I mean, Sonia's spot on. The burden is on his shoulders to act, but I think he's done that since he got at the helm of the leader, as the leader of the Liberal Party. He's actually acted. You know, when Mr. Trump has put forward these really disastrous tariffs against us and all other countries in the world, Mr. Carney came up very swiftly and acted forcefully and articulated that message not only to Mr. Trump, but also importantly to our voters. He displayed focused, disciplined leadership and was very clear that he wasn't going to back down. So he showed his mettle early on. Simultaneously, he's actually pivoted to address one of the vexing challenges within our country, and that is how do we improve our productivity. So one of the things I was really impressed by and so happy about is that he has been working to and articulated reducing the barriers to trade across our country. And there's a fair bit of low-hanging fruit in terms of, it's kind of in the weeds stuff, but labor mobility, credentialing that's acceptable across the country. I'm a physician, so my qualifications are in British Columbia, but it should be across the country since I graduated from Toronto. It's absurd that the qualifications are provincial. So he recognized that, and he's removing these barriers, working with the premiers to be able to do that. And on the other side, he's actually working with other countries, particularly the Europeans, who he knows so well, leaders, to be able to deal with a lot of big security issues that we have with Mr. Putin and his aggression in Ukraine and other points. He's working with the European leaders to be able to shore up those transatlantic relationships that are really important for our economic security and our broader security concerns. So I think for Mr. Poilievre, I think Gary's spot on. I mean, he worded it very well. For whatever reason, Pierre was unable to, read the tea leaves, read the moment, and respond accordingly. And I think that some of his, comments and behavior that was a bit like Mr. Trump obviously didn't sit well with our voters, and he wasn't able to, undo that, if you will.
All right, speaking of Conservatives, we're going to head up to, thank you once again, Keith, head up to North Island-Powell River. Dean Stoltz is there. He's standing by at Gunn Headquarters. Dean.
That's right, we moved. It's warmer in here, and I'm very happy about that. And it's a lively atmosphere here. We are at the Gunn, the main party here, I think. They're holding parties across the island. And right now I'm with Samantha Storfy, and you're party planner extraordinaire, I guess I'll say. You're organizing this one. Are you organizing all the other ones too?
No, but we do have a watch party going. We have every other region on Zoom, so we're all together, which has been really important for the campaign. We've been a team together that has fought hard and just couldn't all be totally together in one room, so it was important that we were on screen with each other.
You're expecting a big crowd tonight, and you said you didn't want it to be a boring event.
No, I'm not all about the boring events.
Politics can be boring, as you know, and we were saying before we went on that it's been anything but boring during this campaign up here in the North Island-Powell River. Gunn is a controversial figure and a controversial candidate here. You know that. He would admit to that. What do you think about that, and just how the campaign has gone on?
So I think Aaron is he's a filmmaker who is not scared to dig deep into real issues that affect the common person. He fights for resources, he fights for industries, and he wants to expose the truth. And that is what brought me to be part of his campaign, is his knowledge and his desire to report factually.
What are some of the big issues? You're talking about the overdose crisis. I mean, the list is a mile long for all parties, right? But how is he tackling the big ones, and what draws you to him based on that?
In the North Island, resources and industries they're the backbone. It's how the North Island was built. In the last number of years, a lot of resources and industries have been cut back, and Aaron's there to fight for it. The North Island, without logging, without fishing, without mining, all of these things are really going to hurt the North Island. And I'm scared for what the North Island looks like without these resources.
What do you think about, final question really, what do you think about just how bitter the campaign became from both sides? You couldn't look at social media and see negative stuff from both sides. What do you think of that? It's all over now. The votes are in, right?
Yeah.
So what do you think about now in retrospect?
I think that some of the things that have happened have truly been a sad display of human behavior. I believe that everybody has the right to vote for who they choose to vote for, and that should come without intimidation or fear. That is what a democracy is, and that's something that really hit me in this election was a lot of dirty politics, and it makes my heart sad. It shouldn't be how it is.
Okay, Aaron Gunn expected to arrive here in the next few minutes, I guess, and make a grand appearance. We'll be shooting some of that, and we hope to talk to Aaron within the first half hour, I would say, after he arrives. Guys?
Good stuff. Right. Thank you very much, Dean. I'm fascinated by some of those numbers. I guess it's very early, but let's pull up that North Island riding again if we can there, team, because 11 polls reporting, I believe, at this point. But take a look, 15 polls reporting now. That's not worth scoffing at this point. 403 to 104. What do you take away from that, Sonia?
Yeah, that's a significant early lead for Tennealle Johnson with the NDP, and I think a bit of a surprise given what the polls were showing. So I think this is going to shape up well. A few polls have come in.
18
and she's maintaining that lead. She's in the high 60s in her percent in the polls that are reported, which is significant. So this will be a very interesting riding to watch.
And Gary, you were saying, however, that in some of these ridings it's very regional. So depending on the which polls are being counted, some can be exclusively NDP, some exclusively Conservative.
But that's with one or two polls. When you get 18 reporting,
or you start getting
you start getting trend lines.
Yeah.
Well, it's not even close. I mean, it's like it's so.
How concerned would you be if you're Aaron Gunn right now with those numbers?
Yeah, unless I have some real valid information that those polls are specifically from certain areas, I mean, I'd be extraordinarily concerned. I mean, there's so far, the lead is so big, you might not be concerned at all because you don't think you're in it. I mean, I mean that's a massive lead. It's like 3 to 1.
Yeah.
So
sure.
I mean, it's so we'll find out as another 10 or 15 polls if that trend continues.
Yes, we sure he will. Let's head back to Scott Fee now with more results at the wall tonight.
Yeah, and to Gary's point, a lot of this is just trends because we're talking about early polls. This is one of those interesting ridings that, to Gary's point, it kind of depends on where the polls are coming in from. West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky country. I mean, the demographics are wide here. And what's interesting here as well is it's been held by several different parties. I believe one of Gary's colleagues, John Reynolds, held this for a long time under the Canadian Alliance banner, under the Reform banner. It's been a Liberal since 2015. So just something to watch here overnight or throughout the night because we're seeing those trend lines come in. Again, one poll, but we're up 209 to 44 for the Liberals, the incumbent there. But again, one of those ridings that covers a lot of different demographics. So staying in BC right now, some of the ridings that we're watching, again, we don't want to jump to any conclusions as we're seeing these numbers are small. This one has been interesting. 4 polls coming in. Vancouver Kingsway has been held by the NDP since 2008. So this is one of their must-wins. And it's tight right now with just over 1,000 for the incumbent to 1,000 for Amy Gill for the Liberals. So that's one that could play out in the next, maybe 30 minutes. We'll start to see whether those trend lines develop or not. And let's check in with Jagmeet Singh. The polls not coming in yet, but we're certainly going to be watching this one tonight. There has been some storylines out there that maybe his own riding was in jeopardy. We've talked about, for whatever reason, a seed was planted that Pierre Poilievre's riding was in jeopardy. So there has been some politics at work in terms of storylines trying to develop there, but it will be an interesting result to see what happens there. Let's circle back to Abbotsford South Langley, which we said was one we were going to watch to see if this splitting of Mr. Gill and Mr. DeYoung occurs. And you're seeing Mike DeYoung, only 5 polls reporting at 123 to 157. So he's certainly certainly polling well. He's right in here. They're very all close. Even the Liberals doing quite well at 140 in what would be considered a conservative riding. So it will be interesting to see if that turns into a three-way race over the next 30 minutes or so. We'll start seeing where this is really going to play out in British Columbia, guys.
It's fascinating numbers there. And when you look at those national numbers, I saw them coming in. I can't remember the last updated number nationally, but the Liberals taking a bit of a sizable lead. What does that tell you about the polls, Gary and Sonia? Because I know that a lot of polls were saying this is going to be neck and neck. This is going to be a very tight rate. And we look at the pop vote, and obviously Carney 45%, Poilievre 40%. But what does that tell you? Are people's voting habits changing, or their thought process is changing? What does that tell you about what the polls told us?
Yeah, I think generally nationally, there was 4 or 5 points between the Liberals and the Conservatives for the last week or so.
For the last final push, yeah.
Yeah, and then that's kind of what we're seeing on the board. So I'm not sure they've got it all that wrong from what we're seeing on the board. However, some of the ridings we're seeing here in BC, and they're early, a few polls reporting, but in most of the ones that I looked at, the NDP are doing better than I would have expected.
Me too.
Same.
So it'll be interesting. So I don't think the pollsters got it right maybe on those, but we'll see if those trend lines continue. But if they do, then the polling guys will have missed it completely in BC with respect to the NDP.
So go ahead, Sonia.
Well, I think it's part of it is a question is are the polling companies getting to enough people? Are they right? Are they reaching everybody? And sometimes, particularly with the self-selecting polls, you're going to reach a demographic that is inclined to put their data in there, right?
Yes, exactly.
And so I think I agree with Gary. Like at a national level, the polls seem to be fairly accurate. At the local level, I think the question is how are pollsters effectively reaching a wide enough demographic, and particularly in British Columbia, where we do have, Greens at play more often than not, and it's not just a race between the Conservatives and the Liberals here.
You look at 338, which is a lot of people are looking. It's one of the few polling companies that actually go riding by riding, and they're updating them every day.
Yeah.
There's no way they're polling riding by riding every day across the country.
No.
So I don't know if they're writing algorithms or using AI to make predictions or whatever, but I don't think that's very scientific polling. It can't be. There's no way they have the resources to get down to that detail that really needs to happen for you to report those kind of numbers.
Yeah.
Let's bring in Keith Martin from Washington. Keith, what's your take on the surprising numbers showing for the NDP at this early stage?
It just speaks to the big question: where was the NDP vote going to be parked? And I think I think both Gary and Sonia said it very well. National polling is easier than local polling. Local polling is a bit of a guessing game, right? And so all that matters is we all know that what happens is at the end of the day of the last day of an election, and everything else is a little bit of guesswork.
Yeah, really well said. And we're seeing some more of these numbers come in. Here's Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke again, very, very early in
the first one, yeah.
We're seeing that,
6 votes.
It's a virtual dead heat in this one. Yeah, who knows who's going to take it? It's going to be close.
Six votes.
One of the ones that jumped out to me, I think, was the North Island again, because we're starting to see more and more of those polls starting to be reported, and that number has stayed pretty strong for the NDP. So we've heard from a lot of people saying this could be a wipeout for the NDP on Vancouver Island. They've got 6 seats going into the night. They might come out with 0. This has to be promising for not just the candidates, but for the party as a whole, and even keeping that party status, getting to that golden number of 12 for them, right?
Well, even Langford, Malahat, Cowichan, the NDP had a remarkable.
I saw that, yeah.
Yeah, and I think that everybody would be surprised with them. And we're
Right
looking
there.
at this one.
Neck
Here we
and
are. This one is pretty close. We've got 10 of 300 polls reporting here, and incumbent Alistair McGregor with a 5% lead right now on Jeff Kimball.
Nobody was predicting that.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I would say most were predicting. Zero orange here.
We were chatting a little bit about this. I mean, I will give some kudos and credit to Alistair, who I know really well. He is a representative who really shows up in the community, is very present, works very hard, works very collaboratively. We had the Cowichan Leadership Group that I think was a model of collaboration across jurisdictions and party lines. And I think, that's hard, again, to capture in polling data, the kind of connection that people feel with an incumbent like Alistair. So that's an interesting one. I would have probably predicted that Alistair would come out. I hope we see the same thing in Saanich and the islands, a recognition of that long-standing service that Elizabeth May has given, and I don't think we've seen any results yet.
It was 0%. I haven't seen any come in.
Yeah, neck and neck, apparently, all of the four-way race in Saanich. But
well, maybe Vancouver Island is trying to save the NDP and Green parties this time around.
We are independent thinkers out here on Vancouver Island, and I think that's a testament to what's happening tonight.
Well, I mean, you mentioned Alistair there. You work very closely, of course, up in that Cowichan riding. And how is it getting out, banging on the doors, and convincing voters, saying, hey, look, we might not form government, but I am going to be your voice in Ottawa, and I will represent you. And does that resonate with the voters?
I think especially if you're getting to the door yourself, and especially if you can point to your record and the ways in which you've done that, that is where the local candidates can have a real impact. And I think we'll see evidence of that tonight. Gord Johns is another example. Yes. This is somebody who has worked very hard on a national level and worked hard in his community. So this is the reality of politics at the very local level. And I think Vancouver Island is going to show that tonight.
All right, let's head back to Vancouver to Rob Shaw and his election panel. Rob, what are you and the gang thinking about the NDP results so far here on the island?
Yeah, well, we're looking at some of the same sort of ridings that are coming up on your end here. And Nicole, we're going to bring you in and have you walk us through a couple that are standing out for you.
Yeah, happy to. Caveat all this by saying that only 40,000 of the 3 million registered voters in BC have been counted. So we're looking at some that are 6 of 193 polls reporting. So still very early days, and that's probably why you're seeing a lot of zeros on your screen right now. But a couple that we've been watching, certainly from the Liberal camp, is the New Westminster, Burnaby, Millardville riding. It's Peter Julian's riding, and it's still very tight. Again, we're only 6 of 193 reporting in this riding, but only a handful of votes separating them. So that's still one to watch for us, along with Burnaby Central. Obviously, that's Jagmeet Singh's riding. And if that were to go to the Liberals, which it currently is, with 3 out of 200 polls reporting, that would be a huge upset for him. And so I think that's the theme of the night. Things are tight across British Columbia, but not a lot coming in yet in terms of numbers that we can report. And so there are, like we said at the top, a lot of toss-ups and too close to call at this point.
Jeff, I mean, even if Jagmeet Singh wins his riding, and there's no guarantee on that, his future is very much in question, I would imagine.
He's been in a number of campaigns. This is a tough one. He's achieved a lot of important things for Canadians, as we discussed in an earlier segment. And I think after this election, he'll take some time and reflect and make a decision on what his future is.
You wanted to talk about Courtney? Do you want to go to
I
Courtney?
wanted to say, I want to talk about Courtney Alberni. Okay. It's the bellwether riding that I flagged earlier on in the show. And I said that if the NDP is doing well here, then they have a chance to do well on the island. And Gord Johns is right now with 51% of the vote in the lead. The Liberals in second at 23%. That's with 8 of 275 polls, so lots to come. But you're seeing the NDP number tick up, and it's ticking up because of places like Vancouver Island and British Columbia. You've got half of the NDP's seats right now, and it's still too early to say how many of them will come through, are from British Columbia. So you talked about how British Columbia is its own unique place, and politics kind of works differently here. Well, we're seeing that for the New Democrats here in British Columbia tonight, at least in the early returns.
Isha, what's standing out for you?
Yeah, I mean, the island just continues to be really interesting. Nanaimo Ladysmith, very, very early, but Conservatives do seem to have a bit of a lead there right now, which is good to see. I know that North Island-Powell River, I think, projections earlier were about 48% Conservative. I know internally the numbers they were projecting are a bit lower, so they'd be happy with 41, 42%. If it dips down into the 30s, then I think the Conservatives will start getting worried up there. But anything over the 40s, then they'll be happy, and that should be the strong Conservative riding on the island. I'm
still watching Kelowna, which is, as always, I mean, these numbers are very preliminary, but we do have Stephen Fuhr, who is looking like he's in the lead here. This is a riding that the Conservatives have won 10 of the last 11 times. So and Stephen Fuhr was the one who took it away from them. So to be able to bring that back, certainly a positive development for the Liberals if they're able to hold on to that. It's a riding that we thought earlier in the night, if the Conservatives can't hold, they're in a bit of trouble. And we already see from the national numbers that they are, in fact, in a bit of that trouble. So lots developing here. We'll probably know more in the next, kind of like 30 minutes is when some of these numbers might seem to solidify into better trends, Paul and Stacey. But those bellwether ridings fitting in with some of the trend lines that we are seeing so far tonight.
It's okay, even if we're 30 minutes away from being 30 minutes away. We got 7 hours to fill here, so it's totally fine. Keep them coming.
Absolutely. All right. Let's head back out to Bear Mountain Resort. Jordan Cunningham is standing by there. Jordan, you got some company for a change.
Someone said 7 hours to go out here.
Yeah, it's things have livened up considerably here, and of course the voters have spoken. We just don't know what they've said yet. And the man of the hour in this room has joined me, Jeff Kibble, candidate here in Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, Conservative candidate, and. Jeff, it's obviously early going as far as these ridings go on Vancouver Island, but the rest of, Eastern Canada has spoken, and maybe just comment on that. The air came out of the room a little bit when it was announced 10 minutes after our polls closed that we had a Liberal victory. But maybe speak to that and how that message resonated with voters out east.
Well, I don't know how it resonated with voters out east, but I can tell you here that people are disappointed. People in our riding are looking for change, and that's what we're hoping to deliver. But I certainly feel they're a disappointment. Still yet to decide. We're hoping it's going to be a Liberal minority, and we can hold them to account. So that'll be our job to do that. And we're still feeling positive in our riding here.
Yeah, how are the nerves? I ran into you as soon as we showed up. You were knocking on doors minutes before you arrived here.
Yeah, we 4 or so hours, campaign manager and I and a lot of our team were still out knocking on doors, encouraging people to get out and vote. And some people said, we've already been out and voted, and others were, I forgot, or whatever. So we encouraged them. And we've been, we fought hard right up to the last minute. But yeah, feeling relaxed and positive, and we'll see how it goes. We haven't seen any results come in yet, but they should be anytime soon. It's polls have been closed for an hour, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, in due time, that's for sure. And it's always tough to knock off an incumbent. Alistair McGregor has been a staple in this region for a long time. 3 consecutive election victories, and very confident in that. Certainly, where he is, a great degree of approval and popularity. You're here in Langford. How do you see things on either side of the Malahat? Is the message maybe resonating a little stronger in one part or the other?
Good question. First of all, I look at this as one riding, just because we have a Malahat in the middle, or it's a long, dangerous road out to Port Renfrew. It's all one big riding, and that's how big ridings work. And my team and I have been knocking on thousands and thousands of doors, and we've heard that people want change. That's why we're feeling confident. It's hard to knock off an incumbent, but there always comes a time when it's time to refresh, renew, and go in a new direction. And I feel confident the people in our riding want that change, and we're fighting hard for it.
So what does effective leadership look like in this riding? What are people saying they want, they need?
People in this riding, they're worried about crime, they're worried about cost of living, they're worried about a failing economy. They've seen signs of that in our healthcare system, presenting challenges, homelessness presenting challenges, all signs of a failing economy, and we need to support our workers, our industry, our business. The backbone of this riding, our farmers, our fishers, to keep this riding strong, and that's what I plan to do regardless of who's in government, whether we're in opposition or whether we're in government. We're going to fight hard, and that's my job to represent and lead that.
Yeah, what makes you the perfect candidate for this riding?
I've got 28 years of experience in the Royal Canadian Navy. I've worked in the federal government. Leadership is an area that I have had much success. And after I retired, I was really looking for what was my next mission in life going to be. Nothing spoke to me, and then this opportunity came along, and it spoke to me. I know people are hurting. I know people are frustrated. So that's why I've come out of retirement and bring my style of leadership to support change and support the challenges in our riding.
Yeah, and we are reporting obviously on other candidates in the South Island. Has there been any cohesion between the camps here among the Conservative candidates?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, our focus is on our own campaigns and our own ridings, of course, but we do communicate among the candidates, among the campaign managers. And for example, Grant Cool and I did a joint town hall at the Esquimalt Legion, working together, and I was in Nanaimo with Tamara Cronus for her opening. So we do support each other and communicate, but we tend to focus on our ridings as well. So a little of both, I guess, to answer your question.
Yeah, you did knock on a lot of doors. Statistically speaking, half of those doors probably didn't want to see you on the doorstep. You probably had some tough conversations. What are some of the things that popped up? Maybe, if you had to dispel any kind of popular beliefs or knee-jerk reactions, what are people saying there?
Well, to answer your first part of the question, we did knock on a lot of doors and really only had a few tough conversations. Most people we're Canadian, we're polite, and we get along, and there's nothing wrong with a difference of opinion. That's what freedom and democracy is about. But there were one or two people that would get a little bit angry, and I understand people are scared, and so they're going to be angry. Our goal was to leave a positive impression at every door, and I think my team and I did that very well. But honestly, that was absolutely the exception, not the rule. Regardless of people's beliefs, we were well received. People wanted to ask questions, and either they were supporting or they had difference of opinion, but we would discuss. My job isn't to convince people to change their minds or their beliefs. My job is to present our beliefs, my form of leadership, and offer my representation. So overall, the rule was we were well accepted.
Yeah, well, that's great. And all of our jobs right now is to just sit back anxiously and await some results. Jeff, congratulations to this point, and good luck tonight.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. I hope we get a chance to talk again a little bit later, and we're going to see some positive results, hopefully coming in shortly. So yeah, thank you very much.
Okay. All right, Jeff, thank you. All right, we'll send it back to you guys. Certainly an optimistic crowd here tonight, very young crowd as well, compared to a lot of gatherings I've been to, but we will certainly have more reaction from this room as those numbers continue to trickle in. Guys?
You saw how close that race was. Thanks so much, Jordan. You saw how close that race was, separated by just about 50 votes or so. And I know it is very early. We keep saying that, but that's very tight, even early in this race.
Absolutely. Let's go back to Scott for more results as they come in at a fast and furious pace. Scott.
Yeah, no kidding. Stacey, Paul, just going through the numbers you see right now, the Liberals at 156 nationally, Conservatives at 148. It is tightening up. It was at one point, it was 162 for the Liberals, so that's been pulled back. And not to step on your toes, because I know you're doing more in-depth island riding coverage, but this is the story right now out west, is how dominant the NDP have been. So there's just a snapshot right now of what many people are predicting, a lot of blue up here and maybe some red down there. Not seeing it. We're just seeing what has been typically the story on Vancouver Island so far, holding up. But let's take a look what else is happening. We're going to give some love to Alberta right now. What was looking very early stages, the NDP was actually out in front. So I was just keeping an eye on that to see if there was some sort of odd breakthrough there. But it is tight. In Calgary, McKnight, generally a Conservative territory, a tight race happening there from the incumbent Liberal with the Conservatives there. So we'll be watching that to see whether this 155 now, Liberals are trending back down. So interesting so far how we find this path for the Liberals to be able to reach majority government at this hour. It is looking incredibly unlikely. Port Moody, Coquitlam, another one we've been watching closely. Very tight race between the Conservatives and the Liberals. This is somewhere where the Liberals would have to make that inroad to try and get into that majority territory. And this, even provincially, can be a bit of a wall before some of the progressive votes get into the urban areas. And so far right now, the Conservatives are out in front. So we'll keep a closer eye on that one. Again, the Liberals trying to figure out if there's a path to majority for them, and they're running out of room here in a hurry. North Vancouver, Capilano, incredibly early, so early, in fact, There's no polls reporting. But the incumbent is Liberal, so we'll see what happens. Again, it's one of those interesting ridings where the demographics switch a lot within the geography of that riding. So we'll keep an eye on that. There's your national popular vote, which has changed dramatically in about 45 minutes. At one point, Carney and the Liberals were over 50%. That has shrunk dramatically. And to Gary's point earlier, this popular vote is well above what it would take to have won a majority in the past. And I believe, this is this retro 90s thing I'm going through, is Jean Chrétien won a majority government with about 41% of the popular vote. So that would have been clearly an easy win for the Conservatives. They've been sitting there with the numbers they've needed. There's your national gains and losses. The Conservatives there are making huge inroads. Again, it is the expense of the NDP where the Liberals have found some gain, but not as much as everyone talked about. That all those polls, whether they're doing telephone polls, literally picking up phones and calling people, how many people are answering any of these calls? So what is the demographic of a poll? How many people are really answering these things? How many people tell the truth when a poll person calls? All of that. I mean, I know a lot of you folks, veterans there, are the type that sometimes do the lawn sign check, and not just seeing signs in your neighborhood. What houses have signs on them? And then sometimes you can see, you're like, oh, that's interesting. There are a lot of such and such in my neighborhood on people's properties because a candidate has walked up and said, can I please put this sign on your house? And they're like, yes, you can. So that means they've endorsed it. Where you see a lot of other signs just scattered around municipalities. Nobody owns those. Those are just, well, litter. So again, we'll keep an eye on this, but this is closed dramatically. The Liberals keep hovering from 157 to 162 nationally. That pathway to a majority is running out. Something dramatic would have to happen in BC, Stacey, to your point, for all of this to switch. So we'll keep an eye on that.
We matter.
We matter-ish.
Yeah.
We matter-ish.
Well, it's the race to 172, and of course that we're going to be watching that Liberal-Conservative fight there at the top. But I am interested because you and I have been looking here at the Greens doing well. They are leading, or at least, leading in 2 ridings, including Kitchener Centre, which included us having to do the geography on where that is. But you're watching this one closely as well, Sonia.
Yeah, this is Mike Morris. So this is the incumbent in Kitchener Centre, and he was projected to be leading and winning in this riding. So it's heartening to see that. And I see the early returns in Saanich-Gulf Islands are also showing Elizabeth in the lead there. So, you know, it may seem like a small goal, but sending 2 MPs back to Parliament is going to be really important for the Greens, and I really hope these 2 ridings hold.
I want to talk a bit about strategic voting, because you see, like in Saanich-Gulf Islands there, I mean, almost a dead heat between the Liberals and the Conservatives, and that allows, you know, for the moment at least, has Elizabeth May out in front. How big a factor is the strategic voting this time around, Gary?
I don't know. I mean, it's I think it's been shifting over the last 7 to 10 days. The NDP have been playing hard, saying vote strategically, you know, don't vote for us, just block the Conservatives.
Right.
Your vote will block the Conservatives. I mean, that's very strategic. But I think some of the national issues and what matters to the voters and the Canadian people has been shifting as well. I will acknowledge, like the first half of this campaign, it was Trump, Trump, Trump. It was because it was so disrespectful, you know, referring to our prime minister as a governor. I don't care what party you're from. That's just showing no class, no respect, not okay. And Canadians rallied behind. But I don't get the same sense that, you know, people are now sort of pivoting to other issues.
When did that change? In the last couple of weeks of the campaign, or do you think earlier?
The last 10 days.
Yeah, okay.
And, you know, it's the Trump factor has been going down, and the economy and housing and healthcare and all these other issues. I mean, not just conservative issues like the NDP issues, that people are starting to go back to their traditional issues because you just felt it, you know, talking to people. I did anyhow, so.
And what about you, Sonia? What do you think about the idea of the strategic voting? Certainly something that the NDP has encouraged here, and you know, who knows how that'll play out for Elizabeth and for the NDP here on the island too.
Yeah, and again, it continually comes back to the way that we elect people. We're one of the last sort of strong Western democracies that still uses a first-past-the-post system. You look at Europe, you look at some of the strongest democracies in Scandinavia and Germany. that have embraced always proportional representation. And in these cases, people get to vote for the candidates and the parties they want to vote for, as opposed to this kind of mind-numbing calculation that has to happen, and you're standing in the ballot box wondering, you know, where do I put my X, instead of who do I believe in, who do I support, what party aligns with my values. And part of this, you brought up platforms earlier. I think part of one of the unfortunate outcomes of our system is that platforms matter less and less.
Right.
And yet they should matter more and more. And we should know where parties stand on issues, what their plans are, and then we should be looking back. Did they fulfill their platform promises in the last election? And if they didn't, that should be part of what they're held accountable to. So
why do you think they matter less and less?
Well, because of these questions around strategic voting, that the calculation that from the parties becomes, you know, you have to vote for us in order to stop them, as opposed to vote for us because this is where we stand for, this is our solution, these are our ideas. It becomes a horse race, literally, and I think it really undermines what our election should be about, which ultimately should be a vision for the future. You know, what party is giving you a vision that aligns with what you want to see for the future of the country?
Yeah, I find that fascinating. And I think a lot of people are going to find fascinating the NDP numbers on Vancouver Island thus far.
Yes.
Again, it is still very early, but the NDP seem to be making a run. And we want to check in with the NDP camp. Our Sky Ryan is up in Nanaimo. She is live there tonight, and got to be a lot of optimism in that room right now, Sky.
Well, there is a lot of crickets in this room so far, Paul. There's very much only 8 polls have come in, and so I can give you an idea of what that means. This is a room that would typically fill about 100, 200 people. That table over there where there's people sitting, that's how many polls have come in. So we're currently seeing the Conservatives leading in this riding. That was what the projection said was likely to happen. But then we're seeing Michelle Corfield, the Liberal candidate, in second place, and the NDP candidate, the incumbent, in third. But keep in mind, 8 polls of 105 or 205 is a very, very big number. Very small number compared to how many will come in. So this room is very quiet. We'll keep you abreast of how many people start to flood in. But the candidate is actually away and watching at home with her family, as are most candidates, because this is a 4-way race, and it really is. It could go up and down throughout the night, so we're not expecting any serious numbers to start coming in for a good hour to come.
So much. We will be watching and waiting as those numbers come in. I want to send it to Keith Martin now. And Keith, nationally, we're seeing maybe CBC regretting that they were calling a Liberal win here, because now there's only 2 seats separating the Conservatives and the Liberals nationally. Are you surprised by that? What's your take on what's happening?
I am surprised at it. I didn't think that the vote would tighten up as much as it has. So it's quite remarkable. And it goes to your point of our new T-shirts. We matter, and the rest of the country will know it. So the rest of the country are going to stay up late and focus on what's going to happen in British Columbia. So that's exciting for us, and we will make it or break it depending on what happens in our province, and that's pretty exciting for us.
Are you getting a sense that there's concern within the Liberal Party that this could flip over to a Conservative minority government?
I don't know what the feeling is, but I think that the tightening that we've seen over the last 30 minutes has got to worry it's got to worry people. It's got to worry us. It does worry us. So we will see what happens. And yeah, I certainly didn't expect it to tighten up this rapidly.
Are you surprised at what we're seeing from the NDP on the island, Keith? Did you think that it was going to be a little more red and blue?
I did. Absolutely. I thought there'd be more strategic voting in the sense that people would see that the threat of what's happening from Mr. Trump and the implications for us across so many levels, including our economics and our security. I thought that, you know, there were all indications up until the last, as Gary said, the last 10 days or so, that this was driving a lot of people. The votes are closed, but the polls are closed, but I didn't think people would. I thought that would be continue to be a major driver of voting behavior right to the end, for sure. Because it is, I mean, I'm biased because, as I said, we're so close here to the White House, and what's going on dominates a lot of things. And so I thought that this would certainly continue to play out right to the end.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Keith. That's great insight. And you mentioned that we do matter. We sort of matter. When we Save CHEK News, we had to change the shirts from Save CHEK News to Saved CHEK News. We're going to change our shirts from We Sort of Matter to We Do Matter, because it's going to play a big factor. And what do you think's happening in that Conservative camp? They got to be ramping up, saying, okay, we thought we lost, but maybe we haven't. What are they doing? What's happening in there?
They're going to be phoning and saying, Gary, you better deliver Vancouver Island. We're taking your party membership back. No, it's getting tight. I mean, I think a majority is becoming less likely by the minute for anybody.
For sure.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and you've been in government, you've been in opposition. What in your mind works better? From an overwhelming look of democracy. Is it better for Canada? Is it better for our democracy to be in a majority or in a minority? What's your take?
I haven't been in a majority when I was in government. They formed a majority in 2011, and that's when Elizabeth defeated me. So
that's right.
And we got a lot done. Yeah. Because generally, the other parties aren't always aligned. So, we can generally try to one party, and there was no supply agreement, there was no agreements with other parties. They would look at it a case-by-case basis. So a minority parliament absolutely can work. There's no question. And I just think, I'm not so sure it's in anyone's interest to be making a deal with the party saying, listen, we're going to give you our confidence no matter what for 3 years. I think, if it's got a bad piece of legislation and they want to vote it down, let them vote it down. I mean, they all don't have to defeat a government. But if they don't want to support it, don't support it. I mean, but we'll see where this goes. But I definitely think we're leaning towards a minority.
All right, Keith Martin wants to weigh in. Keith, go ahead.
Yeah, just to Gary's point, I actually think it's more important right now to have a majority government, because I think whoever is the leader, the prime minister, has to be able to make decisive, quick decisions through Parliament and get that done. Just because of what's happening now around the world, particularly from here, the threats are coming fast and furious. So we need to be able to give the leader of our country the room to be able to respond in a fast and direct manner. But I do think strong governments depend on strong oppositions. But I do believe at this moment we need a majority government.
I don't share that, Keith. And Keith and I go way back. We're good friends. But I just don't share it because, for example, with Trump, I think the whole country and every single parliamentarian, on those issues, you would see unanimous votes. We're not going to be divided on issues like that. And when there is divisions on certain issues, they probably do need to be debated more for whatever reason. So I'm not 100%, would I love to get a majority? Sure. But when I was in government, for 2 terms, we didn't have a majority.
But you were mentioning that sort of the narrative is sort of changing around Trump. Do you think that it would be unanimous votes all the way through, or do you think that will start getting politicized here?
No, I don't think so, because when we used to travel internationally, and Keith and I both did a lot of it when we were in opposition.
Yeah.
Whenever I left Canada, and I used to sit on the Council of Europe with parliamentarians from all political parties federally, when you got on the plane, you went as a Canadian. We were part of the Canadian delegation. And we had Liberals and NDP and Conservatives all part of that.
Right.
But we went as Canadians. I mean, we didn't always agree, but we were all in the chamber when they were giving a speech supporting each other regardless of political party. And so I think that would hold true as well. Maybe Parliament's more divisive now, but I still don't believe it would be from an international point of view. So a minority parliament absolutely can work, and we shouldn't be afraid of it, and we shouldn't think it's going to be defeated in 2 months or 3 months. I think it's all the political parties, they're in a minority parliament, have a duty to Canadians to do their level best to make it work.
Right.
I love this. We have a cross-border debate happening here. We're talking about a cross-border debate. But I would love one more time for Keith. Would you like just to respond to that? I got to play moderator.
But you got to let me
Sonia,
go,
yes, then
I'm
Sonia will
chomping at the bit
respond.
here.
This is fun. Go ahead, Keith.
Yeah, no, we're having a cross-border battle, right? We're two Canadians. How ironic. But I mean, Gary, we can have to agree to disagree on this one. I think at this moment in time, I take Gary's point about, when we leave this country, we are Team Canada. But the politics in the House is adversarial. And, to the question one of you posed, Stacey and Paul, if you're seen to be too collegial towards the government, if you're in opposition, that probably doesn't wear well in the adversarial type of cut and thrust in the House. It's not collegial at all and can be quite poisonous. So I think we just have to stand back and say we do have a great external threat. The Canadian public sees that. The Premier sees that. We see that. So I think, as I said, a majority government is important at this point in time in particular, but a strong opposition that can be able to hold the government's feet to the fire. I know when we were in the Reform Party and the Liberal Party under Mr. Chrétien, the fact that there was a strong Reform Party pushing for strong economic powers actually strengthened the hand of Mr. Chrétien and Mr. Martin, Paul Martin, to be able to do the things they did. So I think that was an important example of why a majority government and a strong opposition were able to push the country forward in a very, very constructive way.
All right. Thank you, Keith. Sonia, now it's your turn to speak. Ding. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I've existed in both a minority government and a majority.
Yeah.
So, saw a very different experience with both of those. I am a huge proponent for minority governments because it gives the opposition parties the ability to hold government accountable in real time. Right. It actually kind of, it doesn't reduce efficiency. Governments can make decisions very quickly, and I'll point to COVID in 2020. We were in a minority government here in BC, and I think we responded probably faster than almost any other government in Canada. And we had a one-day session with 12 MLAs in the legislature and passed a $2 billion spending bill so that government could respond appropriately. In crisis, people rise to their best selves, political parties rise to their best selves. But when we look at what has happened in the United States, and we look at the concentration of power and control in the hands of one party, I would say that brings us the worst outcomes in politics. And minorities have delivered in Canada healthcare. They've delivered in the most recent minority, pharmacare, childcare, dental care. We've seen some of Canada's best and brightest moments under minority governments. And I think we have to be willing to recognize that governing shouldn't be about having all the power. It's about using the power really well and really effectively. And it is when opposition parties can do that work and hold governments accountable that I think we get the best outcomes.
Wow.
All right. Love it. I also love Corey Sidaway out in the field with us. She is Green Party headquarters at Church and State Winery with a guest, and Elizabeth May is in the house. Corey, take it away.
She's been dancing, she's been singing. It's kind of jubilant, honestly, in this room right now. A lot of room for optimism, a lot of celebration. But I'm actually here with Miss May's driver, Stuart McKinnon. How long have you been driving Miss May around, and what's it been like?
Just the last few weeks of the campaign, and it's been incredible. Elizabeth May is just as you see her. She's funny, she's smart, she's so compassionate, and she cares desperately, not only about Saanich-Gulf Islands, but about this country and the direction we're headed in. You know, in 2015, climate was one of the #1 issues in the election, and today it's not even mentioned, which is why I really think Canada needs Elizabeth as much as Saanich-Gulf Islands needs Elizabeth. We need her voice in the House of Commons.
well said. And you know, there's lots to be said about her long resume, you know, as a parliamentarian. But you know, maybe what are some quirks? What are, you know, where does Elizabeth May, when she's like, oh gosh, I'm hungry, I want to go to McDonald's?
No, not McDonald's. Elizabeth hasn't eaten meat in many, many years.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
But so we always try and find fresh foods for her.
What about favorite song?
Oh, you know, I was playing Bob Dylan one day in the car, and she could sing along with Bob from Tangled Up in Blue. It was amazing. She has had an incredible life. She's met so many people doing the work she has in non-governmental, and I think the first thing she ever did as a young person was organize her school's Earth Day on the very first Earth Day, and that goes back a ways.
Yeah, she goes back a ways.
She does.
And right now she's leading in the polls. I know you've been watching closely on your phone.
Yes, she's doing quite well. We're at about, I think we were at 43%. And about a quarter of the way through. This is great. This is really good. This was a very competitive riding this time. It had a strong Conservative, a strong Liberal, and a really strong NDP as well. So we were a little nervous going into this. But you know, we knock on doors and people go, "We love you, Elizabeth. You work so hard." But there were times when people would come up to us and say, you know, I've always voted for you, Elizabeth. But this time, I think it's really important we keep the Conservatives out, so maybe I'm going to vote Liberal because I really like Mr. Carney. I loved Elizabeth's line when people would say that, which was, well, you can't vote for Mr. Carney. It's too late to move to Nepean. We're here in Saanich-Gulf Islands, and you can vote for Elizabeth May.
It does bring up the topic of vote splitting, which was so important in this riding, and I'm sure, like you said, you heard it on the doors. What else were you hearing when you were door knocking? You know, the effervescent support, obviously, but was it mostly about the ballot box question?
Yes, it's very interesting. A lot of what we're hearing on the doorstep is fear of what the Americans are going to do, fear of what our economy is going to do, and so Mr. Carney becoming Prime Minister is probably a great thing, but it's so important to have Elizabeth's voice in the House of Commons. We're hoping Mike Morris will win again in Kitchener Centre. We have hopes of Paul Manley in Nanaimo. And, you know, it's hard with first past the post. Then we get into arguments about vote splitting. If we had proportional representation, then everybody's vote would count. And Elizabeth would be in the House, and a lot more Greens would be too.
Thank you, Stuart. I want to thank you for your time. Thank you for your service with Elizabeth May there. Enjoy the rest of the night. We'll have more as more votes come in for Elizabeth if she maintains her hold here in Saanich-Gulf Islands. But for now, back to you guys.
Thanks very much, Corey. It's looking pretty good for Elizabeth as things stand right now. But right now,
we have some fascinating storylines that are playing. We were just talking. He said about an hour ago we were kind of like, okay, I see where this is going. I feel like that's kind of been blown
off
up.
the table,
we know we have no idea which way it's going. I see Jagmeet Singh is actually losing his riding. So let's throw things over to the Pod Squad and the Power Panel over in Vancouver. Rob Shaw at Old Boy Studios. Rob, what do you make of this?
Well, Paul, I mean, it's fascinating to watch these numbers change to a very sort of slim-ish, kind of liberal minority situation here. But in BC so far, we're certainly seeing very preliminary results here. You know, the loss of so far 7 seats by the NDP, gains of 4 seats by the Conservatives, gains of 3 seats by the Liberals, and then kind of holding of Elizabeth May. Again, it's shifting as we are talking, but you see that the NDP losing some ridings and the Liberals and Conservatives picking them up, except on the island where we still have yet to see that kind of blue wave. Still a lot of ridings reporting NDP. We want to go to Port Moody Coquitlam. Nicole, your riding, very interesting as we get some sort of early numbers from there and what it might mean.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. We're looking at about 41% of polls reporting there, so a nice enough sample size that I think we can safely say that it's looking like it's the Conservatives to lose right now. Paul Lambert is at 5,600 votes followed by Zoe Royer at 3,100. And talking about the difficulty that the incumbents have had over the last couple days here, and with that collapse of the NDP vote, this is certainly one where Benita Zarrillo has had a hard time. She's in a very distant third place with only 13% of that vote in the riding, and something that she's held for quite a long time and is well known. So this is just a continuation of the story that we've seen across the province right now, and the tough time that these NDP candidates are having punching through.
On a swing riding and on a different year, you know, I mean, that was James Moore's seat, then to Finn Donnelly, then to Nellie Shin, then to Benita Zarrillo. So you see it does swing with trends.
You know what she probably shouldn't have done is she probably shouldn't have said that we should shut down hockey rinks because of climate change. That probably didn't help her tonight.
Right. Anything more stand out for you on Port Moody Coquitlam, Jeff?
No, I just want to say, looking at these numbers, it looks like the Liberals and the NDP, 162 and 9, we're almost at a governing agreement there. So, Nicole, you should start being nicer to me on the panel. But look, I also want to say the CHEK did not call a Liberal government yet. Still too early. The CHEK leads the country on that call. Good work, Rob and folks in the studio.
Let's do Abbotsford South Langley. A riding where we're all kind of watching to see how Mike de Jong does. Aisha, like, he's the independent. We see him up here now, trailing in a distant third place, despite that name recognition. At one point, getting on a horse to stump for votes with a big Canadian flag, very unique. He knows his riding, he knows his people, and yet a very distant third here.
Yeah, I think we're seeing that the party is the first thing that people consider, then the leader, and then the candidate. So, you know, you have a very strong candidate, the name recognition, as you said, and still he is splitting the vote, but the Conservative candidate, 43% right now with Mike de Jong at 18. So, yeah, unfortunately, individual independents without that party behind them. And again, it turned into a two-party race, so that, I think, depleted any independence opportunity to make up ground.
I'm sure the Conservative candidate, Suckman Gill, is happy at leading, but I mean, he didn't appear essentially once in public. He hasn't done any interviews that I'm aware of. He's a 25-year-old farmer with no political experience who has zero presence and did zero public engagement. And yet, as you point out, he's able to win because he's on the right party at the right moment at the right time, which is kind of depressing maybe for some people who think about getting into politics.
It is. You want to think that your name and the individual effort that you put in matters. And I think in those tighter races, tighter ridings, it would. But in somewhere like Abbotsford, South Langley, it's such a stronghold for Conservatives typically. So for an independent to punch through would have been extremely difficult at the best of times. And now when people are deciding who can negotiate with Trump, they're probably not thinking independent's going to be able to move the dial anywhere on that.
And still a somewhat impressive result for the Liberals in a riding there that is got a strong Conservative bent to it. Jeff, what do you think of this?
Well, the point that comes up for me now, looking at all these results that are coming in, is, and I know folks at home will be happy to hear this, we should have another election. This is going to be. This makes British Columbia look like an ironclad certitude of governance with like a one-seat majority. It's hard. You look at these results, and right now Liberals and NDP together make a bare majority. If that slips, and the Conservatives could pick up some seats on the island from the NDP, you end up with the Liberals having to work with the Bloc, and how long is that going to last? So I just say, have a day off tomorrow, then back on the campaign trail.
Nicole, we're back to your original pronunciation that BC matters.
Yeah, exactly. And again, still tired, so I don't want to have another election, so thanks so much, Jeff. Maybe I won't be as nice to you now after that. But yeah, I think we're seeing, as these numbers starting to tighten across the country too, the balance of power really might rest on BC's shoulders. So this is going to be a really fun night for us. And like every time we refresh Elections Canada, the numbers seem to change.
When the website works.
When the website works. And
all the nights to have website difficulties. Elections Canada, come on. Come on.
We do want to do a reverse pitch. If anybody could build a website that functions for us, that would be ideal and lets us see riding by riding, poll by poll, all in one page. That would be great.
Yeah.
And that doesn't crash halfway through our broadcast.
Yeah, make it happen, Elections Canada. We will stay on top of some numbers here and head back to you in the studio. Paul and Stacey.
mean,
Oh, totally.
All right. Yes, thank you very much. You can go to checknews.ca. That's another website they can go to. We'll also have results and storylines going there through the course of the evening. But Stacey, just looking at these numbers coming in, the storylines really are changing as well by the minute.
They really, really are. And I was just talking with Gary here about the diversity in some of these ridings and how, you know, it really, you know, you've got city centers like Langford and Duncan, and then you've got the rural areas like, you know, the Cowichan Valley and Lake Cowichan, and they're going to have vastly different ideas about what they want in their next MP. And so I think as you tally the numbers from these different pockets in each riding, that's why we're seeing some of these jumps and switches and all these things happening. But I think we want to go and check in with Scott Fee right now. And I think, Scott, you want to talk a bit about some of the leaders and what they're doing across the country.
Yeah, it's interesting. One day when we get really, really fancy, to your point, talking about being able to like open up a ride. Oh, my mic's dead? Oh, no.
Is it not on? It's okay.
No, it's on. It's on.
Okay, we're going to get some batteries for Scott.
Okay, all right.
That's good. A battery had to die. That's okay.
It's okay.
We don't have final results yet, but I do think we want to do a bit of a churn around the island.
Let's take a little bit of a longer look at some of those numbers because they are changing quickly and it's hard to take it all in when you're just seeing it on the bottom of the screen. So if we can, friends, we start at North Island-Powell River. And,
wow, so Aaron Gunn's bounced back big way, in a big way.
Yes, because initially the first polls reporting we had to Neil Johnston way out in front, and now 3-1, and now we see there's 85 of 310 reporting here, and Aaron Gunn, slim lead though, boy oh boy, that's math is not my strong suit, but that's just about 120 votes there separating the two of those.
38% to 36%. That speaks to what you were talking about in different pockets of that big region. It's the biggest area of Vancouver Island as far as ridings are concerned, and different regions reporting earlier, right?
Well, and last election too, it was pretty close. It was 40% for Rachel Blaney, and then 36% for the Conservative Shelley Downey. So not a lot separating them in 2021 either.
And now we're looking at Courtney Alberni. Gord John's the incumbent there. He's jumped up to a lead, but again, a very tight lead. The NDP leading by just about 600 votes, pretty much on the money. Conservative Chris McNichol there in second. Brian Cameron, not too far behind. He could make a difference just in where we end up at the end of the night here, Sonia.
Yeah, and again, these races are tightening up, and I think it's going to be a long night for all of these campaigns.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, this riding, remember, before John's, it was conservative as conservative can be. John Duncan for 20 of the previous 22 years before that. So there's a long history of conservative support in Courtney Alberni.
Let's go down to Nanaimo Ladysmith, and there we go. This is a bit of an interesting turn here because we said this was going to be a four-way race. Well, it appears that the Conservatives are leading that race. 39% Tamara Cronus in the lead over Michelle Corfield. Lisa Marie Barron, she said, the polls have me behind everyone here, but the polls had me behind everyone here. They're in the last election. Well, this case, she is behind just 31 of 205 polls reported. Let's keep moving. Let's go down to Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. And this is a race that you're watching very closely, Sonia.
Well, I mean, obviously, I'm a
you're here.
long-time Cowichan resident.
Of course.
But I can only imagine, especially between the Alistair's and Jeff's campaign teams, that this is going to be a nail-biting evening for both of them. And it's so tight and so close. So every vote will count.
18 votes at this point.
And a good lesson here, if you think, what does it matter if I get to the polls? It matters. It can come down to literally a handful of votes.
And that's with 90 polls reporting. So that trend, it's going to go right down to the wee hours of the morning.
Yeah. It's interesting. I thought Jeff Kibble might be hurt by his affiliation with Jim Shockey. He's, a friend of Donald Trump Jr. I mean, so there isn't a bit of an affiliation with Trump there. I thought that might be a bit of a problem, but it seems like it's not at this point anyway, with 90 of 300 reporting. So another one that's far too close to call at this point.
Okay, let's jump to Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke. This one's jumped as well. Stephanie was in second behind Grant Cool. She is now in first, but again, very close. Just 22 of 234 polls reporting. Maya Tate, not doing so well early on. Does that surprise you at all, Sonia?
Yeah, I mean, it does. I think Maya has been the mayor of Sooke for a couple terms, and she's been recognized as, a really hardworking representative. I know Maya quite well, and I think when you look at the riding, it was John Horgan's riding provincially. It typically goes NDP, but in this case, it's really changing. It's really changing. Well, I mean, Keith.
Many miles to go.
Can say,
yes.
actually, this was a Liberal riding. Thank you very much.
You could say that, yeah.
It's the tour is back in town, Keith.
Well, I think this may be an issue too, where Maya is quite well known and popular in the Sooke area and the Chosen area, but one of those really diverse ridings, once again, is she is well known in Esquimalt. View Royal, Saanich, perhaps not, and perhaps that's hurting her here this time around. All right, let's keep going.
Yeah, let's go to Saanich-Gulf Islands, and that one we've been talking about. This looks like a pretty big jump for Elizabeth May, and Sonia, I'll let you take it away here.
Yeah, so 100 of 265 polls, she's at 44%, quite a big lead over the Conservative in the second place, and quite tight between the Conservatives and Liberals, but
and there we have actually Elizabeth May is speaking right now.
Let's go to Church and State Winery and check in.
Let's jump in.
Liberal fortunes, and that he will be forming the next government. Whether it's a minority or a majority remains to be seen. I congratulated him fully, and he congratulated me for being re-elected in Saanich-Gulf Islands. And I said, is it okay with you if I tell my whole crowd of supporters and friends outside that what you just said? And he said, of course, we look forward to working together. He said, it will be good to have seasoned, knowledgeable leadership in the House. It's still too early this evening to know about some of the other spectacular Green candidates. Mike Morris in Kitchener Centre is too close to call right now, so all my thoughts are with Mike. It's terrible. I have to thank so many people because obviously the Green team across the country worked so hard. Je suis tellement triste que mon collègue et co-chef, Jonathan Pedneau, n'a pas réussi à Outremont, but it was almost guaranteed that we weren't going to be able to make a breakthrough in Quebec once we were thrown out of the leaders' debates. And we'll leave the federal court to decide whether it was just morally wrong or illegal. But I want to thank Jonathan. I want to thank our whole team, but particularly the spectacular candidates, Paul Manley and Nanaimo Ladysmith, who should be the next member of Parliament for Nanaimo Ladysmith. And as I said, Mike Morris is still, it's too close to call in Kitchener Centre. Anne-Marie Zedluck in Guelph, another spectacular candidate. If I go right across the country and mention everyone, I'll forget someone, which is a problem. So I just want to start with thanking everybody who helped my election. I want to acknowledge that in the room tonight we have the entire Provincial Green Caucus, Jeremy Valerian and Rob Botterill, yes. And the Deputy Leader of the BC Greens, Lisa Gunderson. And I want to thank, in particular, there's so many people, but let me just start with what really matters. How was it that I got re-elected? Other leaders of opposition parties are still not sure they'll hold their seats. That includes Pierre Poilievre and Jagmeet Singh. Now, I have no schadenfreude about Jagmeet, but forgive me a little for Pierre. I think we'll see what happens in those ridings. There's too early to say. But it's been a hard election because so much of the mainstream media has promoted the idea that I was going to lose in Saanich-Gulf Islands. It developed a momentum based on a rumor, and it became a very hard thing to fight. And the reason we were successful here, I'm going to thank a lot of people by name, but let me just say, Greens win, and we've always seen this, from the devotion and commitment of volunteers. In this election campaign in 2025, Saanich-Gulf Islands had 250 volunteers working pretty much nonstop. So I just want to cheer. Woo-hoo! Pour tous les bénévoles, ici à Saanich-Gulf, nous avons eu 250 personnes qui ont travaillé comme bénévoles pour cette élection. C'est incroyable. But I want to thank in particular my campaign manager, Tim Maloney, my guru of all things to do with comms, Jojo Beatty, my amazing help from Stuart McKinnon every single day, Aisha Emerson, my assistant as well, yay. And then the brain trust of the operation. The volunteer group that has been working time after time again, Marilyn Redivo, Linda Brown, Randy Earnhardt, Sue Ross, Robin Ross, Jennifer Kennedy, Sheila Levy. There'll be so many volunteers. If I forget someone, I'll be Dan Kells, Tom Neiman, and the Salt Spring Island crew, Tommy Mitchell and Bob Mackay, and all the folks on Pender, and Krista Grace Warwick. There's so many people to thank, so I better stop. And also my canvassing and helping with canvassing, Peter Salmon. Thank you. I see you there. When are you? So when it comes to Saanich-Gulf Islands, it's a community achievement. It's not me alone ever. There are people here in the room that a lot of you don't know who are my nonpartisan Parliament Hill and local staff that makes miracles happen for individual constituents who have problems with CRA or the Immigration Department. I won't go calling you out all by name, but I'm forever in your debt. I'm forever in your debt. And so grateful that we do the work that means that people know that their MP office is there as an office that provides nonpartisan, compassionate, and conscientious service, like it says on the door, for everyone who walks in that door. That's our job. So a big shout out to our national campaign director. Merci mille fois, Robin Marty, pour tout le travail incroyable qu'il a fait, un job incroyable. All the way out to Stellarton, Nova Scotia. Love you, Marlene, and thanks for all your work. It's been an amazing crew. Laurie McMillan up in Nanaimo. And of course, again, I just can't say enough of what Paul Manley did to pull this all together and to be there all the time for all of us. It's, that part's really bittersweet. But it looks like we'll go back into the House of Commons with a minority where we can make a difference, with me as leader of the Green Party, with a Prime Minister I've known for a few decades, and we've started off nicely tonight. What can I say? We'll see how it goes from here. Fingers crossed for the rest of the evening for everybody else. I just want to thank the people who mean the most to me in this world. My husband, John Kidder. You want to get up here, honey? And you know, he made such a sacrifice staying here and campaigning for me in Saanich-Gulf Islands that he missed his shot in Mission.
John joining Elizabeth May on stage there. Clearly a celebratory mood at Church and State, and something that you were watching and smiling. I mean, this was a moment, the Greens, they looked ahead in the polls, but you never know until election night, right?
Yeah, and I think that team worked incredibly hard
Yes.
and did not take anything for granted. And this is an example of what has to happen in these kinds of races. And a huge shout out to Elizabeth and her team. It's a relief to see at least one Green. Hopefully things go well for Mike Morris. I know it's back and forth, but
yes.
Happy to see Saanich stay Green, even after all these years, Gary.
No hard feelings, right?
No. Everybody was asking, are you running? I said no. Why would you do that?
Well, and you know what? So that was a victory speech that we saw here on the South Island. There's actually been another. Will Greaves and the Liberal Party in the Victoria riding, they are claiming victory in that riding, and it looks like it's a bit of a runaway. We're going to show you those numbers coming in, and we are going to try and turn around that clip from Will Greaves, the Liberal candidate, because it looks like Victoria is going to win this riding, and Gary, that looks like a runaway to you,
48
right?
to 27, that's not going to flip.
Yeah, absolutely.
They've
So
got
again,
more, almost half the polls in.
almost half. We have no official word that Will Greaves has been declared at this point, but it looks like pretty much a sure
Someone said
thing.
that someone in the campaign declared him.
Yes.
But I don't know if that's true or not.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. They believe the numbers they have to win. So that would be one Liberal, one Green. We know
I think that's fair.
A lot of the other races are too tight to call. And there's a lot of races and storylines happening across this country.
Yes.
And some of them include leaders of the federal parties. Let's go back to Scott Fee, and you're tracking those races, Scott.
Yeah, it's going to be unbelievable, the fallout tomorrow and the days and weeks ahead on how this is all going to come together and how our political landscape is going to change. Look at this right now. There are 45 of 266 polls reporting in Carleton. There is Pierre Poilievre, not only the incumbent, but also the leader of the opposition, the leader of the Conservative Party, trailing down 44% to 53%, 7,800 for the Liberals. Bruce Fanjoy overtaking Poilievre at this particular hour. Can change to the point you've been talking about earlier, and I was saying this before my mic went out. If we could get fancier and we could open up this riding and really look at where the polls are coming in from and which demographics are coming in from, whether it's city centers, whether it's more urban. There's different economic demographics that happen in these ridings, whether it's the university population outside of it, agriculture, all that plays into these numbers and when they're coming in and who we're seeing. And I think that's why you've seen some of these numbers throughout the evening come so close and then fade away again. We're at one point, we were 154 to 152 on the national numbers for the Liberals to the Conservatives, and now we're at 161 to 150. So still tight, but that has opened up again with these kinds of polls coming in. So how that will play out, what will that look like? That's a story for the next couple of hours we'll keep an eye on, and the experts can weigh in. Here's another leader in real trouble. Only 50 of 200, but that's still... the trend line's not good. It's not like Jagmeet Singh in Burnaby Central is in second and trailing the Liberals. He is in third at only 2,200. It's amazing to see this signal that Burnaby Central is giving the leader of the NDP, yet being embraced in other parts of the West here on the island, still wanting that NDP voice, but a clear no thank you from Burnaby Central so far. Still early, but something significant would have to happen. One of the more diverse ridings, again, in terms of demographics, economics, and different ideology, where the Greens have done well, provincially, federally, the Canadian Alliance, Reform, the Liberals. The Liberals are ahead comfortably right now in West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky country. So they seem to be doing okay there, but they're running out of room, the Liberals. If you're in the Liberal war room right now trying to figure out the path to majority, there's not a lot of space right now where they can find that seat to be able to hit that 172. I think the real story we're going to see play out is how do all these parties work together. We've also seen the popular vote shrink dramatically for the Liberals. They were over 50% at one point, then they were comfortable around 48%. This has tightened up significantly. Again, as Mr. Lund had pointed out, 41.9% back in the day was enough to win a majority, and has been a majority. I think Harper's government might have been under 40% when they were a majority. So these are healthy numbers for both parties, but not enough to put either one of them over the line in terms of majority. The Liberals have now snuck up to 162 in terms of the overall seat count leading or elected. Where does this go? Where can they find those last remaining 10 seats? Maybe here, when in a minority, maybe they strike a deal. They're going to be potentially looking like without a leader. Does that make them vulnerable? Does that make a takeover from the Liberals to make that partnership happen? There is going to be so many storylines that are going to play out, and it's really going to come down to probably these three parties. And it'd be interesting, and I'd love to hear from your experts at some point to talk about how the shift went from Trump and Carney's huge popularity as Donald Trump was disrespecting the nation, disrespecting Justin Trudeau at the time. And then there was all those storylines of Daniel Smith, the Premier of Alberta, talking to the administration, asking the U.S. administration to tone down the rhetoric because it was only helping the Liberals. And over the last under 2 weeks or so, you haven't heard much from the U.S. president when it's come to Canada. Hasn't been saying anything on Twitter, certainly hasn't been calling us outwardly the 51st state as much. It popped up once in a blue moon, but that rhetoric really toned down. And you got to wonder if that is playing a little bit of a role in the Conservatives bumping up. As Gary, you were talking about, you've heard from people on the ground talking about affordability, the cost of groceries, sort of those nuts and bolts, bread and butter issues, not so much Trump. And I wonder if some of that politics played a little bit of part and why the polls maybe were really wrong in the last few days. Guys?
Yeah, I think, Gary, we talked about that tonight, about how the Trump factor may be a little less important in the last 10 days or so. But I really want to talk to you about Poilievre's numbers in his riding. I mean, what does that mean?
Yeah, I'll be shocked if they hold, just knowing I'm familiar with the riding, and I know how conservative it is. So again, I think there was about 50-ish out of a couple hundred polls, or about 25.
47 reporting, yeah.
Yeah, about 25%. So again, and you talked about it, it's a very rural riding, so which pockets, which polls are coming in. So we'll see where that goes. Like, that will be the news tonight if that holds. But
But you're not panicking just yet?
I'm not panicking at all. I don't think that's going to hold. I think the other news is it's 100% going to be, in my view, a minority government, simply because that's elected or leading when you see 162.
You need to flip 10 ridings.
Yeah, but they're not going to do that in elected and leading. They're going to kind of bounce back and forth. I mean, can they go to 164 maybe, or they could go down to 158, but they're going to bounce around. But I don't think anybody's in the cards for a majority government.
Well, what I find very fascinating is what's happening over on the mainland with Jagmeet Singh. Not just in second place right now, sitting in third place.
But
he's in
a distant third.
A distant third, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
It's really a two-horse race, which he's not a part of.
He's got 20% of the vote.
Do you see this being the end of the line for Jagmeet Singh? No matter where the NDP finish tonight, and it looks like they could at least form party status if they can win over some seats. Probably not. They need to get to 12. Do you see this being the end of the line for him as the leader of the NDP, Sonia?
Yeah, I mean, he's in a really tough place at this point, and I think he's going to have to take some consideration about what's next for him. You don't want to make rash decisions in moments like this, and particularly, and I feel some connection to this, if it's a minority government and the NDP could potentially be playing a significant role. I think that the leadership and experience he has should probably be a part of what comes next for this party. But it's a tough call to say, losing your riding, losing that many seats, that's a pretty strong signal.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know which of the incumbents lost. Like, I don't know the makeup. I know a lot of them personally, but I don't know which ones have lost. And if he does not have support of caucus, he'll have to resign. If he has, because the caucus was split before on the entire approach where he was going with the supply management agreement and whether to end it or not. So, but I think he's. In fact, he's not even competitive at his own riding.
All right, I know that Keith Martin wants to jump in quickly. We've got a couple of local guests standing by as well. So, Keith, what's your take on this?
I think history bears out when a leader loses that badly. I think they recognize that it's time for a change, and they see the step down themselves, and the party has a chance to rethink where it sits, and if the NDP does as badly as it looks like it's doing, it'll do that. But it goes to just to Sonia's point, a really important issue is that looking at how we actually function in our electoral system, I hope that that's going to be an issue for the Carney government, because the first past the post is not a really good way to represent the wishes of our citizens. So I hope that that's an issue that all parties put their efforts forward to change.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Keith. And you know what? We're having a big conversation around the NDP. Let's go to NDP headquarters in Victoria. That's where Chattis Leo is standing by, Swan's Pub tonight. And Chattis, kind of give us a sense. Now there's people in the room. Give us a sense of what's happening, what the feeling is down there.
Yeah, absolutely. There are people now in the room here, Paul. We had a bit of TV issues, but now it's back up and running. We're able to see those results. And like you said, NDP just really doing what they can right now to make sure they can hold some of these strongholds here on Vancouver Island. And I have a guest with me here, Tim Chu. He is a NDP strategist. He's been doing it for almost a decade now. Also worked with John Horgan as a communications director as well, too. Tim, despite not having all of the results, it's a little too close to call right at this point for a lot of ridings here on Vancouver Island, especially a lot of these NDP strongholds, as mentioned. What has been the strategy not only for Laurel Collins here in Victoria, but for the other candidates as you try and push through the finish line?
Absolutely. And I think it's still really early. If the provincial election was any indication, I think we should get ready to buckle up and see for the long haul what the results are. When it came to the election, we knew it was going to be tough. With the Trump influence on the overall federal election campaign, we knew it was going to be tough for the NDP to try and break through. One of the things that we did focus on was making sure we talked about the local impact, focusing on local candidates, also reminding people that we have seen the first time in a generation a massive expansion of public health care. I have a family member who has not seen a dentist for almost 10 years, and it's because of the NDP fighting in Parliament that expanded dental care. As a result, he got to go see the dentist. And so as part of the strategy, we wanted to make sure that we told those stories and have people remember the importance of having New Democrats in the House of Commons.
And tell me a bit about that strategy. You know, obviously there's been a lot of partnerships with the Liberals in that minority government. Is the message changed over time? You know, we start seeing signs on Vancouver Island saying, you know, the island votes, NDP to keep the Conservatives out. Obviously, you know, things are looking a little bit different here, but when did that click for you guys and why?
Yeah, and I think we heard it throughout the campaign where we understood where the sentiment was of voters, and it was clear at some point that the NDP wasn't going to form government, and you heard that messaging change from Jagmeet, where he said, look, I know I'm not going to be Prime Minister, but it's important to have those voices. And you're absolutely right. Here on the island, historically, it's always been voting NDP to keep the Conservatives out. And I think we continue to see that to this day. And so that was one of the messages that we wanted to remind voters, because it's very true that here in BC, it can be a three-way race. And historically, voting NDP stops Conservatives.
And just to wrapping up here, you know, it seems like the NDP had picked some strong candidates here on Vancouver Island. We're talking, obviously, Saanich-Sooke mayor as well as Colin Plant, pretty prolific here in the CRD. Are we feeling hopeful that those prolific candidates still might be able to push through as we head through the night here?
I absolutely hope so. I think there are such strong candidates with lots of experience and a very good local advocate. One of the things that we heard from door knocking were people who were saying, look, you know, I'm going to probably lend my vote to the Liberals for this election, but deep inside, I am a New Democrat. So we'll see what happens. But I know that if they were to run again, they'll be a formidable force.
Well, thank you so much, Tim. I appreciate your time. We're going to send it back into the studio. Lots going on here at Swans. We'll be sticking around to see what else happens here as the night goes on.
All right. Thanks so much, Chadis. Appreciate it. And we understand that Mary Griffin has Will Greaves, the Liberal candidate in the Victoria riding, who has a sizable lead over incumbent Laurel Collins. Mary, take it away.
We are here with MP-elect Will Greaves for the riding of Victoria. Your thoughts on the first Liberal elected to the riding since 2006?
It's an enormous honor. This election has been such a positive and exciting experience, and it's just been capped off in the best way we could have hoped for this evening.
Are you surprised by the results so far?
We knew that we ran a strong campaign, and we felt positive about our chances tonight. It seems like a very strong and clear choice the voters in Victoria have made, and I'm so gratified by it.
We were just talking about, you said you have a team of 600 volunteers working on your campaign. How many doors do you figure that you've knocked on throughout this 36-day-long campaign?
I personally have knocked on hundreds and hundreds, and as a team, we've knocked on tens of thousands of doors right across the community over the last 5 weeks. It was a snap election, so we had to spin up an organization in pretty short notice, and I couldn't be prouder of my team for what they've done.
Now, you've toppled an incumbent who had some pretty impressive numbers in the last two elections. What do you think was the factor that resulted in such a strong showing for you?
The NDP is having a tough night, you know, in many parts of the country, and I think that's what happened here on Vancouver Island as well this evening. But I think that Victorians, after many years of being represented by the NDP, maybe decided that in this moment it was the right time to send a member of Parliament to Ottawa who was going to serve in government instead of outside of it.
Now, Mark Carney's been on the island in Victoria a couple of times in the last few days. What have your conversations been like with him? Have you made suggestions what you can offer maybe at the cabinet table?
We've had no discussions about that, but we've certainly had the chance to chat when he's been in town 3 times over the course of this election campaign. So along with my fellow South Island candidates, really a pleasure to have the opportunity to speak with the Prime Minister and to get a sense for his personality and his leadership up close and personal.
Now, for voters, you're a professor of political science, but you have a specialty, Arctic sovereignty. That's a hot issue right now. What can you bring to the table?
I am fortunate to have professional experience in a couple of the big issues that I think the country is confronting at this point in time. And so in the context of climate change and Arctic security and sovereignty issues, in the context of Canada-US relations and national defense issues, I hope that I have some experience that could help us chart our ways through this difficult period.
So what's first on the agenda for you?
Well, first on the agenda is celebrating tonight with my incredible team. It feels so great. It's the first time in a generation that Victoria has sent a Liberal to Ottawa. We've got the Honourable David Anderson in the House tonight, so my predecessor is Liberal MP, and I think tonight we want to celebrate a hard-won, hard-fought campaign, and then tomorrow we'll take down our campaign office and look ahead.
Will Greaves, so you are the MP-elect for the federal riding of Victoria. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, that's Mary Griffin with Will Greaves, who it appears has defeated incumbent Laurel Collins in the Victoria riding. Let's head up to North Island-Powell River. Dean Stoltz standing by.
Yeah, that's right. And Aaron Gunn, certainly he was in second place at the beginning of the night. He's now jumped into a lead, but it's going to be a back and forth battle. How's it going up there, Dean?
Pretty good, and you're right. The last I checked, I think he was up by about 1,000 votes. That was a couple minutes ago. You probably have newer information. Yeah. So, and he was down quite a bit earlier, but he's coming back. So the party is on here. He has arrived just about a half an hour ago. He did address the crowd and basically said, "Let's watch the numbers come in, and he'll talk more." So right now, I'm talking to one of his supporters and one of his campaign helpers, Rob McNeil. And I've known you, Rob, from other stories we've done relating to your work with at-risk youth, but why did you get involved with Aaron Gunn's campaign?
Like I say, I've never been a political guy before, but in March last year I had a young kid overdose out the back right behind my shop, and it really hit me that it's time for change. Giving free drugs out to people, that's not building society. That we're killing our youth. So I decided that I got to be part of the change, or I'm part of the problem. And Aaron Gunn's the right man to back for the job.
And it's hard to, even everyone I talk to here, we talk about the controversial figure that he is, but you're okay with that, and really that's what drew you to him, and basically how he stood up for himself. I mean,
well, they call him a controversial guy, but he speaks the truth. One of the most amazing things that I've discovered about Aaron, like right from when I first met him last year at Operation Pegasus Jump, is he never introduced himself, and he never asked questions. He listened. He listened to the veterans and the first responders. He took time to meet the at-risk kids that I was working with. And then after Pegasus, him and Anna Kindy came into my shop and in person met the at-risk kids. And they've had my back ever since. So,
I'm sorry.
No, it's rare to find a politician that listens. They're always, saying their party line, but he's the opposite. He listens, he thinks, comes up with a solution, and then moves forward with that. And he is the right man for the job.
How busy has the campaign been for you and for Aaron? You've seen him, I think I heard on the weekend he was flying around the whole riding.
It's been amazing. The election got called on the Sunday. Monday I was out in the wind and rainstorm putting up signs. But what's been really cool for me is my at-risk kids have been on the campaign as well. So they've helped me put signs out. We had the rally on Saturday. All my kids came up and helped set up for the rally. And it's just really good to see the youth go from, being caught up in this drug culture to being a functional part of society now. So they've been amazing.
Well, thanks a lot for taking the time to talk to
Always
me.
a pleasure.
Yeah, good seeing you again for sure, Rob.
Good seeing you too.
And again, as I mentioned, Aaron is in the room. I've spoken to him, and we're trying to line him up for an interview, so hopefully we'll have him next for you in the next little bit, guys.
All right, sounds good, Dean. Thanks so much.
I found we're talking as that interview's going on, and a fantastic interview up there. You were saying this almost feels like an election that
everyone feels like they're losing at this point. Maybe you can kind of allude to that a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the early Liberal numbers. It looked like they were even within striking distance of a majority. They're now desperately holding on to a lead.
Right.
It's a very small lead. The Conservatives obviously didn't get the outcome they would have wanted and were poised to up until a couple months ago. And their leader is fighting for his seat. The Bloc lost seats. The NDP lost a lot of seats. Their leader looks like he's losing his riding. And even the Greens right now are down one seat. So it's maybe there's a fairness. and then back to my favorite topic of the electoral system. It is an electoral system.
Why don't we just change it right here tonight? We can just decide.
We can do it.
There's enough political power in this room. You guys probably could. Yeah.
It doesn't deliver wins. It delivers losses.
Yeah.
And in a lot of ways, these numbers and the kind of parliament that this is going to form, I think, to Keith's point earlier, you want some level of stability in government. And I hope that given the conditions we're facing, given the threats from Trump, given the fact that Canadians really want to coalesce around our identity and our sense of who we are as a nation, that the political parties will decide on the other side of this election, we're going to make what Canadians delivered, we're going to make it work.
Wow.
Keith, do you consider a Liberal minority government a loss for the party?
No, I don't. I'm just happy that we would be in government. If it is a minority government, so be it. But I think that, Mr. Carney, he's not just a one-trick pony. He has not only been dealing with the situation, threat posed by Mr. Trump, but he has also been dealing with a lot of other issues. And so, no, it's not. It'll be an exciting time in government if that's the way it is, and I'm really confident that he'll do a great job. So.
Thanks, Keith. Yeah, I find it fascinating. And Gary, your take on it. I mean, do you think that this is something that can be held on to long term? If they're a minority government in Ottawa, could we be back here before 4 years?
I genuinely believe that they all have a duty to Canadians to try to make this work. And,
right,
and
of course.
I believe that. Now, having said that, that's not always the case. I mean, I'll just stop, call a spade. Mr. Carney, if you would ask anybody, even probably anybody in this room, 6 weeks ago or 8 weeks ago, if you thought the Liberals could form a majority government, they would have said no. Like what he has accomplished in a matter of 6 weeks is remarkable.
It really is.
Truly is. Like for me, he had a party that was going to be left in ashes and brought it back. So it, I think he can take credit for that. And as far as you just look at the makeup of the numbers. The Bloc is holding the balance of power. There's no other party that can, and so.
But will any party work with them? No. Right? Like,
no one is going to make any kind of formal arrangement with them. They can't. They're a separatist party.
Of course, yeah.
They always will be, and they aren't. But they still fight for Quebec, and and I have friends that I know that are in the Bloc party. But at the end of the day, they won't do a formal agreement. They'll look up piece by piece, and they probably won't defeat the government if they don't think it's in their interest.
Yeah.
But the second they do, like you can blink and the government can be defeated. Like this is going to be I think, a relatively unstable minority government because of the numbers between the parties. Now, I think it could take 6 months, maybe even a year. But the minute a party thinks that it's in their interests, I think all bets are off.
What do you think about that, Keith?
Yeah, and that was the point I was making earlier, that's why I think we need a majority government. The very instability that Gary articulated is not what we need at this point in time. The threats have been coming, as I said before, fast and furious. They will continue to occur. Mr. Trump is here for his full term of 4 years. He's actually trying to get for a third term, believe it or not, against the U.S. Constitution. We'll see how that pans out. But know that there are people who are trying to do that. And so, this country, the U.S., is actually on the verge of a constitutional crisis. It is that bad. So we can expect a whole lot of things coming down the pipeline. And that's why we cannot have an unstable federal government in Canada. We need to have stability. And if it comes to pass that we have a minority government, I hope that the parties, including the Conservative Party, will see that it is not in the best interest of our country to have a federal election in the next 2 years at all.
Yeah, and I mean, I think a lot of people, a lot of voters, I'm not going to speak for anyone else, but they probably don't want to have another election. We've just gone through this. It was rushed. But Sonia, we talk about the Liberals, and if Mark Carney hangs on and the Liberals hang on to form that minority, you said that's a good thing. But you also said the Bloc Québécois and Yves-François Blanchet really were strong going after Mark Carney, and so that's not a great relationship to start, right?
Yeah, and I think that, again, a lot is going to depend, and I appreciate your comments, Gary, about what Mark Carney has achieved to kind of restore the Liberal Party and get it to where they are right now. He now has an extra kind of responsibility and burden to find ways to work collaboratively, to call people in, even the ones who have called him out, and to rise to the moment of leadership that we need from a prime minister right now, and to really demonstrate we need a maturity in our politics, given the conditions, given the reality of the United States and where things are at. And so this is an opportunity for him to do what he's done in the last 6 weeks, is to show Canada, okay, you know, you can put your trust in me. Now you've told us that. Show us, and really restore that idea that we can send people to Parliament from a variety of political parties, and we can expect them to operate in the best interest of the country and the people.
All right, we'll see how that plays out. I know Sky Ryan is standing by live at NDP headquarters in Nanaimo. Ladysmith with a guest for us tonight. Sky?
Well, tonight has not turned out the way that the NDP expected here in Nanaimo. The incumbent, Lisa Marie Barron, still isn't in the House. I've been trying to reach the campaign and find out when. I'm told she will be here shortly, but that she is still trying to digest what has happened. And the whole campaign really is we only have about 2 tables full. There is very little alcohol in the House. There is no champagne, nothing. People even told me the words, we can't really dull this pain, we need to feel it. And I think that reflects just how significant this loss has been to them. From first as an incumbent to now 4th place, it's a sad room. And joining me now is Ian Holmes, one of my peers here in Nanaimo. He's a reporter with Nanaimo News Now. This is not what they expected, and perhaps not what some people in Nanaimo did.
No, I mean, the fact that Tamara Cronus is well positioned to take Nanaimo Ladysmith, I don't think is overly a shock, but just the fashion on how Marie Barron's demise here, it's unbelievable to see the collapse, and the scene here at this South Nanaimo restaurant. It's a lot of dejected, solemn people here. It's just the message that's being sent here is just not what I expected in the fashion that it is. It's just it's a devastating collapse here for Lisa Marie Barron.
And when we say it's a devastating collapse, it's a devastating collapse for the Orange brand, because this has been a stronghold, an NDP town, people use the terms. But just outside of this restaurant, there's this part of the opioid crisis and the homeless crisis. Street crime has been rampant. There's no denying that has been an impact in this election with the street crime and the tough on crime messaging that the Conservatives have come through with.
Yeah, I think that message, especially that Pierre Poilievre really pushed during his several visits to the Nanaimo area over the past 18 months to 2 years, has resonated here. And that's an issue that concerns a lot of inner city people within the Nanaimo riding, and also just all parts of Nanaimo, all neighborhoods, South Nanaimo, Country Club area, Woodgrove Center. The crime, social disorder, safety issue is a real concern, and there's real weight behind that. And I think that's something that really helped Tamara Cronus's campaign and did hurt Lisa Marie Barron.
But also something to be a real standout is Michelle Corfield and the Liberal candidate coming up out of nowhere, kind of taking that second place, and not so clear yet that Cronus is going to take it, because Michelle is kind of narrowing that lead. How do you explain that? It's the Carney effect. It can only be Michelle has run before not to see these kind of results.
Yeah, this is the 4th time, I believe, in a row she's run. She's finished 4th place every single time. This is a bump up from Mark Carney, a Liberal, the federal Liberal Party. She's benefited from that, but it's kind of hard to ascertain, just the amount of the influx in the boost that she is getting here. It's really quite something to see.
Could it
quite
still go
shocking.
either way?
It could. The way the numbers are going, this is not over yet here in Nanaimo Ladysmith, and Michelle Corfield as a potential MP would just be just a flooring result. It was always seen as a four-party race, Sky, I think, here for Nanaimo Ladysmith, but I think on the bottom, the fourth contender was kind of the consensus was, we'll see how Michelle Corfield does with the Liberals. She's a known quantity here in the riding, but not really seen, I don't think, widely seen as a legitimate threat to contend to be the MP here, but she's making a case for it here tonight.
And I think maybe the surprise too is that Paul Manley from the Green Party did not make the impact on the public that people thought he would.
Yeah, it's he's hanging around, but the numbers are down substantially for Paul. So that's quite interesting to see as well.
It is a night that keeps unfolding here, and we will let you know as soon as Michelle comes. There's a few more people, but no big smiles in the house, and no real expectation of any as the night goes on. Back to you.
All right, Sky, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, let's continue to check in some of the other storylines happening not just across the province, across the country, and here on Vancouver Island. Rob Shaw following all of those with his panel over there. What are some of the storylines you're watching there, Rob?
Yeah, well, just to pick up on that conversation Sky was having there, obviously there was a lot of emphasis on the island from the New Democrats to try to avoid vote splitting, to try to avoid exactly what has happened in Nanaimo Ladysmith, or appears to be happening there, where the rise of the Liberals, the split off of the NDP and the Greens. There's so many different ways that riding could have been won by another party and not the Conservatives, but that split has played out there in a four-way race that looks to be handing that riding to the Conservatives. So frustrating, I'm sure, for New Democrat organizers. We're going to do a little bit of talking about popular votes here, and although I just want to do maybe a positive and negative for the Greens. Elizabeth May obviously proving once again that a strong local presence, that she is a legend in that riding, able to win no matter the way the winds are blowing, because I remember sitting at the CHEK election desk in the last federal election talking about the collapse of the Green vote in BC. In 2019, it had 12.5% of the popular vote in BC. It went down to almost 5.5% in 2021, and it's sitting now at 3% of the vote in BC, which is the bad news for the Greens as they continue a slide despite one seat into electoral irrelevance. I think if we were to move to a different form of proportional representation or another voting system, it may actually be worse at this point for the Greens in BC. But anyways, Aisha, talk a bit about the popular vote when it comes to the Conservatives, because some of the numbers here showing that they've actually done pretty well in BC tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. So what might be a bit disappointing seat count-wise, there's a lot of good positives coming from the popular vote. So Conservatives are about 42% right now, which is, I think, their best ever result. Stephen Harper's best result was 39.6%. Conservatives are up 30 seats. So they've grown their base. They've expanded their voter coalition to new demographics. So actually, a very good showing for the Conservatives. This is, very much a story of the collapse of the NDP and the Bloc. But 10 points ahead in BC as compared to the last election. So again, making huge gains in this province. And the knives might have been out for Pierre Poilievre earlier tonight, but they might be tucked away again now that they've seen popular vote-wise how he's done, but they're going to have to work on that voter efficiency.
Although if he doesn't win his riding, they don't even need knives. He's just kind of gone. He's just gone. But you're right. If he does win his riding, maybe he can stick around a bit. Nicole, that brings us to the idea of party leaders and emphasis on BC and on the influence we're seeing in some of the results here now.
Yeah, definitely. And I'll pick up kind of on how the ground has shifted here in BC for the Liberals as well. Our high water mark in BC was 15 seats. Every single election for the past 3 elections, we've seen an increase in that seat count here in BC for the Liberals. And this year looks to be no different, leading in 18 seats right now across the province. So that's a very good showing for the Liberals. And I think just speaks to, as we've been saying all night, everybody benefiting from the NDP collapse. Sorry, Jeff. But to your question, Rob, about the leaders and where they've spent a lot of their time, clearly they saw this as a battleground too. The Conservatives were here 4 times with various sizes of different rallies, really working their ground game, and same with the Liberals too. Mark Carney ended the campaign here in British Columbia with a rally at 11:30 at night over in Victoria with 1,500 people. So they clearly saw this as the place to pick up some seats and to spend some time. And that's certainly what we're seeing tonight on the numbers as well.
Appears to have worked for them, not just in Victoria, but also in Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke, where they're leading as well. If we can bring that BC board of the numbers back up, because it's showing us sort of the trend lines here with the NDP looking at leading in 4 seats. So they are down 9 seats from their last election results. The Liberals at around 18, they're up 4. And the Conservatives at 20, they are up 5. So big gains, what we thought might be. But there are still a couple bright spots, Jeff, on the NDP, if you want to bring them up. There's still a few ridings where things are going okay.
Well, that's very kind of you, given the results that are happening tonight. Sure, there's some. The good news is that the NDP has won or is leading in 4 seats. That's not the good news is that they have half of their seats in Canada, in British Columbia. The bad news is that it's 8 seats total. There's going to be a lot of disappointed New Democrats out there at home right now who worked on for good people and good candidates in the election. Wake up again tomorrow. The NDP is not going anywhere. We're going to take a look at what happened in this election and figure out what we need to do to fight another day. The Democrats should be proud about what they achieved in this parliament. Jagmeet Singh ran a solid campaign. He's going down to defeat in his home riding tonight. But farm care, dental care, child care, anti-scab legislation, these are things that the New Democrats have achieved in the last parliament, and despite the results that are happening tonight, folks should be proud about what we did.
The 4 ridings, the NDP are still sort of leading in. We have Vancouver East with Jenny Kwan. We got Vancouver Kingsway with Don Davies, though that's very, very tight. We have Courtney Alberni, that you said. And then actually up in Skeena-Bulkley Valley, Ellis Ross not doing as well as we thought he might there, with Taylor Bacharach holding a lead at this point. And then the other NDP riding that we were watching that I mentioned, Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay, the NDP have lost that to the Conservatives. That's one of the 2 pickups that the Conservatives were hoping in the interior and the north. But Kelowna, a really close battle going on in Kelowna. We talked about how the Liberals were hoping to take a run at that Mark Carney spent some time there. So a mixed bag. It's kind of a mixed bag for all the parties except for the NDP. It's less of a mixed bag. But it's a mixed bag in some of the ridings that the Conservatives and the Liberals didn't quite come away in the NDP in some places doing stronger than we thought in some ridings. So different dynamics at play here.
Was that a question?
No, it's not a question. It's not a question. That's good. We will we'll throw it back to the studio as we keep watching to see some of those ballots coming in.
Getting spicy over there, Vancouver. I love to see it.
All right, thanks so much, the panelists and Rob. Let's head back over to the results area in the studio here, checking with Scott Fee with some more news from across the country.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on some of these numbers. Again, it's really been, it's stagnant at this point at 161, 150. We saw the bigger moves earlier. And now it's just sitting here. And again, trying to find this path forward for if you're a Liberal, trying to figure out, can we get to a majority? It's not adding up at this point. But let's do a little deeper dive on Burnaby Central, which is speaking a bigger picture. Rob Shaw on the panel talking about it. There's been sort of a rejection of the NDP in Vancouver. And Jagmeet Singh taking it right on the chin with this one for sure. Oh, we're going to go to the leader of the NDP right now, live as he's speaking to his supporters.
That was very nice, very sweet of you all. Thank you so much. You're gonna get me all choked up here, guys. I gotta keep it together here, folks. Thank you very much. The love is amazing. I appreciate y'all. Big thank you to Suzanne. She's been with us from the beginning. Huge thank you. Appreciate her so much. Thank you, thank you. And all of you in this room, you guys poured your heart into this. Thank you so much for everything you've done. You're amazing. We love you all. And I know in election parties, night parties across the country, people are gathered. I want to thank them all for all their hard work. They're amazing people gathered together across the country. I want to take a moment to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on his victory. He has an important job to do to represent all Canadians and to protect our country and its sovereignty from the threats of Donald Trump. Tonight and every night, all of us here, we're on Team Canada. We want Canada to thrive, and we're going to continue to fight for Canada. I want to congratulate all the other leaders on a hard-fought campaign. It's been the honor of my life to represent the people of Burnaby Central. Tonight they chose, thank you. Tonight they chose a new member of Parliament, and I wish them well as they continue to work hard for this community. Obviously, I know this night is a disappointing night for New Democrats. We had really good candidates that lost tonight. I know how hard you worked. I spent time with you. You're amazing. I'm so sorry you're not going to be able to represent your communities. I know you're going to continue to fight for them. I know on how many doors you knocked, how many family dinners you missed, how many nights your kids went to bed without you there to tuck them in. I know it was a tough sacrifice, and I just want to thank, and we can get a round of applause to every single candidate that ran for us. Thank you. Thank all those incredible candidates and their incredible teams, because no candidate can do without a team. The volunteers, the staff, thank you to all those candidates and their incredible staffs. One more time. Choosing to commit your life to politics obviously comes with some sacrifice, but we choose this life because of the chance to change the country we love for the better. We may lose sometimes, and those losses hurt, it's tough. But we are only defeated if we stop fighting. We're only defeated when we believe that those that tell us that we can never dream of a better Canada, a fairer Canada, a more compassionate Canada. I have met New Democrats from coast to coast to coast who will never back down, even when they're told that there's no room for them at the table. We make room for everyone because we believe that there is enough wealth in Canada for all of us to live the life that we deserve. Honestly, I got to avoid making eye contact with certain people because then it's going to get too emotional up here. So I just made the mistake of doing that, so I'm going to look away now. You know who you are. Don't look at me again. Almost 8 years ago, I was elected the leader of this incredible party, this incredible movement. I've worked really hard to be worthy of this trust, to live up to the legacy of our movement. Hold on a sec here, guys. Thank you. One more sec. Tonight, I've been informed our party leader that I'll be stepping down as party leader as soon as an interim leader can be appointed. Now, I could not have done this incredible job without, here's a point I'll give me a second to break down a bit. I couldn't have done it without the incredible support of my wife, Kirin. She has been my rock. She's been my foundation. For the past couple of years, I've been regretting that I didn't thank her on the night of the last election. So this is my opportunity to make up for it. She has literally been my rock. I couldn't have done this without her. She's backed me up and supported me. She has made so many sacrifices. She convinced me that she's enjoyed them all, but I don't know. But she's amazing, and I'm just so thankful. Thanks for being on this journey. I'm going to give you a hug. Hold on. Also, I might break down this part because, and Anhad and Dani, my daughters, remind me of the future. God damn it, that we are fighting for. That's just because I get emotional anytime I talk about my kids. I'm very sappy when it comes to my daughters, so I get a little emotional. I've also been supported by my family, and I got to thank my parents who are here today. They're amazing. Love you both. My brother, I wouldn't have been on this journey without my brother. So big shout out to my brother, Krathan. And honestly, this may sound funny, but my in-laws, I literally couldn't have done this without my in-laws. They're amazing. Where are my in-laws? They're somewhere here. Wherever they are, they're here. I wanted to look at them and point at them too. Oh, there they are. Yeah, I couldn't have done it without them. Literally, if you're a parent, you know how important your parents are, and your in-laws too, it turns out. So, huge thank you. They've supported us. They've kept me grounded, given us great advice. I'm so thankful to my family. You can't do this work without great people, and you can't do this without a great family supporting you. So, thank you to my family. I'm spilling my water and everything. It's getting a little bit, I'm trying to be graceful here, folks. I also want to thank my NDP caucus. This is a team that together we brought historic change for people. We brought real change to the lives of Canadians. I know that people are concretely better off because of our work over the last 8 years, and no election result will ever diminish that. So thank you to everyone. My caucus, honestly, I'm so thankful to them all. We did some incredible work together. Seriously, every one of you, thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I might break down this part too. Forgive me if I do. I can only do this, and we can only do this work because of a great staff. Yeah. And y'all just poured your heart into me, into the work that we did. So. Good thing that there's water here. This water is very strategically placed for me, so it's very, very lucky that I might need a couple more glasses, so just, if anyone can help me out on that, that'd be great. Y'all brought your talent, your heart to the fight every day. We treat each other with respect and dignity and with kindness, and I love you all. We're almost there, folks. I got a couple other things I really want to get off my chest here. One other thing is, nothing's too spicy, it's just good stuff. I often speak about something my mom taught me. It's a Sikh teaching of Chardhi Kala. And this is something fundamental to who I am. And it means, the words break down, Chardi means rising, and Kala means spirits. And it's something that it captures a big part of who I am. And it's the idea that in the fight for justice, in the fight for fairness, in the fight that we fight, we want to have optimism in the face of struggle. We want to have a defiant optimism. It's like this eternal resilience. And this is the spirit that I carry tonight. Obviously, I'm disappointed that we could not win more seats. But I'm not disappointed in our movement. I'm hopeful for our party. I know that we will always choose hope over fear, and optimism over despair, and unity over hate. New Democrats literally built this country. New Democrats built this country. We have built the best of Canada, and we aren't going anywhere. Thank you so much. Love you all. You're amazing. Merci infiniment. Appreciate it so much. Appreciate you all so much. Thank you. You're amazing. Love you all. Every one of you. You're amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, there you go.
Yeah.
NDP leader Jagmeet Singh, his concession speech after finishing a distant third in his riding.
You know, during that speech, they had 8 seats. When he started the speech, they now have 7 seats. They lost another one to the Liberals, so they're going to end up with 7 right now. They need 12 for party status. But just going back to that speech, we just heard from Jagmeet Singh, that's got to be a tough speech to make, something that you know very well, Saad.
Yeah, it's a tough speech to make. And I think what Jagmeet showed there was the real human being. We all are just real human beings. We get into politics because we want to serve. But I think what I take away from this at the beginning when he talked about Team Canada, and I'm hoping to see this theme from all of the leaders tonight, this is a moment when leadership really should be reminding us to rise to our best selves as people and as a country. And that's, I think, what I appreciated about the speech he gave. But it's a tough speech. It's very emotional. And on the other side, I can say it's great to have a lot more time with family.
I bet.
And to be able to explore other ways of being in service. I think a lot of us want to keep contributing to our communities and doing good work. And most politicians I know on the other side of politics continue to find ways to do that. And I expect that will be the case with Jagmeet Singh.
Wow.
All right, I think Rob Shaw is requesting our attention be turned towards him to talk more about the developments here with Jagmeet Singh.
I'm sure Jeff has some thoughts on this, yes.
Yes, I am. I'm requesting the attention.
Me, please.
That's a good way to put it. Yeah, we obviously, we were just talking about popular vote numbers, and behind all the numbers are actual human beings, and a very emotional, very kind of raw at times speech from NDP leader Jagmeet Singh there, talking about sometimes the sacrifices that it takes to be in political life. It is harder than ever to be in political life with the scrutiny, the social media, the just vitriol that is directed at you, the echo chambers, very difficult. And yet there are lessons that the next NDP leader, whoever it is going to be, is going to have to take. Jeff, you were talking a little bit off the air about them, but definitely around the working class, the rural-urban divide, the split between the kind of urban part of this party and what used to be a different part of the NDP.
Yeah, it strikes me that the NDP has lost touch with working class voters. I think Jagmeet's caucus failed to rally around him, around sorry, it's difficult. Jagmeet's a friend, and I've worked with him in this campaign. He's got a big heart and is in it for the right reasons, to fight for the little guy. And my dad was a member of provincial parliament for 10 years, and he was always away. He was, people would come to our house and egg it. You don't get so many eggs now, but you get egged on on
Things are
Twitter.
expensive now.
It's a huge sacrifice for people to do this. He should be proud of what he's accomplished. His family should be proud of what he's done for the country, and I think he's going to leave an indelible mark on the lives of working people. They didn't have a great on the economic file, but he delivered pharmacare, he delivered dental care, he delivered all sorts of things, and I'm proud he's a friend, and I'm sad he's going, but I think he's made a good decision for himself and the party, and renewal starts now.
Isha, the rural-urban divide and the ability for the Conservatives to go into ridings that used to have union halls that were New Democrat, workers in mills, workers in mines who were New Democrats, and for Pierre Poilievre to go into those communities, hold massive rallies, and really appeal to a younger, hard hat-wearing, steel-toed working class that used to be New Democrat is I think Jeff just touched on it. It seems like one of the big failings with the NDP, one of the big successes that the Conservatives have had tonight.
No, absolutely. There's definitely been a realignment with the voter demographics, and we saw that provincially. We started to see that, and now we're seeing that tonight. And I think the NDP needs to ask, what is our soul? Do we want to be a party that governs? Are we trying to win government, or do we exist to stop the Conservatives? And that seemed to be Mr. Singh's position. At least he admitted during one rally, I think, that he couldn't stomach a Conservative majority, and so that's why he, didn't vote no confidence. And in doing that, he was insulting a lot of people that would typically vote NDP, who were the working class that moved over to the Conservatives. So I think there needs to be kind of a reevaluation of what does the NDP stand for? Do they want to win government, or do they exist to help the Liberals? Which seemed to be the goal for the last few months.
I think they exist to fight for everyday people. I think that's what we heard from Jagmeet in the campaign. They absolutely have to do work meeting people where they're at, talking with them instead of talking at them sometimes. I think Jagmeet was right on what his focus was. I think his caucus was more focused on luxury issues than gas prices, gross rents, and grocery gouging. But it's not for lack of trying on his part. But you're right. It's a discussion New Democrats have to have about who they are and how they organize to succeed in elections.
Yeah. We're waiting for Pierre Poilievre to speak soon, I think, and that will be coming up. If he is speaking, we should go to him now. He's on stage waiting, so we still have another second. Nicole, let's just bring you in on that quickly.
Yeah, certainly. I think there's always a place in Canadians' heart for the NDP too. I don't think really Canadians want to see a two-party system here in Canada, and so I think as we look forward to that renewal of the NDP, there's always space for them.
Looks like Pierre Poilievre about to speak now. Let's go to him.
Chers Canadiens, merci. Merci, chers Canadiens. Je vous aime aussi. I love you too. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's with profound gratitude that I stand before you today at the moment of this historic election. Because only in Canada could the story that Anna and I bring to the stage be possible. The adopted son of school teachers and a Venezuelan refugee, stand on this stage in front of our proud country, offering ourselves up to serve for the future, after millions of people have shown up and marked their X, spoken their voice, and exercised their democratic rights. We could not be more proud, we could not be more grateful for the opportunity the Canadians have given us. Speaking now of Anna, I want to take a moment to thank my incredible wife. She's been by my side. She's my rock. I love and cherish you and our little ones more than you'll ever know. And I could not have done any of this without you. Thank you so much. I love you. Now, my message to Canadians. The promise that was made to me and to all of you is that anybody from anywhere could achieve anything, that through hard work, you could get a great life You can have a nice, affordable home on a safe street. My purpose in politics is and will continue to be to restore that promise. Thank you. To the candidates who ran under our banner as Conservatives, to the volunteers who knocked on the doors, made phone calls, put up lawn signs, rallied at our events, donated their hard-earned money to our cause, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. To the millions of people who voted for the Conservative Party and put their hopes and dreams in our vision, thank you. It will be an honor to continue to fight for you and to be a champion of your cause as we go forward. Ça serait un grand honneur de continuer de me battre pour vous, parce que j'ai un honneur d'être votre voix, c'est un honneur de me battre pour les valeurs conservatrices pour lesquelles vous avez voté, et surtout, ça va être un honneur de continuer d'avancer la promesse du Canada, que chacun ici au Canada qui travaille fort pour avoir une belle vie et une belle maison abordable dans une communauté sécuritaire. C'est ça notre vision et on va le ramener chez nous. Merci beaucoup. To my fellow Conservatives, we have much to celebrate tonight. We've gained well over 20 seats. We got the highest share of vote our party has received since 1988. We denied the NDP and Liberals enough seats to form a coalition government, meaning and we did all of this in a very difficult environment. That said, we are cognizant of the fact that we didn't quite get over the finish line yet. We know that change is needed, but change is hard to come by. It takes time. It takes work. And that's why we have to learn the lessons of tonight so that we can have an even better result the next time the Canadians decide the future for the country. Canadians have opted for a razor-thin minority government, a virtual tie in the vote count. So I would like to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on leading this minority government. We'll have plenty of opportunity to debate and disagree, but tonight we come together as Canadians. We will do our job. Yes, we will do our job to hold the government to account. But first, we congratulate people from all political backgrounds on participating in the democratic process. And as I said, while we will do our constitutional duty of holding government to account and proposing better alternatives, we will always put Canada first as we stare down tariffs and other irresponsible threats from President Trump. Conservatives will work with the Prime Minister and all parties with the common goal of defending Canada's interests and getting a new trade deal that puts these tariffs behind us while protecting our sovereignty and the Canadian people. I want to thank my Conservative team, my caucus, my members of the Conservative staff and others who've helped reshape the entire political landscape in this country. Conservatives have achieved major breakthroughs tonight. We brought in record support from blue-collar and unionized workers, youth, new Canadians. We gave voices to countless people across this country who've been left out and left behind for far too long. We won the big debates of our time on the carbon tax, on inflation, on housing, on the drug crisis, on crime. Conservatives have been leading the debate, and we will continue to put forward the best arguments to improve the lives of our people right across this country. But we will not stop there. Every single day, our Conservative caucus and I will be holding the government to account on behalf of the millions of Canadians who believed in the message of change. En tant que parti, on a grandement élargi notre soutien et chaque jour, le caucus conservateur et moi allons travailler à Ottawa pour rendre des comptes du gouvernement au nom des millions de Canadiens qui ont décidé de voter pour un vrai changement. J'ai eu l'honneur de parcourir le pays et parler aux milliers de personnes qui ont partagé leurs préoccupations, leurs peines, leurs espoirs. Everywhere I went, hard-working people took precious time out of their day to tell me about their struggles, their pain, their fears, but also their hopes and dreams. Welders and waitresses, farmers and factory workers, seniors, small business owners, and single mothers, young Canadians and young families pleading for the chance to own a home, parents who worried that their kids would never be able to move out of their home, grandparents who saw their grandchildren suffering from the shortfalls of our economy, and countless others who are afraid to go outside because of the rising wave of crime. All of these stories touched my heart and gave me inspiration to work towards something better. These people continue to need voices, and I will continue to fight for them every day, and every day we will never give up on fighting for the Canadian people. Thank you. We hear your stories. We will carry those stories with us into Parliament. We will not forget the people for whom we work and for whom we fight every day. Now, I know that some of you might be disappointed that change did not get over the finish line tonight. Change takes time. Most of all, it requires that we never give up, because our people and our country are worth fighting for. Je vous ai entendu et j'ai apporté vos histoires avec moi tout au long de cette campagne. Et vos histoires vont rester avec moi lorsque je me bats avec mon équipe conservatrice pour vous défendre et pour avancer vos intérêts. À ceux qui ont désespéré besoin de changement, je sais que vous êtes déçus. Le changement est difficile et ça prend du temps. Surtout, ça veut dire qu'on peut jamais lâcher. Parce que notre pays et son peuple méritent qu'on se batte pour eux. I will never give up on fighting for everyone who stood with us today and the millions of people who voted for other parties. And so, my message tonight, for the single mother working 2 jobs but still has an empty fridge and an empty bank account, for the young people who despair at never being able to afford a home, for the seniors on fixed incomes whose savings are eroded by inflation and no longer feel safe in their local neighborhood parks, for those who are now living in fear and terror because of crime, for those worried about losing their jobs because of unacceptable tariffs from the United States of America, for all of those who feel left behind and forgotten, my message is one of hope. Change will take time, but we will fight for that change, and we will deliver that change, and we will never give up on fighting for the great Canadian promise that anyone from anywhere can achieve anything, that hard work gets you a great life in a beautiful house on a safe street protected by our brave troops under our proud flag. Canada first, Canada always. Let's bring it home. Thank you very much, Canada. Merci beaucoup, Canada.
The music that cues us to speak, federal Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre giving a concession speech, not mentioning his riding that he is in second, it seems that he's lost there. A very interesting speech, and quite interesting to speak to Mark Carney and to say, you represent all of Canada. That was actually quite graceful, I thought, of Poilievre.
Yeah, no, I think you have to do that. I mean, it's and he means it. I mean, when you lose, you phone and congratulate yours, your opponents, and you've debated them vigorously over a campaign. But at the end of the day, it's part of the democratic process and it's part of our democracy, and that's just as important part of is acknowledging that at the end as well. So I think he did the right thing.
Are you surprised he didn't address his own riding and
Right.
not winning that seat? I mean, it kind of feels like a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I'm with you. I mean, I'm not sure it's going to flip. I think it's a plus or minus a few thousand votes, and there's still enough votes to come in. It could change, but when you get 60%, 70% of the polls in, to get trends to change that much is very, very. I don't think it's going to happen. So, no, I mean, I think he has to stay. I mean, I think he actually ran a formidable campaign for what he was up against. I've never. Couldn't even imagine it in my lifetime that we would have seen what the Liberals did. Like the resurrection they brought the Liberal Party from the ashes to where they did was remarkable in itself.
There's a look at the writing right now. It doesn't look like he's going to bounce back from that 175.
No. It's there's still almost 100 polls, but when you get that many polls reporting those trends, generally, if you're within 100 votes, maybe.
There we go. It just jumped to 22 to 20 there with 180 reporting.
I think so. That's, I think that's pretty solid.
Right.
So, he'll have to deal with that. But at the end of the day, I think he will remain the leader and he will have the full support.
Well, you mentioned he sort of relishes that role, right?
I'm not sure he relishes it, but
he's good at it at the very least.
He's good at it. He's a very effective communicator and he's a good parliamentarian. And, he believes in what he's doing. I mean, so I support him.
Yeah. All right. Well, we've got a couple of Conservative candidates standing by. Let's head out to the Bear Mountain West in Jordan. Cunningham has Jeff Kibble. Jordan.
Stacey, remember when it was just me and a bunch of empty seats? Well, those seats have certainly been filled. It has turned into a lively night here in North Langford. Of all the South Island Conservative watch parties to attend, I think we picked the best one. It was certainly one of the tightest races, going on the island right now. I'm speaking of Jeff Kibble, the incumbent Alistair McGregor, the NDP. At one point, it was 1 percentage point, 2%. At one point, it was 2 votes separated.
We were jumping back and forth in the lead, a few votes each through the beginning of the night, and it's turned in our favor. And so far, it's got a while to go still, but we built a lead of about 2,100 votes. So we're feeling positive, but we've got a while to go still.
Yeah, we've seen how things have shaken down federally with all the ridings in Canada. Has election night kind of gone according to your mind movie going into this? It was so close. The pre-polls had you ahead, but how did this play out for you?
Well, I think looking at our riding specifically, it's going in the direction that we were anticipating. It was a little dicey at the beginning, but it's really hard to tell with when there's only 4 or 5 polls checked. So still a bit more to go, but we are feeling a little more positive at the moment.
Yeah, I guess we're a little above 80% of the way through all of those polls. How are the emotions? I mean, you pour obviously a lot of yourself. You open yourself up publicly. This is your first election. How's the stomach feeling right now? I mean, you're 85% of the way home as far as the ballot's concerned.
Well, good question. I was a lot more relaxed at the beginning when it was a tie. And as we've slowly built a lead, the pressure seems to build. We're, like I said, feeling positive, a little bit of pressure, but we'll see how it plays out. But right now, feeling confident.
Yeah, and if these numbers do hold, what do you think put this campaign over the top?
I think my campaign team did. We have an amazing team, some outstanding volunteers. We had really good scrutineers. We had scrutineers at every poll, and we had a good get out the vote team. Myself included today, like we mentioned earlier, out for 4 hours, 5 hours, knocking on doors every day. And Yeah, we saw a lot of people. Honestly, I wish I had a longer campaign. I could have met every constituent, but we tried very hard to meet as many as we could. So I think that made the difference.
And just listening to Pierre Poilievre and his concession speech, what was going through your mind there?
I was pretty emotional. I've been to a couple of his rallies. He's a very good speaker, and I was a little bit surprised. I think a lot of people were surprised. I didn't anticipate that would happen, but you know, sometimes there's a shift of direction. We'll see what plays out. I mean, there's still lots of the story to go, so it's pretty hard to predict what may or may not happen. Right now, as I said, we're focused on our riding. We're having some positive vibes, and we'll see how it goes when they get those last 50 more polls to go.
Well, so far so good for you and your camp. Congratulations to this point, and anything can happen. So we'll certainly keep to.
Anything can happen. So we'll see. Hopefully, we can do another spot in a little bit with some more positive news. But for now, fingers crossed, remaining positive, and I think it's really nice to see what the people of our riding, Saanich-Gulf Islands, have put forward in terms of the votes so far.
Jeff, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Awesome.
Okay. Jeff Kibble, we are, as we said, about 85% of the way through these ballots, but certainly anything can happen, guys, and no big exhale here yet.
Yeah, still too close to call, although I do think the Conservatives are pretty safe in that riding, although we can call them in one riding as well.
Yes,
Stacey.
we sure can. North Island-Powell River, Aaron Gunn has won that riding, and he's at the podium right now talking to his supporters. Let's go there.
I also want to give another special thanks to an individual who's been giving me counsel and support throughout this campaign as well, throughout this entire election, and that is the leader of the opposition right here in BC, Mr. John Rustad. So thank you very much. Of course, I also would not be here if it wasn't for the man that convinced me to run in the Conservative Party nomination here in North Island-Powell River just over 2 years ago, and who has defended me every step of the way. The great, the incredible mayor right here in Campbell River, Mr. Kermit Dahl. Look, I'm proud of the campaign that we ran. A positive campaign, one built on hope, not on hate, one built on common sense and on a brighter future for Canada, one that focused on the big issues of everyday people, good jobs in safe neighborhoods and affordable homes, while being unapologetically proud to be Canadian. Now I also want to give a message to those who elected me, to the people of this incredible riding, to North Island-Powell River. Whether you voted for me or not in this election, I'm going to Ottawa to represent you. And I take that responsibility and that honor very seriously. I'm going to be your voice in the nation's capital, to be your man in the arena, and I promise to never let you down. Thank you. Now, obviously from a national perspective, I've just been watching out of the corner of my eye. We didn't achieve all the results that we wanted, although I'm sure, I don't know if it's official yet, but we must have received the highest percentage of the popular vote for a Conservative Party since the 1980s. Is that what's going on? But we didn't get all the way, and there's going to be more fights again, and maybe somewhat soon, and they will be difficult. But I am not deterred, because this country is worth fighting for. Yes. So I have a question for you guys. There's going to be fights ahead. Are you guys with me? We're with you. Now, we had literally over 100 volunteers, as I mentioned, right across this incredible riding. So I'm going to miss some people, but there's some individuals that I really would like to point out. Our 4 regional campaign managers, Samantha Storfy here in Campbell River. Rice in the Comox Valley. Of course, David Summers in the North Island.
All right, there's Aaron Gunn winning the riding of North Island-Powell River. One more for the Conservative. Right now, nationally, the Liberals are at 165. I think Conservatives 147.
Yes.
Right?
Last check, so 165, Conservatives 147, Bloc Québécois 23, NDP 7-ish. Yeah, 7 to 8. It was moving from 7 to 8, 7, and then the Greens are at 1. What we didn't reference, Jagmeet Singh, who you see in that picture, national seat count,
did announce that he'll be stepping down as leader of the NDP during that speech. So that's a very big move. And we are awaiting Mark Carney to speak. He is the final leader that we are waiting for. Just ahead of that, we want to jump back to Keith Martin in Washington, D.C. And Keith, talk about this. You say even as a minority, this is a successful night for the Liberals, although you were also saying a majority would certainly have been a much better night. Talk about where the Liberals are going to come and what do you expect to hear from Prime Minister Mark Carney?
I think he's going to thank everybody, obviously. I think he's going to give a very positive message, just like, frankly, the other two leaders, regardless of our political stripe.
Right.
Everybody's in it to try to make the country a better place. We differ on how to do it. So I think Mark will come out very clearly to be mostly congratulatory and thank everybody, commit to the country, commit to the mission, commit to making the country stronger. But he's going to then come out really strongly in the next, I think, very quickly after the election, coming down and really laying out some very important policies and vision for the country to deal with both the domestic challenges we have, but also the international challenges that we face. So I don't expect him to be quiet at all. I think he'll be coming right out of the gate very quickly. He is a focused, disciplined person. That's what he was known for when he was the governor of the Bank of Canada and the Bank of England. And he knows that he knows how to manage a crisis. He knows we're in crises, and he's going to act in a very vigorous way.
All right, Keith, is there any other person in the country that could have led the Liberal Party to this minority government, do you think?
No, in fact, people said, Mark Carney was the person for the time, a person with very unique skills to be the leader, and there's nobody else, than the Liberal Party who could have done what he did. And I think, from my experience, where most Canadians are on the center right on some things and center left on social issues, center right on economic issues. And I think Prime Minister Carney is that balance. He knows how to deal with the economics. He knows that at the end of the day, at people's kitchen tables, it's money in people's pockets. It's how they can have security. It's how they can have a better future. And what he has to do and what he understands, he has to deliver on outcomes that impact people and that people see those outcomes in their daily lives. And I think he's going to act to deliver.
All right. How do you feel about your old riding of Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke going back to flying the Liberal flag?
I was so excited. I just received that message. I mean, big congratulations to Stephanie McLean. Yeah. I think both Stephanie and Will are young. They're both very skilled. They both have different skill sets. But for our island, they both have skills important to our folks on the island. But interestingly, they both have skills that are important to a caucus and to a prime minister. So I'm really looking forward for big things from both of them, contributing to a Liberal caucus, contributing to our ridings, island, and our country. So they'll be huge assets.
What do you think about that making a difference in how people voted as well? Because being represented in Ottawa is important, and no doubt, it doesn't matter which party you are going to be represented, but if you're the party in power, albeit minority, voters believe that, don't they?
They do. They know you have a caucus. You know that their decisions are made collectively. I mean, Gary and Sonia both know you win some, lose some. But they do bring very specific skills that are important to this moment in time, in different ways, but important ones. And they're also important to our riding. We've got ridings into our island. So I think we'll really look forward to some very good outcomes from both of them. And it'll be exciting to see how Prime Minister Carney uses them, which I think he will do. He knows how to manage a team. He knows how to manage complex situations, and he'll get the best out of his caucus.
All right, thank you very much, Keith. And it's fascinating to see the Liberal story here on the South Island. Stephanie McLean, Will Greaves winning Victoria, but Stephanie McLean has been declared the winner, and Mary Griffin is standing by at Liberal headquarters with that victor. Mary, take it away.
Well, congratulations, Stephanie McLean. You're the MP-elect for this riding. So just tell me what you think the secret to your success was.
You know, I think the secret to my success is Mark Carney. He's why I ran for this party. He's why I put my hand up to meet this moment. And he's why the voters put their trust in me. It's because they know that Donald Trump is threatening us, threatening our sovereignty. They know what's at stake. They're smart. And they know that Mark Carney is the man to meet the moment.
Now, how will you use your political background as a politician in Alberta, in Ottawa, as an MP for a different party?
Yeah, you know, I think that my background definitely helps with respect to knowing that sometimes you've got to make tough calls, tough decisions, and we're going to face some tough times. But having that strength of self and background will really help me this time. You know, when you're first new at it, you might question yourself more. But, you know, having my background, I feel quite confident. But I also feel confident because I know that Mark Carney is leading us. So I'll bring that experience to the table. You know, we were able to do some really great things for the province to bring in, you know, cheaper childcare, to improve the status of women in the province. And those values that I hold dear, things like public health care, things that are really, truly Canadian at their core, I will absolutely be able to bring that forward as the representative for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
And you have a unique background. I'm just wondering, with a minority government at this point, would you be leaning more towards an NDP or a BQ coalition?
You know, I certainly will work with whoever, you know, it makes sense. And certainly I've experienced working across the aisle. I worked with the...
Here comes Mark Carney.
I guess so. Here he comes. Yeah.
I think we're going to have to cut.
Okay.
But thank you.
No, I appreciate it.
Congratulations
Thank you
very
so
much. Back to you guys.
All right, Mark Carney, speaking now.
Bonsoir. Oh, quel bonsoir. C'est une bonne bonsoir. I have a question. Who's ready? Who's ready? Who's ready to stand up for Canada with me? And who's ready? Who's ready to build Canada strong? Okay, we got that settled. That's good. Avant de commencer, je voudrais féliciter les autres chefs de parti, de leur campagne et de tout le travail qu'ils ont fait. Je les remercie pour leur service envers le Canada, maintenant et dans le futur.
Okay, we seem to have lost the feed here. Hopefully we'll get
It's
that back
flickering. It's making
very
a comeback.
soon. And looks like we might have it back.
Leading on progressive values, Elizabeth May will be returning. François Blanchet. And I want to congratulate Pierre Poilievre on a hard-fought, fair, good campaign, his commitment to the country that we both love. They all have many, many more contributions to our land. Thank you, Diana. Thank you, Diana, for your work on this campaign. Thank you, Diana, for the commitment and compassion you bring to everything that you do. Tonight simply would not have been possible without you and without the support of our 4 children who inspire me to service every single day. I also want to salute the women and men who put their name on the ballot from all parties. Thank you for standing up to serve our country at this critical time. And for those who were elected, particularly those Liberals who were elected, I am looking forward to working together to deliver for Canadians. This says, Bruce. And Bruce, yes, Bruce Vanjoy. I'm looking forward to working with Bruce Vanjoy. Fantastic. He will be a great MP. We're going to have fun tonight. Yes, we're going to have fun. Bien sûr, je tiens à remercier les milliers de bénévoles ici ce soir et à travers le pays qui ont donné de leur temps pour cogner au port, pour faire des appels, pour échanger avec leurs voisins et les membres de leur communauté, pour nous donner un gouvernement fort. Ouais, c'est ça. You know, I chose to enter politics because I felt we needed big changes in this country. But big changes guided by strong Canadian values. Values that I learned at the dinner table from my parents, Bob and Verley, and from my siblings. I appreciate this more in retrospect from my siblings. My siblings, Brenda, Sean, and Brian. Values that I learned on the ice from my coaches. Values that have been reinforced as I've met with Canadians across this great country. And those include three values that I want to highlight this evening. Humility. It's Canada after all. Ambition. It's Canada after all. And unity. It's Canada. I love you. Right back. Right back. These are good values. These are Canadian values. Values that I will do my best. I'm just getting worked up here. These are values that I will do my best to uphold every day as your Prime Minister. You betcha. Okay, well, you have to judge after this next section because I am going to begin with the value of humility. And by admitting that I have much to be humble about. It's true. Over my long, that's not an applause line, it's just a statement of fact. Over my long career, I have made many mistakes, and I will make more. But I commit to admitting them openly, to correcting them quickly, and always learning from them. Humility underscores the importance of governing as a team in cabinet and in caucus, and working constructively with all parties across Parliament, of working in partnership with the provinces and the territories, and with Indigenous peoples. And at this time, it underscores the value of bringing together labor, business, civil society, to advance the nation-building investments we need to transform our economy. Humility is also about recognizing that one of the responsibilities of government is to prepare for the worst, not hope for the best. As I've been warned, America wants our land, our resources, our water, our country. Never. But these are not idle threats. President Trump is trying to break us so that America can own us. That will never ever happen. But we also must recognize the reality that our world has fundamentally changed. There is also, for me, as I stand before you this evening, humility in recognizing that, well, many have chosen to place your trust in me, trust in the Liberal Party. Millions of our fellow citizens preferred a different outcome. And my message to every Canadian is this: no matter where you live, no matter what language you speak, no matter how you voted, I will always do my best to represent everyone who calls Canada home. You know, during this short campaign, I went to Saskatchewan and Alberta a couple of times, even though, you know, we're Liberals. It's tough. It's tough out there. I grew up there. But I went because I intend to govern for all Canadians. Et au cours de cette campagne, plusieurs Québécois et Québécoises m'ont ouvert leurs portes, m'ont accordé leur confiance. J'en suis profondément touché et je vous en remercie. La langue française. La langue française, la culture québécoise, elles sont au cœur de l'identité canadienne. Elles définissent le pays que j'aime tant. Et je vais les défendre sans relâche. Ouais. Avec la forte équipe de députés québécois que vous venez d'envoyer à Ottawa, nous allons faire en sorte que le Québec continue de prospérer au sein de Canada fort. Et que vous soyez un travailleur des sables bitumineux à Fort Mac, une infirmière de Joliette ou un comptable de Toronto. Il y a plusieurs comptables à Toronto. Mon gouvernement va travailler pour vous tous. So, as we come here after this most consequential election, let's put an end to the division and anger of the past. We are all Canadian, and my government will work for and with everyone. I began with humility, but Canadians are ambitious. And now, more than ever, it is a time for ambition. It is a time to be bold, to meet this crisis with overwhelming positive force of a united Canada. Because we are going to build, baby, build. Exactly. Throughout, we're building now. We've gotten over that bit. Throughout our history, there have been turning points. Throughout our history, there have been turning points when the world's fortunes were in the balance. That was the case at the start of the Second World War, just as it was at the end of the Cold War. And each time, Canada chose to step up, to assert ourselves as a free, sovereign, and ambitious nation, to lead the path of democracy and freedom, and, because we are Canadian, to do so with compassion and generosity. We are once again at one of those hinge moments of history. Our old relationship with the United States, a relationship based on steadily increasing integration, is over. The system of open global trade, anchored by the United States, a system that Canada has relied on since the Second World War, a system that, while not perfect, has helped deliver prosperity for a country for decades, is over. But it's also our new reality. We are over the shock of the American betrayal, but we should never forget the lessons.
But you're going to take us forward.
We have to look out for ourselves, and above all, we have to take care of each other. When I sit down with President Trump, it will be to discuss the future economic and security relationship between two sovereign nations. And it will be with our full knowledge that we have many, many other options than the United States to build prosperity for all Canadians. Nous allons renforcer nos relations avec des partenaires fiables en Europe, en Asie et ailleurs. Et si les États-Unis ne veulent plus jouer un rôle de premier plan, dans l'économie mondiale. Le Canada le fera. We will lead, not the Americans. Nous sommes maîtres chez nous. Nous allons bâtir des millions de logements, une superpuissance énergétique, de bonnes carrières dans les emplois spécialisés et une seule économie canadienne, pas 13. We will chart a new path forward because this is Canada and we decide what happens here. We will need to think big and act bigger. Your phone's ringing. Sorry, just okay. All right. Just hang on. It's okay? Yeah. It might be important. We will need to do things previously thought impossible at speeds we haven't seen in generations. It's time to build twice as many homes every year with an entirely new housing industry using Canadian technology, Canadian skilled workers, Canadian lumber. It's time to build new trade and energy corridors, working in partnership with the provinces, territories, and Indigenous peoples. It's time to build hundreds of thousands of not just good jobs, but good careers in the skilled trades. It's time to build Canada into an energy superpower in both clean and conventional energy. And it's time to build an industrial strategy that makes Canada more competitive while fighting climate change. We will build a Canadian economy, not 13, with a government committed to free trade in Canada by Canada Day. The point is that we can give ourselves far more than the Americans can ever take away. But even given that, I want to be clear. The coming days and months will be challenging, and they will call for some sacrifices. But we will share those sacrifices by supporting our workers and our businesses. Les défis devant nous sont intimidants, et c'est normal. Les grands changements, comme ceux que nous vivons, sont toujours inquiétants. Nous avons beaucoup de chemin à faire, mais j'ai confiance. J'ai confiance en vous. J'ai confiance au Canada. Because Canada is more than a nation. We are and we always will be a confederation, a sacred set of ideas and ideals built on practical foundations. That we know we're not always perfect, but we always strive to be good. We do things because they're right, not because they're easy. That we see kindness as a virtue, not as a weakness. Most importantly, we know that our strength lies in our resolve to work together as a country. It relies on our unity. You know, on the second day of this campaign, I went to Gander, where on 9/11, they welcomed thousands of passengers into their homes without question or hesitation. I sat down with two of the many heroes of the time, Diane Davis and Beulah Cooper. And during our conversation, they showed me a thank you card that they'd received from a young girl called Ellie, who wrote, "Your kindness motivates me to use my kindness." That touching phrase captures what Canadians instinctively know, that virtue is like a muscle that grows with its exercise. We become just by doing just acts, brave by doing brave acts. When we are kind, kindness grows. When we seek unity, unity grows. When we are Canadian, Canada grows. And united over our history, we have done hard, seemingly impossible things. United, we have built one nation in harsh conditions despite a sometimes hostile neighbor. Yes, they have form on this, the Americans. United, we have confronted our own past with Indigenous peoples. Unis, nous avons bâti un pays qui rassemble des langues, des cultures et des croyances différentes. Unis, nous avons bâti des institutions culturelles essentielles comme CBC Radio-Canada. United, we have created universal public health care. And now, in the face of this crisis, united, we are buying Canadian. We are exploring everything this country has to offer. We are supporting our friends and neighbors in the crosshairs of President Trump through a crisis that we did not create. United and build the strongest economy in the G7, an economy that works for everyone. Au cours des derniers mois, les Canadiens et Canadiennes ont fait leur part, se sont rassemblés pour défendre notre pays et notre façon d'être. Je promets que, lorsque nous sommes menacés, nous allons nous battre. We will fight back with everything we have to get the best deal for Canada. We will protect our workers and businesses, and above all, we will build an independent future for our great country. A future that makes the greatest country on the earth even better. Together, we will build a Canada worthy of our values. We will build Canada strong, Canada free, Canada forever. Vive le Canada. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Oh my. Well, that was thorough.
Okay, very thorough. Very thorough indeed. Hearing from Mark Carney, of course. Let's head straight to Keith Martin in Washington. Keith, it's so late. We appreciate you staying up so late to be with us. What are your final thoughts on what happened tonight and what Mark Carney had to say?
Well, first, thank you very much for having me. It was great to be with both of you. Good to see both Gary and Sonia again, two friends from through our political travails together on the island. I thought that was it was a pretty gracious speech. He's not a stuffed shirt, Mark Carney, right? He's got a bit of a sense of humor. He's very personable, but I think so I wanted to send a message to everybody that he's going to work for the country regardless of whether you voted for him or not. I think it was gracious, of course, that he reached out to the other political leaders. I hope he was trying to comfort a country that when we go through an election, we have divisions, obviously. He's trying to bring those together. I think it was very good that, again, he's also not only speaking about the threat from Mr. Trump, but also that he has really started to lay out, as was in his speech, really concrete solutions to reform our economy. One point he made, which is true, the system we had before is partially gone. Mr. Trump has shredded it. He's also shredded the trust that is the most important thing countries have in dealing with each other. So I think you saw a number of very specific areas on skills, on infrastructure, on building, that's going to be affordable and accessible to Canadians and are going to meet some of the really needs that we have to be able to be, one of the most, if not the most competitive G20 nation in the world. And that's his goal. Mm-hmm. And I'm confident that he can do it.
Amazing. Keith, can't thank you enough for being with us tonight. We really appreciated your insight and expertise, and we wish you a very good night and a very good sleep from Washington, D.C. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Take good care.
Yeah, we'll see you at the next election. Hopefully it's not just in a couple of months. And we do want to thank Sonia and Gary as well for being here. And just your expertise, both of you, was so incredible. Just some final thoughts from yourselves. And Sonia, maybe we'll start with you.
Yeah, I mean, what a night. Like Keith, I'm really delighted to have been invited, and it was a real pleasure to spend the evening with all of you. A couple of, I think, sleeping dragons that really didn't get talked about in this campaign or tonight: climate change and inequality. I mean, we hear a lot about cost of living, but when we dig down to the root cause of how people are feeling, we have a growing inequality problem in Canada and around the world. And, you know, a little unfortunate not to hear from any of the leaders tonight about these very serious issues that I think we have to reckon with. Big news of the night. 2 leaders lost their seats tonight, Pierre Poilievre and Jagmeet Singh. And I think, you know, I hope that the conversation around democratic reform, at the very least, strengthening the institutions we have, embracing the need for people to feel a part of their democracy and their government, really has to be a big piece of the work for this Liberal government and Prime Minister Carney. It's hard to say how this all is going to play out, but I think what you saw this evening, Keith Martin, Gary Lunn, Sonia Furstenau, different political stripes, but being able to find agreement on so many things. And this is the quality that I think we want to look for in our politics more and more. So thanks again for having us, and it was a real pleasure.
Thank you, Sonia. Really appreciate it. Final thoughts from you, Gary?
Well, again, like the rest, thank you. It was a great evening. Some interesting surprises. Again, they're tough campaigns in 35 days, and all the parties and all the people who run for office, they run because they want to make Canada better, you know, in their own way, and we all don't agree on policy, but we should really tip our hats to all the candidates who put their names forward, and even more, all the people who work so hard on all the different campaigns from every political, they put a lot into it, and, and it's because they believe in it. So, you know, it's democracy in action and democracy working. You know, some of the numbers out there, there's Vancouver Island is interesting. I think we were talking earlier, the only place in the country that elected, you know, 4 political parties.
Well, all 4 parties represented, if it stays the way it will. 3 Conservative, 1 NDP, 2 Liberal, 1 Green. Vancouver Island here.
So there you go. So it's, but anyways, it's, my closing thoughts are that I only look forward to everybody who's elected, regardless of your political stripe, you know, buckling down and working together. And, you know, the government, the Liberals have a mandate, and, you know, we have to respect that. But that doesn't mean you can't try to influence and work with them and working for the betterment of all of Canada and all Canadians. So, but it's nice meeting you all again. And
nicer to be on this side of the camera as well.
I really enjoy being on this side of the camera.
And it's past our bedtime.
Past all our time. It's past Coffee's bedtime as well, but you're fantastic. Just story of the night for you, Scott. I mean, must be the storylines that are still yet to be told.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to jump off what you folks are talking about, whether these individual storylines continue throughout the week and last into the news cycle, or is there going to be a different sort of national pride and let's get down to business and let's deal with the bigger issue of sovereignty first off, and maybe some of these storylines don't matter as much. It'll be interesting to see what hangs on. But let's just quickly leave it where I kind of started, giving you some results. This is an interesting riding to watch. Vancouver Kingsway. The NDP has held this riding since 2008, and they are in a bit of a dogfight. They've pulled away, but this has been flip-flopping even in the last 30 minutes. There's 188 polls. So that's just one to look at. And then just the overall BC numbers, we can look and see some of the loss and gains. And there's the story. In terms of BC out west, the rejection, especially in Greater Vancouver, of the NDP, where they did see some light here on the island. Overall, British Columbia rejecting that party, and an equal divide, that battleground that the polls were predicting, did hold up in terms of it being even Steven for those 2 parties. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. I'm really curious about the Conservatives and Poilievre. I'm not sure he's out of the woods yet. That party has eaten its own on numerous occasions. They've gone through leaders fairly quickly. Are they going to give him time, or did he miss the tone and the beat and the infighting that happened in that party? Does it spill out and cost Pierre his job?
All right, I guess time will tell. Scott, thank you very much for
all
all your work across the country and other ridings. It's been really, really wonderful to have you once again. All right, let's head across the water now and check in with some final thoughts from Rob Shaw and his panel. Rob.
Well, In the provincial election, we talked about the chaos theory, the chaos outcome of an election. We're very close to that here federally, the fluctuating ridings here. But just a moment ago, we had 165 Liberal seats plus 7 New Democrat seats, which would get you to the bare majority of 172, minus 1 for the Speaker, which is a whole... Remember in BC how we used to debate the Speaker and how that would have to become the government side and on and on. You would then have the situation where potentially Elizabeth May, 3% of the vote in British Columbia, the Greens 1.2% of the vote nationally, very close to 100% of the power in deciding if the government stays in power or not. But now we are seeing the Liberals up to 166 and the NDP at 7, which would give them that 1 extra seat. So, as Scott laid out, some ridings here very important to British Columbia on the outcome tonight, and whether that leads to an actual majority or a coalition or something, or the Greens or the NDP. We've been through this before. Jeff, British Columbia knows how to handle and explain the intricacies of the parliamentary democracy system and the Speaker and how this all kind of plays out.
Yeah, maybe they should call up Sonia Furstenau, who's on the panel, and ask her how you put together a confidence supply agreement and form a workable governing group with such narrow numbers. I think, if I leave with a final point, I think folks are going to be tempted, new parliamentarians will be tempted to, get involved in the political machinations of the day and governing arrangements and speakers and cabinet making. And I think some will want to continue pretending like we're still in an election. I think what Canadians are going to want coming out of this is, in the face of Trump's threat to our sovereignty and our workers and our communities, is at least on that issue of international relations, a united front of all parliamentarians, so that Trump and the U.S. administration can't take advantage of tonight's election result. We need Canada to stand strong, and we need all MPs to do that.
Mm-hmm. No small wedge for him to use for his own kind of purposes. Aisha, what's your takeaway from tonight as we kind of wrap it up?
Yeah, I think tonight's probably disappointing for a lot of Conservatives, considering where polls were at a few months ago, but still a lot of positives to take away tonight. Conservatives haven't performed this well with the popular vote since Brian Mulroney. Oddly, Pierre is looking like he might not win his own seat. So that's a bit strange. He was running against, I think there was 91 other candidates on his ballot, which is absurd. So that'll be interesting to watch that play out. But even in Ontario, the Conservatives got 45% of the popular vote, another positive takeaway. And I think now the NDP is going to rebuild. They're going to get a new leader here. They're going to be players once again shortly. I have no doubt about that. And we were in a very unique set of circumstances during this election, the dynamics, obviously, with the United States. So we'll see how that changes over the next year and a bit, and with the resurgence of the NDP, hopefully.
Resurgence. Let's get to 12 seats first.
A year and a bit was very generous, given this chaos theory that we see ourselves in now, too. I think Canadians will have very little patience, given everything that's going on in geopolitics right now, for more chaos and more uncertainty. I think through this election, we saw Canadians choose clearly a choice in Mark Carney and that kind of steady hand on the wheel to deal with Trump. And so this was a huge win for Liberals tonight, considering where we were just 2-3 months ago. This was a massive check on the box of Mark Carney and his leadership style and how to deal with that. So while we didn't quite get to majority territory and there's still a couple of polls left to come in, I think the NDP and the Liberals might be finding themselves in a friendly situation here going forward. But there's a lot for us to work with here, and I'm hoping that we don't end up in election next year and a half. I think we need a little bit more runway. Canadians don't particularly love elections this frequent, so we're excited for a bit more stability.
Yeah, just because the numbers indicate, you could defeat a government doesn't necessarily mean it's in the best interest to do that. Even in a minority situation, electoral fatigue, the immense cost of an election from the parties to put on, all the candidate recruitment that has to occur. It's an immense operation. You can't just kind of lurch back into it very quickly. Thank you to the panel, everyone, for being here tonight. Aisha Etsy, thank you for being here. Jeff Ferrier, Nicole Broussard, thank you for being here. It was wonderful to have you, and you helped us understand a very close election where it didn't appear to make sense for large periods of the night, and it swung quite a bit. And,
let's not do this again soon.
No, let's not do it again soon. We'll go back to you in the studio.
All right. Thank you so much, Rob, and the panel. Great job, as usual.
Up to Rob, yeah.
All right. Well, let's take one final look at what's happened on our Vancouver Island. I think it's extraordinary, Paul, that we have 4 parties represented here on our little island.
Speaks to the diversity on this island, right? And just everything. And we talked about Aaron Gunn being a heavy favorite in that riding. He certainly has his documentaries, he's got his podcasts, he's got his base, but now he's got the riding. So he beats Tennille Johnston for that riding. And this is a pretty big win for Aaron Gunn, who was trailing Tennille early in the night stays.
Yeah, sure was. I mean, Tennille, this is her first crack at it. This is Rachel Blaney's riding. She didn't run again. A very, very strong showing for Tennille, perhaps impacted by the crumbling of the NDP on a more global scale here. But a big win for Aaron Gunn. Hugely popular, big following on social media, obviously paid off for him tonight.
Yeah, it did. Let's go down to Courtney Alberni. Now, this is one of the 2 ridings that has yet to be called, although at this point it feels pretty safe to say Gord Johns is going to return as the MP for the riding.
Yeah, Gord Johns has been there. He's a veteran of that riding. It had been traditionally Conservative before that, but Gord has been there, and obviously the folks in Courtney Alberni think he's doing a pretty bang-up job because he currently has the lead, as mentioned, 39% versus 35%, with 260 of 275 polls reporting. They have not declared Gord Johns yet, but it looks like a pretty sure bet.
I feel pretty safe, yeah. I wouldn't be 100% yet, but he can at least crack the beer maybe to celebrate. Let's move down the island, keep going to Nanaimo Ladysmith. This one has been called, Tamara Cronus. And this is a fascinating race, Stace. We've been watching it all night, and really, Sky Ryan was up in the riding. She was saying this is a 4-way race, and it really was. But Lisa Marie Barron, who is the incumbent, Paul Manley, who used to be the MP for that riding, they finished 3rd and 4th respectively. Tamara Cronus comes up and really takes the riding.
Really doesn't. It was not nearly as close as many people expected here. I mean, and very, very disappointing for Lisa Marie Barron. She had high hopes of retaining that seat, but she finished solidly in 3rd place. Just a few more votes at this point. Now, all polls haven't reported, of course, a few more than Paul Manley sitting in 4th spot there, but a big win for the Conservatives, Tamara Cronus. Yeah, a bit of a surprise that it wasn't a bit more of a dogfight, 4-way race here in Nanaimo Ladysmith.
I know she finished 2nd, but Michelle Corfield there finishing 2nd place. That's a big win for her. Let's go Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. Jeff Kibble, again, this is the only other riding they have yet to call here on Vancouver Island. At this point, I think it's pretty safe to say Kibble might hang on, but it is close. 278 of 300 reported, and he's got, yeah, that's a tough one to come back from McGregor, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And here we have another NDP incumbent that's
unseated.
That's unseated, been unsuccessful here, and again reflective of the NDP's collapse. They're looking at 7 seats at this point. Jagmeet Singh resigning after losing his seat quite handily. So this is another Conservative victory here, apparently. 278 to 300 reporting. So again, not officially called, but it looks like Jeff Kibble of the Conservatives is going to take it.
Yeah, let's keep heading down the riding. I believe Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke is the next one. Stephanie McLean, she wins quite handily here in this riding, and it felt like it was going to be a 2-candidate race, and it looked like Stephanie came out down the stretch. Maya Tate, are you surprised about that? She's a well-known name, but to finish in 3rd there.
Yeah, I am a little surprised. I think her affiliation with the NDP might have hurt her in this case. I think people in that riding, which is my riding, looking for something different, looking for a change. Stephanie McLean, a little surprised at how handily she won that. She's a relative newcomer to Vancouver Island, moving here in 2019, but she is an experienced politician, NDP MLA from Alberta. Maya Tate, I think, very well known and well liked in the Sooke-Machosen area, but again, we're talking about a riding that extends into Esquimalt and Saanich, View Royal and beyond, where she may not be quite so well known.
Let's go to, I believe, Saanich-Gulf Islands. Elizabeth May winning again. The powerhouse continues. Elizabeth May, the only Green elected as an MP. And David Beckham coming in 2nd. I know Kathy Elmstead was talked a lot about ahead of the campaign, but David Beckham finishing 2nd place, he's got to consider that a pretty big win as well.
Yeah, that's a surprise to me. I thought Kathy Elmstead would be giving Elizabeth May a run for her money there in Saanich-Gulf Islands. I think this is one of the few cases, perhaps, especially on Vancouver Island, where the candidate won out over the party in this case. I think Elizabeth May is so beloved in that riding. She's renowned for her work ethic. and her feistiness as well. So I think a lot of folks really like her as a person. And some of the other ridings, I think, maybe more a vote for the party as well. But congratulations to Elizabeth May, the first ever Green Party MP elected, is continuing her run. Gary Lunn, very gracious. Elizabeth May beat him in this riding
14 years ago.
14 years ago, and she's still going. So
14 years and going
Elizabeth
strong.
May, the only Green MP in Canada, comes from right here on the island.
And let's do our final riding, and that is Victoria. Will Greaves winning that over the incumbent Laurel Collins from the NDP. So the NDP holding 6 seats coming into the night. They now hold 1 if everything stays the same. And Will Greaves, he spoke with Mary Griffin. Fascinating. He thought all along, I've got this. I think I can do this. Laurel Collins felt very confident as well, but it's Greaves who comes out on top.
Yeah, not even close.
No.
Honestly, I mean, this one I thought was going to be a horse race as well. I thought Laurel Collins would have a much better showing. She, many people consider her to have done a great job in her time as an MP, but clearly not translating as far as the voters are concerned in the Victoria riding. So there, Will Greaves with a solid 50% of the vote in Victoria at this point. Again, a few polls left to report there.
There you can say, we talk about the 4 big parties coming into this, the Conservatives, Liberals, Greens, NDP. All of them are represented on Vancouver Island if everything stays the same. As we said, 3 Conservatives, 2 Liberals, 1 Green, and 1 NDP. And as we wrap up our election coverage, we started at 5, by the way, which we're still going strong, just in case you're counting at home. Your final thoughts, Days?
Yeah, well, here we have the final seat count. It looks like we're headed for the Liberal minority government. We've got 167 versus 145 for the Conservatives. Big dip for the Bloc, as expected, many of those votes going to the Liberals in Quebec. And there's Jagmeet Singh with his 7 seats. They had 25 or so in the last election, so they took a big hit right across the country, and we've got Elizabeth May as the 1 Green Party. So, you know what? It was a really, really interesting night. Some unexpected twists and turns on Vancouver Island. I appreciated our guests so much, and their desire for unity and strength. Regardless of party, regardless of political affiliation. We're all Canadians. We're going to fight for Canadians, and we're going to do it that however it takes.
Isn't that the truth? I mean, we heard that from the leaders saying, look, at the end of the day, we have different policies. We are all Canadian. And that's kind of how we started this whole campaign. It was anti-tariff. It was anti all that
Elbows
happening.
up.
Elbows up. We are Canadian, and we certainly are. And I love to see democracy come through. Voter turnout high. I'm hoping that we have really high voter turnout and people continue to flex the muscles of democracy, because not every country and every person has that freedom that we do. And so thank you. And thanks for listening to me for 6 hours. It's a long time to listen to me. I'm sorry to you.
Oh my gosh. Well, you know what? It takes a great, big, strong team to bring you this election coverage. The control room, all our reporters out in the field. It's been a long night for them too. Our guests, of course, Rob Shaw in Vancouver and his great panelists. So on behalf of all of the team here at CHEK who brought you the coverage tonight, and Paul Haysom, myself, I'm Stacey Ross. Thanks so much for being with us tonight. We'll see you again soon. Take care.
Good night.